Kang steps into the arena, ready to throw down with Dai-chan Sejin's dad and an actual S-rank Sword King. The tension is off the charts. The rules are simple. Someone taps out, or someone gets knocked out. And if Dai-chan snags the win, Kang gets stuck marrying his daughter. But if Kang wins, the old man has to quit meddling with Sejin's life at WHCU. Kang's face is pure ice. He just looks him dead in the eye and tells him to honor the deal. The second the duel begins, mages scramble to erect barriers, trying to stop the whole building from getting wrecked. But then, they see it. Something that shouldn't be possible. Kang's sword is glowing with an aura blade. Before anyone can even blink, Kang's sword is high in the air, channeling a devastating demon sword art packed with pure destructive energy, going for a one-shot kill. The raw spiritual pressure crushes the audience, and here's the kicker. Kang is totally holding back. If he went full power, everyone in the stadium would be toast. Even with that handicap, Dai-chan throws up 3 layers of defense and still catches a slice right across his cheek. But instead of getting mad, the old man grins. He's hyped, calling Kang the perfect training partner for his daughter. Then he shifts into overdrive. A fresh wave of mages rushes in to reinforce the crumbling barriers. Dai-chan unleashes these brutal energy waves that are so intense, the support mages start getting nosebleeds and just start collapsing. Through it all, Kang is a ghost, parrying, weaving, and emerging without a single scratch. The moment the last barrier mage passes out, Dai-chan calls the fight. He gives Kang his props, acknowledging his power, and promises to stay out of Sejin's business. Then he immediately tries to recruit him anyway. Classic. So, how did our boy get here? Well, our main character used to be a struggling web novel artist, just pumping out stories that nobody was really feeling. It all ended when he literally worked himself to death. Next thing he knows, he's in the underworld, face to face with King Yama himself. And before our guy can even start complaining, the King of Hell drops a bomb on him. He's crazy lucky. Apparently he showed up with some kind of special ticket number. For hitting this cosmic jackpot, our MC gets one wish. The only rule? He can't wish to become a god, which, I mean, duh. So, our guy thinks for a second and asks to be reborn into the world of a novel. Yama is cool with it and asks which one he wants to dive into as long as it's not one of his own cringy creations. He digs deep into his memory for a story he actually remembers the plot to and lands on one with a totally ridiculous title. I became the delinquent underachiever of Hunter School. But wait, there's more. The king throws in 2 extra perks. His first request is to be sent back, a full 2 years before the main plot kicks off. And the second is to be made celebrity-level hot. You know, so he can finally have some game with the ladies. With the deal sealed, our MC's soul gets yeeted into the body of Kang, Shin Hyuk, the delinquent underachiever from the title. This dude bombed his aptitude test so hard he got stuck in a normal high school, until a new law gave him a second shot. After grinding like crazy, he finally awakened as a hunter. Our guy quickly realizes this second life might be even more of a struggle than his last one, since he didn't land in the protagonist's body. Nope, thanks to a sudden flood of memories, he gets the full rundown on who this Kang Shin Hyuk dude really is. Turns out, he's a swordsmanship instructor for the class right next door to the main character. After a serious mental battle, our MC's eyes snap open to finally accept the insane reality. He is now Kang Shin Hyuk. His phone buzzes. It's the finance department from the Chase Guild, calling to confirm the details of his contract termination. The rep on the other end tells him to give them a shout if any problems pop up. Standard stuff. Right after he hangs up, a notification hits his phone. A deposit of 38 million won just landed in his account, bringing his new grand total to a whopping 300 million. Kang's eyes practically bulge out of his head, and just like that, all the dread about being stuck as a side character completely evaporates. He leaps out of bed, striding over to the window, to soak in his new reality as Kang Shin Hyuk. From the glimpses of memory he'd seen, the original Kang had it rough, but with 300 million won in the bank, our boy feels like he's already won the lottery. Back in his old life, he was scraping by, but now he's sitting on a pile of cash he could only dream of. Sure, there are monsters, but hey, at least it's still modern-day South Korea. Plus, he's a 25-year-old dude with a supermodel face and a shredded physique. He's literally hit the jackpot on every front. Tons of cash, powerful abilities, killer looks, and he's still young. The complete package. Okay, so he's a B-rank hunter, not quite as famous or loaded as the story's actual protagonist, a guy named Lee Ji-seong. But Kang could not care less. He's just trying to chill and live a simple life. But here's where the plot thickens. There are actually 2 main characters in this story. The OG protagonist was a kid named Kim Do-hyun, but another dude, Lee Ji-sung, got isekai'd into his body. So now this Lee Ji-sung guy is running around using his meta-knowledge of the plot to his advantage, snapping up all the power-ups that were originally meant for Kim Do-hyun. And that's not all. He's also using his family's money to chug down every rare elixir he can get his hands on. By gaming the system like this, he'd finally clawed his way up to Kim's level of talent, but waking up in Kang's body completely flips the script on his destiny. RMC figures, you know what? He has zero reason to even try competing with the two main characters. In the original plot, he knew he was completely outclassed, and his only goal was to snag that protagonist role for a comfortable life. But honestly, he's vibing with this new life as Kang. The problem is, a day is fast approaching when the entire world is going to spiral into crisis. Originally, Kim and Lee were the duo who teamed up to fend off the invaders, throwing everything they had into protecting the world. Now that he's a player in the game, Kang can't help but wonder if those two can still pull it off. After all, they're supposed to become humanity's last beacon of hope. Just then, his phone buzzes. It's a message from the #1 hunter school. It informs him he's been officially chosen to be their new swordsmanship instructor. After reading the text, Kang makes a decision. He's just going to ride the wave and follow the original story until everything inevitably descends into chaos, then head over to the school and start his new gig. As the new swordsmanship instructor, RMC finally gets a moment to dig into the life of this body's previous owner. He quickly discovered that the original Kang's social life was a complete dumpster fire, just as pathetic as his own had been. His phone contacts barely hit 12 people. It was almost like the guy had deliberately ghosted the entire world. In his own past life, RMC had absolutely no desire for the things that made other people tick, like getting married or having kids. He always claimed he preferred being alone, telling everyone he was basically married to his web novels. The truth was, he'd lost all faith in himself as a third-rate web novel writer. But this time around, in this life, he plans on soaking up every single moment. With his mind made up, he reports to the school, where he's now officially an instructor. He strolls into the office and with a huge grin, introduces himself to the first guy he sees, but the dude just gawks at him like he's a ghost. The cringe is so real, Kang feels like he could die of embarrassment right there, but then the guy finally snaps out of it and stands up to greet him. He introduces himself as Park Yong-suk and tells Kang they're going to be desk mates. A massive smile breaks out on Kang's face as he says he's pumped to be working with Park. Right on cue, two women walk into the scene. They immediately start gushing over how handsome Kang is. Kang can feel a blush creeping up his neck, but he's not shocked he did burn one of his wishes on getting a killer face. After all, they ask if he'd ever been part of a guild, and he casually reveals he just left the Chase Guild. The moment the women hear this, they get even more flustered, because the Chase Guild is ridiculously prestigious. They just keep piling on the praise, right up until a green-haired dude named Jong Hyun-sik rolls up. He announces that he teaches spearmanship to the second-year students. He casually drops that he was with the Hwarang Guild and also graduated from the 6th Hunter School. Jong then turns to Kang, asking which hunter school he attended, since he seems to be a big shot. With a blinding smile, Kang reveals that he never actually graduated from a hunter school. The second those words leave his mouth, the entire vibe in the room nosedives. One of the girls, completely baffled, asks how he even became a hunter without graduating from a hunter academy. They guess that maybe he studied overseas, but Kang clarifies he's a native Korean and reminds them that plenty of hunters never graduated from a hunter academy. That statement completely murders the mood. Jong scoffs and turns to walk away, muttering that Kang is just a total waste of his time. The girls immediately follow him, whispering about how hyped they were, because he was ex-Chase Guild, but now they're totally grossed out that he didn't come from a proper hunter school. That wave of disgust hits him like a punch to the gut, which triggers the system to upload a fresh batch of memories from the body's original owner. It turns out, there's something called a Hunter Factor Test Kit, and while it's the most surefire way to gauge someone's hunter aptitude, it's also insanely expensive. At the orphanage where Kang grew up, the director actually stole the money meant for the kits and was later thrown in jail. By the time Kang was finally tested, they discovered he had the potential to be a hunter all along, but by then he'd already finished a normal high school, cheating him out of the specialized education that hunter school graduates receive. The chasm between the two groups eventually created a deep societal rift, which led to massive protests demanding an anti-discrimination act for non-academy hunters. After intense pressure, the bill finally passed, and people from regular schools began to get hired. But this only made the bitter rivalry between the two factions escalate even further. This is precisely why it's a terrible idea for someone from a non-hunter school to ever reveal their background to anyone who graduated from an official hunter academy. Kang is in disbelief that he's only learning this crucial piece of information now, right after he's already made a colossal mistake. Park tells him to take a breath, saying he gets that it's his first day and things are already getting super heated for him. Kang tells Park it's no big deal, that he actually understands their point of view. Kang even assumes he got the job through some kind of special treatment, but Park shuts that down, explaining that he aced the appointment exam and was actively scouted for the position. Park suggests that the other teachers have probably just jumped to the wrong conclusion about him. Jong and his crew duck into a secluded spot, convinced their school majorly messed up by hiring some teacher through special connections. Jong is absolutely certain Kang is a total fraud, completely unqualified to teach swordsmanship to the freshmen. Still, a part of him can't shake the feeling that the school must have had some hidden motive for sticking Kang with the first years. The group pieces it together. Kang's from an orphanage, which explains why he never attended a proper hunter academy. They have to admit, the guy is seriously good looking, but a pretty face doesn't make you a master. One of the girls schemes to tell the first years they should find a different sword tutor on the side. She declares Kang is nothing but a total hack. And just then, Kang himself materializes right behind them. While they're smack in the middle of trashing him, Kang steps forward, attempting to defuse the ticking time bomb of a situation. He calmly states that he didn't land this job through any special favors. But Jong isn't about to let it go, sneering that he's more bothered by the fact Kang never even trained at a hunter academy. Jong storms off, telling Kang to butt out and stay in his own lane. He adds a condescending jab, saying Kang is welcome to make friends with the teachers of general studies. One of the girls mentions that Kang is a B-rank hunter, but Jong just scoffs, claiming Kang must have faked his way to get that rank. With that, Jong throws down the gauntlet, challenging Kang to a duel of honor if he's got a problem with how he's being treated. Jong is radiating pure arrogance. He's on the cusp of becoming an A-rank hunter, and in that moment, it all clicks for Kang. He finally gets why the original owner of this body was such an outcast, a guy who couldn't connect with anyone. He, too, had been a total failure in his previous life. He realizes they were two sides of the same tragic coin, but this time, Kang refuses to accept the role of the loser. He looks Jong dead in the eyes and accepts the challenge. Jong just roars with laughter at this, assuming Kang's fragile ego is just shattered, and that he's only doing this to look tough in front of the ladies. Smirking, Jong decides he'll give Kang one single chance to back out, but Kang is unmoving, doubling down that he wants this duel. Kang declares he's not going to just stand by and let Jong trash him simply because he went to a normal school. Then Kang dials it up, telling Jong he can even wait until after his big promotion to A-rank to fight. A wicked, almost monstrous grin spreads across Jong's face as he reminds Kang he's fully responsible for any injuries he gets during their fight. Kang cuts him off, calling him bold for assuming he'll win. He sets the terms, the spear training ground, 1 week from now. Kang then gestures to the two girls, appointing them as official witnesses to the duel. Jong can't figure out where Kang's insane confidence is coming from, but he sneers that Kang better start looking for a new job, because this one is about to be over. Later, Kang strolls into his classroom, leaving the students absolutely stunned by how handsome he is. Kang had been secretly worried about how he'd actually teach, but the second he gripped a sword, a flood of the previous owner's memories and skills washed over him. Armed with this new knowledge, he flawlessly demonstrates the fundamental movements of the sword. The morning class was a massive success, but the entire atmosphere soured in the afternoon, as news of the duel had already spread like wildfire across the whole school. Kang's students now stare at him like he's a dead man walking, about to face off against the legendary spear instructor. Kang knows Jong's two little friends were the ones who spread the news, totally confident that Jong is going to wipe the floor with him. His students anxiously ask if he'll be alright, but he encourages them to never be scared of someone's rank, because all that matters is having an unbreakable will. Kang projects an aura of pure confidence, telling his students to just focus on their training, because everyone will see the results of the duel in just 1 week. This entire act was a calculated move to build up his students' morale. After classes end, Kang hops on a bus, heading to a specific part of the city. He's on a mission to completely alter his fate. To do that, he's heading to the exact spot where the original story's protagonist found a game-changing power-up. Kang ventures deep into a cave, his mind set on one thing: finding the secret the hero used, not to save the world, but to gain the raw power needed to win this duel. A few moments later, he discovers a shimmering portal. This is the legendary spot where the internal cultivation method is supposedly hidden. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunges through. He emerges into a vast, frozen wasteland. Kang is completely floored by the sight. He never imagined a place like this could exist. Kang gets lost in the breathtaking scenery for a moment before forcing himself to remember the life or death reason he's here. Without warning, he feels an overwhelming presence surge behind him, followed by the glint of what can only be a sword strike. At the very last second, Kang throws himself into the deep snow. The attack misses him by a hair, saving him from being sliced in two. As Kang struggles to process what just happened, a voice speaks from behind him. It's an old man dressed in pristine white robes. The stranger congratulates Kang on skillfully dodging his surprise attack, and declares he's no mere mortal, Before Kang can even process it, cold steel is kissing his neck, and the old man demands to know his clan, and what in the world he's doing out in these frozen wastes. Kang is absolutely floored when he hears the man speaking perfect Chinese, but somehow, he gets every word. It clicks the dude, whose body he's borrowing must have been fluent. Kang cautiously raises a hand, explaining he's just an instructor from the South Korean Hunter Academy who stumbled into this hidden zone through a portal. The old man just gives him a blank stare, completely baffled by Kang's words, convinced the kid has a few screws loose. Kang gestures toward the shimmering portal, but for some reason, the old man sees nothing but thin air. The ancient warrior then reveals he's been trapped inside this dimension for an eternity, losing count of the years sometime after the 30-year mark. Kang thinks the geezer is spewing nonsense, right up until he asks if the man's name is Cho Yu Rei Young. The old man's eyes widen, confirming it. He demands to know how Kang could possibly know that name. Turns out, Kang recognizes it because Cho is the legendary master who authored the very cultivation manual our protagonist got his hands on. But Kang is still shook, seeing the old master alive. This never happened to Xion in the original timeline. When the protagonist discovered that martial arts tome, the text explicitly stated that Cho had already transcended into immortality, which explains why they never crossed paths. Kang recalls asking to be sent back, 2 years before the novel's plot kicked off, and apparently, that was just before Cho's legendary ascension. Since Kang can't exactly admit he read all this in a web novel, he plays it cool, telling the old master he heard the legend ages ago. Intrigued, Cho orders him to tell the tale. Kang lays it on thick, spinning a story of how Cho was a hero who single-handedly slayed a fearsome dragon. A glimmer of pride appears in Cho's eyes, thrilled that someone witnessed his legendary battle. Kang internally breathes a sigh of relief that his bluff landed, because he literally just cobbled that story together from bits and pieces of the novel. Seizing the moment, Kang bows low, begging Cho to teach him the true way of the sword. Cho is taken aback by this sudden plea for mentorship and flat out refuses. He tells Kang he'll let him live, but he needs to get lost. Now, the ancient swordsman turns his back, ready to walk away, but Kang isn't about to let this opportunity slip. He blurts out that he has an upcoming duel against a master spearman. Kang then launches into a passionate speech about how everyone disrespects the sword, while spears are hailed for their reach and power. Kang confesses that on his own, he stands no chance against his rival, which is why he desperately ventured into this place, seeking a miracle. But hey, since the legendary swordsman won't help him, Kang sighs dramatically, saying he'll just go back and bow to the spear dude, admitting the spear is the superior weapon. That does it. Cho absolutely cannot stand to hear his life's passion get trashed like that, and spins around, deciding to give the kid a hand. Kang grins inwardly. His reverse psychology totally worked on the prideful old master. Cho simply points a finger at Kang, and blasts a wave of energy straight into him, sending excruciating pain tearing through his body. Cho explains he just injected pure, yang energy directly into his meridians. He promises that in 4 days, his dantian will be unlocked, and within 6 days, he'll feel a seismic shift in his power. Cho smirks, letting Kang know that with this little boost, he'll never have to worry about some punk getting the best of him again. Then, Cho tells Kang he can come back, after he's utterly crushed his opponent in that duel. Cho wants the entire world to remember that the sword reigns supreme. 1 week later, the stage is set. Kang and Jong face off in the spear training arena for their showdown. A crowd of other instructors has gathered, eager to watch the spectacle. Jong, ever the trash talker, sneers at Kang, telling him to get ready for a beatdown. Jong clearly sees Kang as nothing more than a warm-up, telling him he can have the honor of the first attack. An offer Kang is more than happy to accept, since he has no idea if this new power is actually enough to take Jong down. With a battle cry, Kang rockets through the air, his eyes blazing with the will to win. Kang's sword connects with a thunderous crack. In a shocking twist, that single strike literally shreds Jong's clothes down to his boxers. Everyone watching is speechless, as they see Jong's body slam into the ground, completely knocked out cold. Even Kang can't believe his eyes as the referee declares him the victor. The ref immediately screams for a medic. Jong is completely out of it. Kang just stands there, shell-shocked, thinking, what in the world did that old man do to me? He's still lost in thought when Park rushes over, absolutely beaming. Park is losing his mind over how Kang just one-shotted Jong, hyping him up like crazy. Kang, feeling generous, announces he's treating Park and the other instructors to a victory dinner. Meanwhile, a couple of the female instructors storm out of the arena, looking absolutely furious that their boy Jong got humiliated. That night, Kang and the crew party hard. They throw back drinks all night, but when Kang finally stumbles home, his body activates some kind of auto-cleanse, all thanks to the insane energy the old man pumped into him. Kang jolts awake, realizing the power-up Cho gave him is way more insane than he ever imagined. With this much raw power, He's got to return to that hidden world, not just to learn more, but to properly thank the old master. As a thank you, Kang treks back through the unforgiving, frozen wasteland, mulling over a single question. Was the old man really trapped inside this portal? Just as predicted, he finds the master deep in meditation, who breaks the silence to question Kang. He asks if Kang managed to crush the spear wielder. Kang coolly reveals he handled the guy with a single, decisive blow. Hearing this, Cho just assumes the spear user must have been pathetically weak. But Kang immediately pushes back. He's not here to brag, he's here for answers. Kang demands to know what the hell the old man did to him. Cho simply replies, he just unlocked his dantian to keep him from getting his butt kicked. The master then asks Kang a simple question. How long has he been training in the martial arts? Now, genuinely intrigued, the old man gestures for him to come closer and tell him everything. It finally hits Kang like a truck. His newfound power wasn't a fluke, it was all from martial arts. He looks at the master and tells him the truth. He knows literally nothing about martial arts. Cho is floored by this revelation, mentioning that he sensed a small reserve of internal energy that must have built up naturally from Kang's constant sword practice. Kang knows from fantasy novels that internal energy is supposed to be cultivated through specific training, something totally separate from how hunters operate. Changing the subject, Kang asks Cho what his country was called before he was sealed in the portal. The master replies that he hailed from the Ming dynasty. The moment he says the word Ming, everything clicks. Kang finally understands why the old man seems so clueless. It's because he's from an entirely different dimension. Kang breaks the news gently, telling Cho that the world he once knew is long gone. He explains that martial arts have vanished from the outside world. Cho is absolutely stunned as Kang continues, explaining that a new kind of power had awakened. In the wake of this new power, the old ways of the martial artists were slowly erased. Kang figures this is an easier pill to swallow than telling him he's from another universe. As always, Cho takes Kang at his word, admitting he'd lost all track of time after being trapped in the portal for so long. Seizing the moment, Kang asks the old master if he's hungry, revealing the food he brought. He offers Cho a sweet pastry wrap. Cho's eyes light up, declaring it the absolute perfect meal. While munching on the sweet, he reminisces about how people used to eat ginseng as a ward against smallpox back in his day. Hearing this, Kang digs back into his stash and pulls out a chocolate bar for the old guy. He promises it's great for fighting off the cold, and Cho, intrigued, decides to give it a try. He takes a massive bite of the chocolate and is immediately rocketed into a state of pure bliss, his eyes rolling back just like the first time. The old master is so blown away he immediately begs Kang for another. In what feels like seconds, Cho has devoured every last piece of junk food Kang brought, admitting that the cuisine from the outside world is on a whole other level. This makes Kang wonder, how has the old man been surviving? There's no fruit, not even a single animal in sight. Cho then drops a bombshell. He reveals that since entering this hidden realm, he's never once felt the need to eat. All he requires is chi to sustain himself. It's then that Kang realizes he's in the presence of a complete martial arts monster, and his first instinct is to just turn around and sprint for home. After Cho gets confirmation that martial arts are truly extinct, and that hunters have taken their place, he confesses that he's been searching for a path to ascend, to true immortality. Since martial arts no longer exist out there, the old man concludes that Kang must be the last martial artist alive. Cho knows that Kang has now tasted what real power feels like, and he asks him a critical question. What will he do with it? Kang just stammers, talking about how he just wants a normal, happy life. Cho is taken aback, but also impressed, and he finally asks for a proper introduction. The old master can sense that Kang isn't greedy, and that he possesses a willingness to learn. Seeing these rare qualities, Cho delivers the ultimate plot twist. He declares that he is willing to accept Kang as his one and only disciple. Kang's immediate response? Nah, I'm good. He shuts him down so flatly that Cho has to ask him to repeat himself, completely baffled. But Kang sticks to his guns, telling the master he has zero interest in getting any stronger. All he needed was a little boost to win his duel, and he got it. Now, he just wants to go back to his ordinary life. And as he says it, the old man sees that he's being 100% honest. Fine, Cho says, he's free to go, because he needs to begin preparing for his own ascension. Curious, Kang asks him exactly how. He intends to become an immortal. Cho explains he had to first reach the absolute pinnacle of martial arts, which he's already done. The next step was to build virtue by performing a good deed, which he accomplished by helping Kang. The master tells Kang that with just a little more cultivation, he'll be ready to ascend to the next realm. And since he's leaving this world, he sees no point in leaving behind his secret techniques or manuals. Kang's jaw hits the floor. Cho adds that it would be pointless anyway, since there's no one left to read them. After all, martial arts are dead in the outside world. Kang is reeling, completely blindsided by this turn of events. If Cho ascends without leaving anything behind, then Jiang will never get his hands on these legendary techniques, meaning he'll never be able to catch up to Kim. And without that fire, Kim will never feel the need to power up. In the end, the entire world is doomed to spiral into chaos and absolute destruction. It finally hits Kong like a ton of bricks. He didn't just nudge the plot, he completely derailed a critical storyline, all while trying to stay on the sidelines. Without a second thought, Kong practically begs the old master to accept him as a student, admitting his previous decision was totally boneheaded. Cho is visibly stunned by this sudden 180, but Kong explains, it would be a criminal waste for the master's legendary martial arts to just fade away. Kong's secret plan is to master the technique now, so he can live the ultimate lazy life later. To sweeten the pot, Kong promises the old man something he can't refuse, a non-stop supply of delicious food. Cho just smirks, warning Kong that his training is about to become a whole new level of hell. Kong just grins, telling the master to bring it on. After the duel, the news of Zhang's defeat rips through the school like wildfire. And the most humiliating detail? The fact he was rocking SpongeBob underwear. Everyone he'd ever bullied seized the moment, absolutely roasting him in the group chat. You could tell Park was loving every second of it. He clearly despised Zhang, so he was beyond satisfied watching Kong take him down a peg. Kong's win also sent a message, proving that students from regular schools have some serious skills too. On top of that, everyone respected Kong's character for not demanding a reward, but little did they know, he actually just forgot to ask. Regardless, Kong is soaking in the warm welcome he's getting from everyone on campus. He feels it in his bones with every passing day. He's getting one step closer to his dream life. Since he already promised Cho he'd be there for training every weekend, Kong fully intends to live it up during the weekdays. Kong strolls into his classroom to find his students sitting perfectly upright. The moment he crosses the threshold, they all shoot up to salute him with genuine respect. The students promise him that they're taking his advice to heart and will always stay confident. The tea about how Kong utterly destroyed Zhang has already made the rounds, and Kong asks them how they even knew. The fight was supposed to be for staff only. Turns out, one of the students has an older brother on the teaching staff, and he spilled all the juicy details. A small smile plays on Kong's lips. He tells the kids to crack open their books and tune into the lecture, all while buzzing with excitement for the amazing life he's now living. He's definitely holding on to this feeling. When the lunch bell rings, Kong heads straight for the cafeteria to refuel. The whole situation gets super awkward between him and the lunch lady, as Kong keeps asking for way more food than a normal person. Kong finally makes it to his table, beaming with joy because his tray is literally overflowing with all kinds of dishes. Kong is just about to dive in when a woman suddenly appears at his table, asking if he's the Mr. Kong who teaches swordsmanship here. Kong confirms it, but honestly, he's way more captivated by the literal mountain of food piled on her tray. She slides into the seat across from him, forcing him to ask if he knows her. The woman just smiles, saying Kong is quite the performer. She tells him to chill out, leaning in to mention there's no CCTV in this part of the cafeteria. The way she's talking is way too familiar. Kong can tell this woman definitely knows him. The problem is, he has no idea who she is. Normally, whenever he bumps into someone the original Kong knew, the memories come flooding back instantly. Seeing his completely blank expression, the woman finally reveals her name. She says her name is Siora, and the second he hears it, something clicks. She feels familiar. He remembers seeing a Siora in his phone's contacts. Siora smiles, thinking he's finally figured it out. She explains that her appearance is a little different because she tweaked her look to blend in as a teacher. While she's casually laughing about it, Kong is just sitting there, his mind racing, trying to figure out what is happening. Then it hits him. In the original novel, Siora is the name of the woman who becomes the main character, Xiong's homeroom teacher. Not only that, she's a major character in the second volume because she's a member of the International Criminal Organization, Antagonist. She's a villain, a straight-up villain sitting right in front of him. At that moment, more memories from the novel rush into his mind. Antagonist, also known as Antas, is a hardcore anti-hunter organization. They were behind the slaughter of countless hunters, which basically makes them the mortal enemy of the International Hunter Alliance. But this group is like a ghost, operating deep in the shadows, which makes them nearly impossible to catch. Siora notices Kong is still totally stiff and reminds him to relax, pointing out again that they're off camera. Kong devoured that novel from start to finish, and he knows for a fact there was never any mention of his character getting involved with a criminal syndicate. Just then, a system notification pops up in his vision. A side story has just been unlocked. Basically, Kong is about to be forced onto a new story path, one that casts him as an Antas assassin. The news shocks Kong to his very core. He has absolutely no memory of Kong ever joining Antas, but then a faint memory surfaces, something the author mentioned in an interview long after the novel was finished. A system notification flashes, offering to play the prologue of a side story. Without a single moment of hesitation, he taps to view it. The scene rewinds, Back in his early days with the guild, he had a brother in arms, a man named Changsu. Changsu was a hero, the same guy who blew the whistle on the corrupt orphanage director, and the one who personally rescued Kang 2 years ago. They were trudging back from a brutal mission when reality ripped open beside them, a rogue portal spewing a tidal wave of monsters in their direction. They screamed for backup, but their calls went unanswered. Another squad was in a jam, so they were left completely on their own. To Kang, Changsu was more than a partner. He was the older brother and the only family he ever had. But Changsu made the ultimate sacrifice, giving his life so Kang could make it out alive. After Changsu's death, the guild's response was a cold, detached report stating they lacked the capacity to help, claiming monsters had also spawned inside the city. Their official excuse was sacrificing the few to save the many. But Kang wasn't an idiot. He knew it was all about the guild's internal politics and factions. Both he and Changsu were just regular school graduates, not some elite academy prodigies, and because of that, they were always treated as expendable. Burning with a furious sense of betrayal, Kang demanded an overseas deployment and was shipped off to China. But a year later, he was back in Korea. Just when he was seriously contemplating ditching the guild for good, Seora appeared, offering him a spot in her organization, Antas. And that was the whole tragic backstory. Turns out, the original Kang was on a revenge path. After Seora made her offer, he dove headfirst into Antas without a second thought. The guy even started wiring half of his entire income to Antas, disguised as a donation. He'd even asked Seora out once. He got shot down hard, but tried to play it cool by suggesting they just be friends instead. It finally clicks. The original Kang had applied to the Hunter School for the sole purpose of staying close to Seora. Our MC can't process how utterly trash the original Kang was, joining a criminal organization not for vengeance, but because he was simping for Seora. Kang is still reeling from these memories when Seora's voice cuts through the haze, asking him if he's alright. Still trembling from the shock, he nervously stammers that he's fine. Kang thought he was finally getting a handle on this new life, but now he's just discovered he's a member of a full-blown crime syndicate. Seora then tells Kang she's genuinely impressed he landed a job at the school, since getting hired there is notoriously difficult. The truth is, the original Kang passed the entrance exam on his very first shot, which just goes to show the insane lengths he'd go to for this girl. Seora then asks Kang how he's settling into the school, and he just replies that he's been coping. Seora casually mentions she was a bit hurt when she learned he got into the school without even telling her. Kang just mutters that things were hectic, which is why he couldn't. Seora then smoothly pivots, asking why he hasn't sent this month's donation yet. Hearing this, snaps Kang back to reality. He realizes he can't keep funneling cash into this organization if he ever wants to have a decent life after retirement. Seora is visibly shocked when Kang informs her that he has no intention of sending any more donations. But surprisingly, she isn't pissed. Kang has already poured a ton of money into their cause. Besides, he's a teacher on a meager salary now. They can't expect him to keep donating what little he makes. Seora reveals that all donations are, in fact, voluntary. When our MC hears this, he can't believe what a massive simp the original Kang was. Seora then points out that his hunter ranking has likely skyrocketed since he absolutely demolished that B-rank hunter. A sly smile plays on Seora's lips as she tells Kang that she wants them to change the world together. But all Kang hears is a clear invitation to destroy the world. Still, unlike most criminal groups, Antas has a code. They are forbidden from harming civilians or the innocent. On top of that, they aren't even allowed to touch Hunter School students unless it's an absolutely desperate situation. Kang quickly deduces that Seora's role within Antas most likely centers on recruiting promising students. However, that's the extent of his knowledge, cobbled together from what he remembers reading in the novel. He wonders what other dark secrets are lurking within this side story. Cutting to the chase, Kang flat out asks Seora what his mission is. The woman just tells him to focus on adjusting to his new school life for now. She even urges him to make a few friends while he's at it. Kang pushes for more details, arguing that he needs to know more so he can make proper plans. In response, Seora simply stands up to leave. She tells Kang that if he wants more intel, they'll have to meet up regularly. She proposes the last Tuesday of every month. Kang questions her choice of Tuesdays, and Seora reveals it's because there are usually no mandatory office dinners on Tuesday nights. That way, they can have dinner. And with that, Seora makes her exit. By the weekend, Kang is right back to his intense training with Cho. Because he's so impressed with Kang's explosive growth, Cho actually took the time to write a secret manual just for him to help guide his inner energy circulation. With his martial arts techniques, Cho tells Kang that he has pried open his dantian, but mastering it is a journey Kang must take on his own. Cho makes it clear that he has to commit to a daily practice of circulating internal energy through his entire body to truly get the hang of it. Instead of replying, Kang immediately drops into a meditative state, which promptly earns him a sharp whack on the head. He yelps in pain, shouting at the old man for completely shattering his focus. Cho calls Kang out immediately, saying his focus is shot because his inner energy is broadcasting his turmoil for everyone to see. Kang is floored that the old man could read his worries just from his energy's vibe, but Cho just shrugs, saying it's as natural as breathing. Cho then invites Kang to unload whatever's weighing on him, because he's ready to listen. So, Kang drops a heavy question on the old man. Does he look like a good person, or a bad one? Cho's answer is simple. Good and bad are choices only the powerful get to worry about. He schools Kang that in any war, the losers are automatically painted as villains because they aren't around to defend their actions. Cho argues that without power, good and evil are just meaningless labels. After all, everyone who fought in the legendary war between good and the evil blood cultists ended up dead way too soon. After dropping these truth bombs, Cho asks Kang if he helped, and Kang confirms it. With perfect timing, Cho then orders Kang to go grab him a chocolate bar. That final piece of advice really slammed into Kang's soul. It doesn't matter which side he's on. The moment he's in the game, he's risking his life in their war. Kang is a guy who just wants to stack cash and live a chill life, and this whole situation is the exact opposite of that. This realization pushes Kang to demand a sit-down with Seora. Seora is thrown off guard. Why is Kang hitting her up for a meeting now, when they were already scheduled to link up at the end of the month? With a dead serious expression, Kang tells Seora he has something he needs to say. He asks her if he can just walk away from Antas, a question that instantly triggers Seora, who lunges across the table at him, fork aimed right at his face. Everyone in the restaurant freezes, completely shook by the scene. The whispers start immediately, assuming he must have cheated on his girlfriend. Kang braced himself for a wild reaction, but he never imagined Seora would escalate things this far. Seora snarls, demanding he explain himself. Kang agrees to talk, but insists they need to leave the restaurant, since they're now the center of a massive scene. He tells her they should go to his car. He's got proof he needs to show her. A few moments later, they're in his car, heading towards Incheon. Seora demands to know why they're suddenly on a road trip, but he tells her some things can't be explained with words alone, all while Seora keeps the fork pressed against his neck. She tells him to start talking about what he said back there. Kang lays it out. He only joined Antas to get around the BS discrimination against grads from non-hunter schools, but now, he feels like the tides are starting to turn. Seora scoffs, mocking him for thinking one little duel changed anything. Kang admits he's not 100% certain, but he sees a glimmer of hope. He tells her he wants to make his own moves, without Antas' involvement, because their methods are just way too extreme for him. Kang states that so much of what Antas does clashes with his own values, like the terror attacks, and how they execute people without a second thought. Seora fires back, claiming Antas didn't even commit all those attacks, because the government framed them for some of it. She then coldly adds that every single person they killed had it coming. Kang immediately challenges her on that, shouting that nobody deserves to die. Seora gets furious, pissed that Kang is getting hung up on missions he isn't even a part of. Kang finally admits it. He's terrified. He begs Seora to lower the fork. Seora pulls back slightly, but a red mark is already blooming on his neck. Kang knew trying to leave a criminal syndicate wouldn't be a walk in the park, but he came to this meeting fully prepared. Kang tells Seora to pull up the news about the assassination of Min Young-seok, the deputy director of the Hunter Management Agency. Turns out, the guy had embezzled tens of billions. Kang concedes that the director probably deserved to die, but he questions if his driver did, or the two other passengers who were killed when that truck collided with them. That driver was a widower who was raising his daughter completely on his own. He wasn't even a full-time employee. He was just a contract driver for the agency, and his death left his daughter an orphan. Kang drills Seora with a question. Was that driver part of Min Young-seok's corruption? Seora quietly replies that he wasn't. Here's the kicker. In the original story, that driver's daughter is Lee Soa, a character who becomes a massive player later on. When her path crosses with the protagonists, Kong reminds Seora that while some people hailed Antas as heroes for exposing the corruption, the innocent driver was completely forgotten. The revelation visibly stuns Seora. She insists there must have been some kind of mistake, because the rules are crystal clear. They are forbidden from harming civilians. Kang just lets out a bitter laugh at that, and he asks her if she honestly believes that Driver was the only innocent person who's died just for being near an Antas target. Hearing this, Seora clutches her head, a wave of pain and frustration washing over her. Deep down, she knows the answer, but it's a truth she's been desperately trying to ignore. Kang sees the crack in her armor. He's finally getting through to her, and he's thinking this is going to be a cakewalk from now on. But out of nowhere, Seora completely flips the script, asking Kang if he has any clue why she shot down his offer. Kang scoffs that it's a little late for this conversation, but bam, the fork is right back at his throat, forcing him to listen to what she's about to say. Seora then drops a bombshell. Both her parents were casualties of the Great Portal disaster. that ravaged the city 15 years ago, back when she was just a little kid. Kang is absolutely floored by this revelation, since it was never mentioned in the novel, and he instantly deduces this must be part of a hidden side story. Kang admits that Siora must have had it rough, but he's still failing to connect the dots between her tragic past and her decision to reject his deal. Siora just digs the fork deeper into his neck, making him immediately start pleading, and he swears he'll shut up and listen. Siora then reveals that the portals that tore open in her neighborhood were the absolute worst of the bunch. We're talking 4 D-rank portals and 2 C-rank portals. Her district was clearly ground zero, and even though it was right next door to the association, not a single hunter ever came to their aid. Yet, dozens of hunters were scrambled to protect the wealthy neighborhoods where only pathetic F-rank portals had appeared. Kang is staggered by this, because something this corrupt should have been a massive incident, yet he can't recall a single word about it from the novel. Siora then explains that the whole scandal was reported by the media, but the same rich folks who got special protection used their money to bury the story. Siora confesses she never would have known the ugly truth if she hadn't gone digging for it herself. It all finally clicks for Kang. Siora was probably on track to attend a hunter academy, but this injustice was the turning point that drove her straight into the arms of Antas. Through her tears, Siora explains she wanted to tell him why she refused his offer, but all she's managed to talk about is her parents. Then she admits it. She actually did like Kang, but she can't even think about her own feelings until she's gotten justice for her family. Siora wants Kang to propose to her again, but only after she's finally achieved her revenge. Kang just hangs his head out the car window, wondering what kind of parent would ever want their child to throw their life away and join a terrorist organization over a quest for revenge. Kang knows that the original owner of this body would have jumped at the chance to help Siora, but he's a completely different soul, with zero emotional attachment to this girl. He knows his life will be 1,000 times better if he just cuts his losses and leaves. I mean, the guy literally knows the future because he read the novel. He's already planning how to break things off with Siora, so he can finally live his best life when he feels a phantom hand grip his shoulder. It's the ghost of the old Kang, silently begging our MC for help. Kang is so shaken by the vision that he nearly swerves into oncoming traffic before Siora's scream snaps him out of it. Siora thinks he's just freaking out because of the fork at his throat, and she quickly promises to put it away. But Kang is still reeling from what he just saw. He turns to Siora and asks her a critical question. Who, exactly, is she trying to get revenge on? The question catches Siora completely off guard. She asks if he's having a change of heart, but Kang just barks at her to answer the damn question. And so, Siora finally names her target. The director of the hunter management agency at the time was a man named Kim In-hak. However, she's convinced that he didn't orchestrate the whole thing by himself. Kang immediately points out to Siora that if Kim was already a director 15 years ago, he's probably untouchable now, wielding way more power than he did back then. Siora's eyes light up, asking if he's reconsidering his plan to quit. Kang shuts her down. Nope, he's still quitting for sure. But, he says, he wants to help her personally. Siora is bewildered, asking him how in the world he plans on helping her, when this is a mission that even the entire Antas organization is struggling with. Kim isn't some chump they can just corner, and Kang simply assures Siora that while it seems impossible right now, things are about to get much, much easier. See, in the novel, Kim is currently a congressman, and he continues to climb the ranks of power until the story's original protagonist finally shows up to take him down. On the other hand, Siora's identity as an Antas agent gets exposed, leading to her arrest. And while she avoids a death sentence, she gets slapped with life in prison without any possibility of parole. The worst part? All of this happens just 3 years from their current point in time. Since Kang has all this future knowledge, he tells Siora bluntly that Antas will never help her get revenge. Siora demands to know how he knows that, but Kang can't just tell her, he has to show her. So he offers Siora a deal with one huge condition. He will help her, but she has to abandon Antas and leave with him, right now. Siora is stunned by this, telling Kang there's absolutely no way she can get revenge without Antas's power behind her. Kang just argues back, telling her she'll understand everything as soon as they reach their destination. And where are they going? Straight to the source of Antas's funding, their massive drug trafficking operation. A few moments later, they pull up to what looks like a chic clothing store. This is Kang's first time here in person, but he knows from the novel that this whole high-fashion brand is just a front for their illegal business in the back. This boutique is nothing less than the central drug distribution hub for Antas's China branch in Korea. Kang casually walks up to the attendant and begins speaking to him in perfect Chinese. You guys got any Genesis in stock? Kang asks, cutting straight to it. The store clerk plays innocent, but Kang's dead-eyed stare screams that he knows exactly what this place is. Come on, man, just sell it to me, Kang insists. Still feigning ignorance, the attendant's hand drifts slowly, deliberately, beneath the counter. In a flash, steel appears. The clerk brandishes a knife, his voice a low growl. Get out. We only do wholesale here. A smirk plays on Kang's lips. He's completely unfazed. That's funny, he muses. Malin didn't mention that part. What's your name, bro? Kang presses, the threat hanging heavy in the air. Because I'm about to give Malin a ring. The clerk's face drains of all color. He's completely shook, never imagining this random guy would know a name like Malin. Oh yeah, Kang lies smoothly. Me and Malin go way back to my time in China. She's the one who told me about this little distribution point in Korea. Now, this is a massive bluff. Malin is the daughter of the freaking boss of Antas, China. She's the shot caller for the entire Korean drug operation. There is zero chance a lowlife like Kang has ever even been in the same room as her. No way. This is a pure, desperate, Hail Mary play. Kang dangles the lie in front of him. I can call her right now if you're feeling skeptical, he offers, his voice like ice. But you better be ready for whatever happens next. The attendant folds instantly, apologizing profusely for the misunderstanding. Stammering that he didn't realize Kang was a VIP, the dealer bolts into the back room to grab the goods. Bring me everything you've got, Kang calls after him. The second he's gone, Seora leans in, whispering, What in the world was that about? What were you two saying? Kang turns to her, his expression grim. We're here to buy drugs, and I know you won't believe me until you see it for yourself, he continues, dropping the bombshell. This entire shop is a front for Antas's drug distribution network. Seora's jaw just about hits the floor. This is the first she's hearing, that Antas is even in the drug game. See? Antas only really exploded onto the public scene right after the protagonist first appeared. Soon after, Antas Korea and Antas China got into a nasty feud over how to split the profits. That's when the protagonist swooped in and completely wiped both factions off the map. I'll get him to speak Korean when he comes back, Kang tells Seora, just so you know I'm not capping. A moment later, the dealer returns, his arms overflowing with product. We just opened, so our supply isn't massive yet, he explains nervously. The haul he brought out, though, is easily a month's worth of sales. He's practically begging. Just please put in a good word for me, with Malin. Don't worry, I got you, Kang assures him, then switches gears. Hey, let's speak Korean from now on. The clerk eyes Seora with concern, but Kang waves it off. It's cool, she's a huge Genesis fan too. The vibe immediately gets super awkward. Seora, trying to salvage the situation, gives a weak thumbs up, which only succeeds in making her look like a desperate fiend. It's more than enough to convince the dealer that this girl needs an intervention, not more product. Kang changes the subject. When's the next shipment coming in? The dealer reveals it's going to be a while, before the next batch reaches Korea. Of course, he adds, with your connection to Malin, maybe it could arrive sooner. Seora whispers to Kang, is this Malin person even real, or did you make her up? Kang gives her a look. You think I'd risk my life walking in here without being 100% sure? Of course, Kang knows Malin is a top-tier executive. There's no way in hell she knows who he is. The dealer interrupts his thoughts. So, how will you be paying for this? You take cards? Kang asks. The dealer lets out a sharp laugh. A card? Get real, man. We don't do that here. Stop playing around. Cash only. Kang tries another angle. All right, how about a payment plan? The dealer's face hardens. Not a chance. Then, without another word, bam, Kang unleashes a devastating punch straight to the man's head. He had focused all his internal energy into his fist, a special technique the old man had taught him, a single strike designed to induce severe amnesia. The dealer hits the floor, out cold. Kang knows the guy will probably wake up a vegetable. He doesn't care, just another worthless dealer. Kang turns back to Seora. So, you believe me now? Or are you still having doubts? Seora is absolutely stunned. How? How did you know any of this? Kang shrugs. You told me to join the association, so I did. But I started doing my own research to figure out exactly what kind of cesspool I was jumping into. I discovered Antas was dealing this stuff back when I was in China, he explains. Come on, let's get out of here. We'll pin everything that just happened on our unconscious friend over there. He has no plans to call the cops. Antas would just install a new dealer and open up another shop somewhere else. It wouldn't even slow them down. Finally, it all sinks in for Seora. I believe you, she says, her voice firm. I believe everything you've told me. Because of this, she continues, I'll handle your resignation with the higher-ups. She lays out her plan. I'm going to tell them you were constantly harassing me about our relationship, and that's why I had to force you out. Model. She's completely unfazed, certain no one will ever look into this, and while Kang despises the whole idea, he has to admit it's their cleanest exit strategy. Then, a chilling realization hits Kang. Seora has zero plans to quit, even after finding out just how messed up their organization truly is. Seora hits him with a reality check. reminding him she's been with the association forever. She's practically an executive at this point. She's seen too much, knows too much. They're never just going to let her walk away. It finally clicks for Kang. He's just a rookie in this dangerous game. But Siora? Her roots in this organization run terrifyingly deep. Kang wants to fight it, but he knows the timeline could completely derail if Siora isn't inside Antas when things go down. He reluctantly agrees to let her stay embedded until the protagonist finally uncovers the entire criminal network. But then he has to ask, have you ever, committed a crime? Siora confirms she's never crossed that line on any mission for Antas, explaining her entire gig is just scouting students with potential. But apparently, that's way harder than it sounds, because she hasn't successfully recruited a single person. A wave of relief washes over Kang. A plan starts to form in his mind, and he tells Siora he wants her to become a double agent. The suggestion leaves Siora absolutely floored, but Kang explains it's the only way to build an insurance policy for herself, in case Antas decides she's disposable. Kang lays out the plan. She'll secretly gather intel on Antas and feed it directly to the police. And when Antas sends her on missions, she'll intentionally pick the most useless, low-stakes jobs they have. By playing both sides, she can escape any future charges. But Siora pushes back, saying she has nothing concrete to give the cops. Kang insists that even the smallest scraps of information could be a game changer, and he promises Siora he'll personally vouch for her. Still, he warns her not to trust him blindly, because if this operation goes sideways, he will not hesitate to cut her loose. A smile creeps across Siora's face. She's convinced this just proves Kang has a massive crush on her. Kang just gives her a look of pure disgust, firing back that she can believe whatever fantasy she wants. He then tells her to find her own way back to Seoul, claiming he's got other business to handle. Even with the cold shoulder, Siora is absolutely certain he's just playing hard to get. After ditching Siora, Kang teleports to the Hidden Realm to meet the Old Master. Joe immediately calls him out for being late. The old man asks if he managed to handle the problem that was weighing on him. Kang confirms he did, thanking Joe for the solid advice. Joe declares he's about to be punished for his tardiness, but Kang came prepared with the perfect bribe. He explains he made a detour through Chinatown on his way over and picked up some high-quality bamboo leaf liquor. He casually tells the old master he doesn't have to drink it, but the temptation is way too strong to resist. Joe instantly calls a training-free day. A few moments later, he's happily sipping the booze with some tofu, showering Kang with praise. He asks how Kang knew he was from Sichuan, and Kang can't help but marvel at how fast the grumpy old master changed his tune. The old man just huffs, claiming he was only stern because Kang was later than he'd ever been before. Joe then questions Kang's sudden change of heart, pointing out that he was totally slacking before but now seems desperate to train. While Joe is lost in his food and drink, Kang is a blur of motion, relentlessly practicing his sword forms. Kang brushes it off, claiming the booze was just a small thank you for the guidance. But really, Kang is ready to grind like never before, knowing his choice to protect Siora has put a massive target on his back from some seriously powerful people. He knows this is a huge deviation from the novel's plot. There was never a timeline where Siora became a double agent, and while he's confident he could take on an A-rank hunter right now, he's not delusional. A top-tier Antas official like Maylene would wipe the floor with him. A wry smile touches Kang's lips as he thinks about the absurdity of it all. He's just a B-rank swordsmanship instructor who has no business getting involved in this mess. After all, the original hero, Zion, only got his power up by stumbling upon a manual and grinding through countless training sessions and elixirs. Kang, on the other hand, had the cheat code of having his dantian forcibly opened by a legendary sword grandmaster. As Kang continues his relentless training, Joe is still munching away, loudly proclaiming how amazing the tofu is. Kang knows that if he can just keep learning from this ridiculously powerful swordsman, he might actually have a shot at surviving what's coming. Right on cue, Joe shouts for Kang, announcing they're out of ramen, and he's developed a taste for it. Then he starts demanding another tasty food ingredient he wants, and Kang can feel his patience wearing thin. But he bites his tongue and stays cool, reminding himself that Joe is literally the strongest man on the planet. He tells Joe he'll grab more of his favorite snacks on the way back, but the old man just keeps tacking more items onto the shopping list. Kang agrees to everything just to shut him up and get back to training, but the constant sounds of the old man eating are a major distraction. Every mouth-watering scent wafts past his nose until he finally snaps, unable to take another second of it. As Kong tells the old master to chill on the food, the man just shrugs it off, even asking if Kong wants to get in on the action. Kong admits he's been craving real food, which is why he's taking his sweet time savoring every bite. But his nagging finally gets under Cho's skin, and a fist smacks him right across the head. Cho explodes, saying he's finally getting his sense of taste back after years of it being gone. He admits he likes Kong's drive, but flatly tells him that rushing his training is a one-way ticket to failure. Kong completely loses it, screaming that the old man seems more interested in his lunch than in his training. Cho calmly informs Kong that he's actually progressing at a crazy pace all by himself. The old master says Kong is destined for big things, but he can't speedrun his way to the top. But Kong isn't buying it. A month has passed and he feels like he's hit a wall. Cho fires back, saying the only reason Kong can't see the massive leap in his skills is because he's a natural. What really shocks Cho is Kong's apparent lack of hunger to become overwhelmingly powerful. Kong snaps at the old man, pointing out that he's laser-focused on his ramen bowl instead of Kong's fighting stance. Frustrated, Kong demands a shortcut, some kind of hack, if the old master isn't going to teach him properly. That demand earns him another solid whack on the head. Cho berates him for begging for cheat codes when his training has barely even begun. As Kong writhes in the snow, Cho sarcastically asks if he's plotting to take over the world or something. Kong shoots him a look of pure disgust, and the old man threatens to pop him one more time. Cho lectures that martial arts isn't something you can just cram for. That's when Kong decides to play dirty. He calmly informs the old man that he won't be able to restock his ramen supply anymore because the prices just skyrocketed. Cho is completely floored. This kid is actually blackmailing him. Kong clarifies that it's not a threat. He's just laying out the harsh economic reality. He then twists the ninja knife, mentioning he probably can't afford the specific brands the old man loves. Basically, Kong paints a bleak picture where all the snacks and goodies he's been buying for the master are now way out of his budget. This economic warfare hits its mark. The thought of losing his endless supply of ramen is a nightmare Cho isn't prepared to face. The delicious food Kong has been supplying is just too good to give up. Cho completely caves to Kong's demands. He promises to start teaching him with everything he's got, and to show more gratitude for the food. Hearing this, Kong is satisfied. He promises he'll make an extra effort to find all of Cho's favorite things. With the deal struck, Cho suggests they get back to training, but he gives a final warning. Don't come crying to him about how brutal the training gets. Kong couldn't care less. As long as he's getting the best training possible, he'll take whatever is thrown at him. The very next day, Kong gets a text from Seora confirming that a recent problem has been handled. Kong is relieved, but a new anxiety creeps in. He starts to wonder what other messes his past self might have created. Still, his goal is simple: help Seora, and then try to live a normal, peaceful life from now on. But peace is the last thing he gets when a pair of twin sisters suddenly appear at his office door. Kong is stunned. He asks the girls if they're not heading to the cafeteria. They confirm they are, but they need him to come with them. Before lunch, they have to make a stop at the auditorium. Kong is totally confused, wondering why on earth he would need to go there. The sisters have to remind Kong about what the vice principal announced during the morning assembly. Turns out, Kong is scheduled for an interview for the school's brand new YouTube channel. The memory finally clicks into place. He was so buried in other things that he completely forgot. Since Kong is considered the best-looking teacher, he was the obvious choice for the first interview. Kong is not exactly thrilled by this development. The girls try to hype him up, mentioning there might be a bonus in it for him if the video does well. Hearing that, Kong has to admit they have a point. They give him a note with a list of questions he'll be asked during the interview. They strongly advise him to look over the questions ahead of time. Apparently, the school principal himself will be reviewing the footage before anything gets uploaded, highlighting just how serious the school is taking this. After laying out all the details, the girls get ready to go. But before they disappear, they mention there's one more crucial piece of information he needs. The student council president is going to be there for the interview as well. The girls say they'll try to stick to the approved questions, but the president has a reputation for being a wild card and might just throw in some bizarre, off-the-cuff questions. Kong isn't fazed by the idea of strange questions, as long as they stay away from his love life. The twins quickly reassure him that his personal life is off limits, but they urge him to give them a secret signal if he feels uncomfortable, and they'll immediately cut the cameras. Kong is relieved to hear it. He tells the girls to have his back, knowing exactly what kind of power-tripping personalities student council presidents usually have. Now, he's actually kind of curious to see what this one will be like. The student council president is practically bouncing off the walls, dying to meet Kang. Turns out, the whole thing was the government's bright idea. They wanted to launch a YouTube channel for the schools to shut down all the wild rumors flying around about what really happens inside. But the policy didn't just drop overnight. Nah, our boys' Hunter Academy was chosen as the guinea pig for the entire program. Kang is totally blindsided. This whole YouTube thing never even got a single mention in the novel, so he figured it was a dead-end idea. His luck is just trash. Of course, he has to be the one to pop the school's interview cherry. Stepping into the recording room, he braces himself. Inside, he spots the tech teacher, a woman named Min. She's the one tasked with editing this whole mess, and you can practically see the anxiety radiating off her. Kang tries to break the ice, admitting it's his first time on camera too, so he's just as jittery. He gives Min props, assuming she's a pro at video editing. But plot twist, Min spills that she has zero clue what she's doing. The principal just dumped it on her. Because, Well, she's the tech teacher. She flat out says that since there's no extra cash in it for her, she's planning to slap it together as fast as possible and bounce. I mean, it's not like they're gonna slide her a bonus, even if the video goes viral. Just then, the twins give Kang the signal the camera's rolling, and right on cue, the student council president herself makes her grand entrance. Kang can't help but stare at the president, Kim Se-jin. At the exact same moment, Kim Se-jin is doing a full scan of her own, taking in just how tall and ridiculously handsome Kang is. But Kang's equally impressed. This girl radiates pure, unfiltered confidence. He's stumped. How could someone with this much main character energy be a complete no-show in the novel? Kim strides right up to Kang, and without missing a beat, tells him he's seriously good-looking. She declares the video is guaranteed to be a hit, which is why she's so hyped to work with him. Kang is absolutely floored by her social finesse, a total 180 from the awkward weirdo the twins described. In what felt like a blur, they nail the interview. It's a wrap. The girls are bummed, wishing they had more time with Kang, but they know they have to let him go. Kang plays along, sighing that he's sad it's over so soon. Then he drops a bomb he's thinking about filing for overtime pay from the school. The girls' jaws hit the floor, and Kang immediately backpedals, laughing it off as a joke. On the other hand, Min mutters that she is 100% demanding overtime pay. But then, Kim Se-jin cuts in, saying it would be a massive letdown for the viewers if the video just ended there. And that's when Kim Se-jin drops an absolute bombshell. She challenges Kang to a sparring match. The tech teacher immediately tries to shut it down, reminding Kim Se-jin that this was a totally random, off-script demand. Even the twins have to agree. This came out of nowhere. Kang is in disbelief. They were literally packing up, and now this? It suddenly clicks. This must be the eccentric character the twins were warning him about. One of the twins tries to explain to Kim that they hadn't prepped the teacher for this, but Kim just fires back that since Kang himself said he was disappointed it was over, she was just giving the fans what they wanted. She apologizes for being so abrupt, but admits she's just a huge sparring junkie. And since Kang's specialty is swordsmanship, Kim figures, why not? Kang can see it in her eyes. This isn't some malicious ploy. It's just a pure, unfiltered passion for the fight. Just as the twins are about to call it a day, Kang speaks up. He's in. The twins protest, reminding him this was never part of the plan, but Kang just waves it off. It's cool. He does have one question, though what are they supposed to use for swords? Kim Se-jin's face lights up as she cuts in, announcing she brought a pair of steel training swords. The twins are shook. They ask her when on earth she grabbed them, and Kim just casually says she brought them along, just in case. Bet, Kang says, accepting her challenge. Deep down, he knows he's still basically a student, even if his body moves with the muscle memory of a veteran. As they get set for the duel, the tech teacher is practically fuming. Her dream of clocking out early has just gone up in smoke. They all move to the training grounds. While Kim starts her warm-up, Kang feels a strange sense of calm. He's not even nervous. Not after wiping the floor with Jong. That fight proved he was more than capable. On top of that, he's been grinding non-stop, taking an absolute beating from Old Man Cho during their relentless training sessions. Still, Kang isn't about to get cocky. Kim Se-jin is a third year, and she's the council president for a reason. He's not about to underestimate her. Kang watches her, sizing her up as if she were a full-fledged hunter. Then, he gives her a nod. You can have the first move. A grin flashes across Kim Se-jin's face as she takes the offer, exploding towards Kang with breathtaking speed. Even Kang is taken aback. She's way faster than any of the first years, and her footwork is something else entirely. A totally unique style. Kang is genuinely shocked. He expected a standard middle or diagonal slash. Instead, she's coming at him with a high-speed thrust. It's a bold opening, a move that screams confidence in her own skills. With a flick of his ankle, Kang effortlessly sidesteps the blow. And what truly throws him for a loop is that Kim doesn't freak out like any normal student would. Instead, she unleashes a sharp upward slash, but Kang just weaves around it. Unfazed, Kim continues her barrage, a whirlwind of strikes aimed at taking her teacher down. He's untouchable, sidestepping every single blow. Finally, Kim is forced to call out, asking how long he's just going to play defense. You see, Kang's insane dodging skills were forged in a brutal training regimen with his old master. The old man held a legendary grudge, all because Kang once threatened his food supply. The beatdowns were legendary. Thanks to that training, Kang effortlessly evades everything Kim throws at him. Kang even has the breathing room to critique her form, pointing out that her laser focus on attacking is making her lean too far forward. Kim fires back, claiming she hasn't even gotten serious yet. She puts everything into a devastating swing aimed right at Kang, but he vanishes, reappearing behind her in a flash, his voice low as he tells her she's left herself wide open for a fatal blow. For a second, Kang flashes back to how Cho used to thrash him like he owed him money. The more he relives it, the more that old anger surfaces. He entertains the thought of snatching some of Cho's ramen for payback, but he instantly shuts that idea down. It would only make the old man even more unhinged. Shaking it off, Kang points out another one of her mistakes. He tells the student council president she's burning through her stamina, channeling way too much power into just her hands and arms. He schools her, telling her to use her entire body to power her attacks. The second the words leave his mouth, Kim's entire posture shifts, stunning Kang. He can't wrap his head around it. She instantly absorbed his advice, readjusting her grip and stance on the fly. Kang is absolutely floored, wondering if this is what it means to be truly special, the thing that sets her miles apart from everyone else. With a new glint in his eye, Kang shifts his sword to his left hand. He informs Kim Se-jin that playtime is over. Meanwhile, the tech teacher is still fuming, absolutely livid that she's running even later than she thought. Just as Kang prepares to launch his counterattack, Kim holds up a hand, stopping him cold. Kang blinks, asking her what's up, but she just shakes her head. She then asks if he'd be cool with her, using a little mana. She swears not to channel it into her weapon, but Kang is just blown away that she's already unlocked the ability to use mana. Kim Se-jin explains that, starting at the end of their second year, students are permitted to join field training missions at portal sites. She admits she's only just begun to tap into her mana. Kang already knew this was part of the curriculum right before graduation. The students get to explore low-level portals, always chaperoned by a teacher or a government-assigned hunter. Still, Kang is seriously impressed that this girl can wield mana at all, even a tiny amount. He quickly pieces it together. She must have sensed the shift in speed, right as he was about to move, which is why she asked to power up. This just skyrockets his curiosity. He has to know just how high her ceiling really is. Kang gives her the green light, telling her to go all out with her mana. Kim looks relieved, finally getting to use the power that she couldn't tap into while sparring with Jong. To her, this is the perfect chance to truly feel out and control her mana. Kim explodes forward, her speed dialed up to 11. Kang barely gets his blade up in time to block, but a jolt runs up his arm. It's gone completely numb, and that was from blocking an attack without a shred of his own internal energy. Kang's eyes widen in disbelief. She didn't even imbue her weapon with mana. She used it purely for a physical power-up. The force of the blow shoves Kang back from his spot. He's genuinely impressed. She got this strong from just basic training. See, when you fight monsters, your body naturally soaks up mana from the environment. But there's a catch. That growth isn't infinite. Everyone has a natural ceiling, a hard limit on how much mana they can accumulate based on their raw talent. But Kang learned a secret from Cho. Mana is just crude, unrefined internal energy. Following this lesson, Kang had long ago converted every drop of mana in his body into pure internal energy. He literally can't use mana anymore, but what he possesses is infinitely more potent. But he's a teacher now, with a certain reputation to maintain. So Kang makes a decision. He's not going to use his real power against a student. He continues to flow around her attacks, his eyes tracing every movement until he finally deciphers her attack pattern. Hunter swordsmanship, he muses, is just too straightforward. It makes sense, since they're trained to fight mindless beasts, not thinking opponents. It's the exact reason so many low-ranked hunters get absolutely wiped by monsters that show a spark of intelligence. Just as he predicts, Kim Se-jin starts to falter, her movements getting sluggish with each desperate swing. Kang can see her next move coming from a mile away, a standard diagonal slash. But then, she switches it up at the very last second, attempting a slick reverse grip counter, combined with a forward thrust. Kang gives her props for the creative move, but he effortlessly dodges and sweeps her leg out from under her. He tells her she was way too close to ever make that thrust connect. Kim's world tilts as she loses her footing and slams onto the ground, completely immobilized. The sudden turn of events leaves the twins and the other teacher absolutely speechless. Kim's knee flares a bright, angry red from the impact, and Kang rests the cold steel of his sword against her neck, signaling her official defeat. Kang can see the raw disappointment in Kim Se-jin's eyes. The loss stings, revealing just how fiercely competitive she truly is. Kang actually concedes that she put up a hell of a fight in their clash, proving she has the grit to be the student council president. But he cuts straight to the point, telling her the fatal flaw in her skill set is how predictable her moves are. Kang acknowledges that channeling her mana gave her a serious power boost, but he warns her that it can't be her only crutch. He tells her she needs to start diversifying her sword techniques. Then, Kang offers a hand, pulling her to her feet, as Seora thanks him for the brutal, but necessary, lesson. One of the twins spots the tech teacher looking absolutely furious, and when she presses him on what's wrong, he reveals their video is about to go nuclear. A week after it drops, Kang's life spirals into a whole new level of chaos. He finds himself mobbed by students, trying to sign autographs, telling them he doesn't even have a signature. but they just shove paper in his face, begging him to just scribble something. Apparently, that little clip didn't just get views, it detonated online. Kang is forced to sign a mountain of autographs before he can even start his lesson for the day. He's silently fuming that the video went viral because he isn't seeing a single cent from it. The school's channel has skyrocketed to over 250,000 subscribers off his back, and the video itself has blasted past 1 million views. It finally sinks in for Kang. The internet is a wild, untamed beast. Everyone who has seen the video is absolutely hooked. The clash between Kang and Kim wasn't just a spar. Viewers saw it as a legendary battle between two world-class hunters. They're losing their minds over the fact that Kang didn't tap into his mana at all, yet still went blow for blow with Kim. And you have to understand, Kim Sojin is a certified big deal, a 2-time martial arts champion. The community was already betting she'd be an A rank the second she graduated. But Kang? He's a total ghost, a name nobody's ever heard. This mystery immediately whipped up, a storm of curiosity and debate among the viewers. Questions exploded online. Who is this guy? Where did he come from? Kang is stunned as he watches the internet go into a frenzy over him. Since Kim Sejin is such a prodigy, Kang is baffled why her name never appeared in the novel. Even after the main character bounced from the Hunter Academy, there was zero mention of her. Kang is totally lost in his own head. When Park strolls up to mess with him, he's calling him a YouTube star, telling him to ditch the shy act, because like it or not, he's famous now. Park hands him a drink, and Kang confesses that while it was cool at first, the hype is now getting way too intense. Park, however, thinks Kang is way too low-key, pushing him to use this new clout to his advantage. But Kang couldn't be less interested. All he ever wanted was to fly under the radar. Right then, Park drops a bomb. The vice principal is looking for him. Kang is instantly on edge, demanding to know why the VP would want to see him, but Park just shrugs, guessing that maybe they're planning to give him a bonus. The moment he hears the word bonus, Kang's entire demeanor changes. He shoots up out of his chair, ready to go. Park shouts after him that if it's a bonus, he's buying the next round of drinks. On the way to the office, Kang's mind races, wondering why he was summoned to the vice principal's office, in private. This felt off. Meetings like this were almost always held out in the open. The main reason a cold dread is creeping up his spine is because of who the vice principal actually is. He's one of the absolute powerhouses at the first hunter school. He's one of only 10 S-rank hunters in the entire country, a monster known as Kim Mandong. Kang steps through the door. Kim Mandong is sitting there like a mafia don, welcoming him into the room. Kang is completely floored by the man's crushing presence and immediately bows his head in respect. Kim offers him tea, but Kang declines, explaining to the vice principal that he has a class to get to. The vice principal nods, promising to keep things brief. He points to a massive sack on the floor and tells Kang that every single thing inside is for him. Kang peeks into the sack, absolutely shocked, to see it's crammed with a ridiculous amount of letters. He lets out a nervous laugh, asking Kim if these are from his fans. Kim just smirks, telling him to open one and find out for himself. It seems his duel against Kim Sojin left a massive impression on a lot of powerful people. We're talking other academies, and even pro hunters from the most elite guilds. That video was supposed to be a simple school promo, but Kang turned it into a viral sensation. Kang rips open one of the letters. It's a formal challenge from the Hwarang Guild. They state that they were incredibly impressed by his fight against the president and formally request that he name a time and a place for a duel. It's written like a letter of deep respect, but it's an undeniable challenge to battle. The vice principal lays it out for him. These guilds would much rather challenge him to a public fight than shell out huge cash for commercials. Kang is reeling from this bombshell. He never saw any of this coming. The vice principal then reveals that there are 932 letters in that sack, and every last one of them is a challenge. Staring at the pile of duel requests, Kang is horrified, asking Kim if he did something wrong. Kim just tells him he didn't do a thing, but everyone is just trying to get some clout off his name. He says the fact that Kang came from a normal high school only adds more fuel to the fire. Kang is completely blindsided, wondering how on earth they dug up that info. The vice principal lays it out for him. A lot of people at the academy aren't his biggest fans, and one of them almost certainly sold him out. The real headache for Kim, however, is that the video's comment section has spiraled into a toxic dumpster fire. Apparently, people are accusing the student council president of taking it easy on Kang, and because of it, she's getting absolutely dragged online. When Kang hears this, he gets a bitter taste of what Kim Se-jin is enduring. He was constantly flamed in his past life for cranking out garbage web novels. A wave of guilt crashes over Kang. None of this would be happening if he had just ditched the interview. The vice principal then drops the bomb that they're pulling the plug on the channel. It was meant to do good, but it's causing way more drama than it's worth. Kim then turns to Kang, asking what his next move is, and Kang declares He's going to shut down all the haters' doubts. The VP presses him for details, and Kang unveils his master plan. He's going to accept a challenge from one of the trolls. He wants to find the one with the most clout and publicly humiliate them in a fight. Kim is taken aback by Kang's sheer confidence, reminding him that some of the trolls calling him out are A-rank hunters. But instead of flinching, Kang says he'd be hyped for the chance to throw down with A-rankers all by himself. The vice principal immediately gets it. Kang wants to make an example out of the toughest guy, so the rest of the keyboard warriors will back off. Kang confirms the VP's read on the situation, explaining that it's his only move since he can't fight every single hater. The vice principal loves the strategy, but then he throws a wild curveball, asking Kang if he'd be interested in a match with him instead. Hearing this, Kang freezes. A chill runs down his spine as he thinks the old man must have finally snapped. He has to ask him to repeat it, just to make sure his ears weren't playing tricks on him. But no, Kim says the exact same thing again. Kang can't process it. Kim, a legit S-rank hunter, wants to fight him, a mere B-rank hunter. Cold sweat trickles down his face as the reality sinks in. The vice principal has definitely lost his mind. The VP then reveals he was in the crowd when Kang fought Zhang, and for a minute there, he genuinely thought Kang was going to lose. But by the end of the brawl, the vice principal could tell Kang wasn't even going all out. And because Kang is talking such a big game now, Kim figures he must think he can take on S-rank hunters too. Kang is just baffled that the vice principal is seriously putting A-ranks and S-ranks in the same category. Kang knows for a fact that the VP understands how utterly monstrous S-ranks are, yet he's still making this insane offer. Sure, A-ranks are no joke, but Kang doesn't even consider Zhang a true A-rank, since the dude hasn't even passed his rank-up exam yet. Kang has to admit he's leveled up significantly since his fight with Zhang, all thanks to the brutal training from his master. Because of that training, Kang can confidently say he can handle A-ranks. S-ranks, though, that's a whole different universe. There are only 10 of them in all of Korea, and maybe 100 on the entire planet. S-rank mages are basically walking WMDs, and the physical types are considered one-man armies. Kim Man-dong is one of the absolute top-tier S-ranks. The man is no joke. In the original novel, there was a scene where the protagonist, Song, got cocky and challenged Kim Man-dong, only to get completely and utterly demolished by the vice principal. But Kang's situation is different. He's been trained directly by Cho instead of just popping mana pills, like their Tic Tacs. He feels a surge of relief, remembering his master telling him he's leagues better than someone who just chugs mana pills all day. Still, even with all his progress, Kang knows he doesn't stand a snowball's chance in hell against an S-rank hunter. He's totally lost in his own head until Kim snaps him out of it. Kim tries to sell him on the idea, telling him a sparring match would instantly silence the critics. Way better than stressing over fighting a bunch of A-ranks. Kim adds that he'll make it an official school event, which would probably kill all the challenge requests flooding in. But he gives him a warning. If Kang screws up this match, he won't be able to protect him. And for the record, Kim isn't actually expecting Kang to win. He plans to set the victory condition to just one single hit. Basically, if Kang can manage to land even one clean shot on Kim, he wins. Man-dong. Even with those odds, Kang has zero confidence he can even touch Kim. Man-dong, the guy's body can literally tank an aura blade like it's a paper cut. Kim then starts to needle him, calling him surprisingly timid. Kim sweetens the deal, telling Kang that if he lands that one hit, he'll get him excused from the new teacher training program. That's scheduled to happen during the break. A full pass on teacher training. It's supposed to be a team-building retreat for the teachers. But for a guy like Kang, coming from a totally normal school, it's shaping up to be a special kind of hell. But then Kim drops a bombshell. He's still getting his full salary during the break. Kang's brain completely short-circuits when he hears this. He can't wrap his head around the fact that he's essentially getting a 3-week paid vacation. So Kang throws out a crazy proposition, asking Kim if he has the juice to pull him from the training, which is run by the Hunter Management Agency, no less if he can land just one clean hit. That's when Kim unveils a little-known secret, a special exemption program each semester that handpicks 2 of the most exceptional teachers. These elite teachers are then given a free pass to ditch the entire training session. Kim dangles the offer, asking if Kang is interested, but our guy is already lost in a daydream of sweet, sweet freedom. But Kim gives him a serious warning. Avoid any politically sensitive dates, since the presidential election is just a week away. Kim Man-dong locks in the date for their showdown 1 month from now, the day right before the school break, and warns Kang not to even think about bailing. With the terms of their deal set, Kang finally exits the vice principal's office. The reality crashes down on him. He has 1 month to solve the impossible puzzle of how to hit the vice principal. The reward is tempting, but let's be real, it's a straight-up suicide mission. He's not just fighting a strong dude. The vice principal is operating on a god-tier, transcendent plane of existence. In a Muram world like this, Kim is basically a walking fortress of destruction, and Kang, he just barely clawed his way to the peak level himself. Given the massive gap in their power, Kang knows landing a single blow on Kim is a statistical impossibility. All Kang ever wanted was to live a quiet life, but he knows he can't just stand by while his student's future gets torched. Just then, a notification blinks into existence. A new side story has just been unlocked, titled The Vice Principal Slayer. The moment he lays eyes on that title, a flicker of hope ignites within him. Maybe, just maybe, this insane plan could actually work. But there's only one person in the world who could possibly teach him the way, and that's the old man, Cho. Kang practically teleports over to the old man's place, buzzing with excitement to tell him the plan. But his hype train gets completely derailed when the old man flatly tells him that his goal is absolutely unreachable. Kang desperately tries to sway him, but the old master is adamant that some peaks are never meant to be summited. He tells Kang that to even leave a paper cut on someone at the transcendent level, you first need to manifest an aura blade. And from what he's heard, Kim Mandong has long since mastered that stage. The old man adds that Kang would be astronomically lucky to land a single hit, and that's only if he uses every dirty trick in the book. But the word tricks immediately piques Kang's interest, and he presses the old man for more details. Cho clarifies that he's talking about power-ups, like using ancient ginseng elixirs to cheat the system. The old master reveals that if he somehow manages to consume 3 100-year-old ginseng roots, he might just get lucky enough to form an aura blade. Kang's eyes light up, immediately telling his master he's all in, only to get a swift smack on the head for his eagerness. Cho reminds him that this crazy scheme might get him one single shot, but it will absolutely not get him more than one. A smirk spreads across Kang's face as he tells the old man that one hit is all he's aiming for, before turning on his heel to leave. The old man calls after him, asking where he's sprinting off to. Kang declares he's off to hunt down those ginseng roots he mentioned. Those roots are legendary and nearly impossible to find, but Kang knows a universal truth: money can make anything happen. And with the presidential election just a week away, a cunning scheme is already forming in his mind to get the capital he needs for the ginseng. Meanwhile, Seora is lounging in her apartment, completely puzzled as to why Kang has been ghosting her ever since he left Antos. So when his name finally flashes on her screen, Seora eagerly answers, fully expecting an invitation for dinner or a date. But Kang hits her with the least romantic question imaginable. He asks if she has a spare 100 million won he could borrow. The moment those words hit her ears, Seora ends the call without a word, and for good measure, she powers her phone completely off. Kang is realistic. He knows he's not getting his hands on any mythical 10,000-year-old ginseng, but he figures he can get his hands on some of the other types, just like Seong did. There's just one tiny problem. The price is absolutely insane. From what he's found, ginsengs that are barely 100 years old are already fetching prices in the tens of millions. The prime stuff, anything over 100 years old, easily breaks the 100 million won barrier, all because that rich brat Seong cornered the market. That kid had so much cash he was buying up these ancient roots and chugging them down like they were vitamin water. Yet even after gobbling down all that power, he still got effortlessly clapped by the vice principal. Cho had told Kang that Seong lost because he was just consuming the power, not properly absorbing its essence. Kang, on the other hand, is completely confident that his master could help him drain every ounce of energy from a single root if he could get one. But right now, he's dead broke. After dropping his entire fortune on the ginseng, Kang was broke and desperately searching for a way to bounce back. Then, it hit him the vice principal's words about the upcoming presidential election. It was so obvious. The election was guaranteed to shake up the stock market. Kang had been so wrapped up in everything else, he'd completely overlooked this golden opportunity. He'd been so focused on using his novel knowledge for quests and fights that he forgot about the real world's market. Kang decides to go all in on this bet. First stop, the bank, where he plans to secure a massive loan. Back in his old life, no bank would even look at him. After all, he was just some struggling, third-rate writer. But times have changed. Now, he's a respected instructor at a top-tier hunter academy. Flexing his new status, he can easily pull some strings for a loan, especially since he already knows exactly who's going to crush the election. He dumps every single cent of the borrowed cash on the candidate he knows will win. A few days go by, and a pizza delivery guy shows up. He rolls up to the classroom door with a staggering 42 boxes of pizza. The delivery guy tells Kang that they're so grateful for the huge order, they're throwing in all the drinks on the house. His students just stare, their jaws on the floor, at the mountain of pizza stacked in the doorway. They're totally lost until Kang gives them the green light. He tells them to grab a box. It's all for them. Turns out, Kang's stock market gamble paid off, big time. His net worth just exploded past 1 billion won. The class erupts, celebrating the free food, as Kang leans back with a satisfied grin. His investment didn't just win, it shot up by 500%. Kang felt a wave of relief. His knowledge of the future was finally making him bank. He was genuinely happy watching his students' joyful faces. As they wolfed down the pizza, he jokingly warned them not to choke. He even offered to buy them all digestive meds, just in case. The students, between bites, ask him what the big celebration is for. He just says he got a little lucky with the stock market. Then, with a smirk, he adds that he has one more piece of news to drop on them. Kang announces to the class that he's scheduled a sparring match against the vice principal. It's happening the day before the closing ceremony. The entire room goes silent. You could hear a pin drop as his students literally start choking on their pizza. They immediately panic, convinced their teacher is signing his own death warrant because the vice principal isn't just strong, he's a living god. Chill, Kang says. I know I'm no match for him. That's why I negotiated a handicap. He explains the deal to his terrified students. The vice principal promised to throw the match if Kang can land just a single clean hit. But even with that insane condition, the students still think it's a lost cause. The V.P. is built like a fortress. They're already mourning their teacher's inevitable demise. Kang just tells his students to enjoy the pizza, hinting it might be the last meal he ever buys for them. He knew this was coming. With the elections over, it was only a matter of time before the vice principal made their little showdown public. By telling the kids first, Kang is getting ahead of the narrative, locking the V.P. into their agreement. He's making sure there's no backing out of that one-hit-to-win rule. So far, all his plans have worked out perfectly. Now, Kang knows what's next on the agenda. It's time to train. A short while later, Kang finds himself in the desolate snowy plains, meeting his master. He confirms he's brought everything he was asked for. The shopping list was specific. 3 boxes of perilla seed ramen, 5 boxes of onions, 2 boxes of chocolate bars, and 4 entire boxes of cola. On top of that, he literally bought out the store's entire stock of instant food. Cho is beaming, seeing that Kang went above and beyond to get him fired up. He then asks if he brought the most important items, the roots. Of course, Kang replies. He's managed to acquire 3 ginseng roots, each one a century old, which he carefully presents in a protective case. And even after that insane purchase, Kang still had over $1 billion, one sitting in his bank account. Cho is genuinely impressed Kang could even find, let alone afford, such legendary items. Cho reminisces about a time in his youth when he consumed a 300-year-old ginseng root. Looking at the 3 roots Kang brought, he scoffs that his was way better. Still, Cho inspects them and confirms they are the real deal. Kang lets out a huge sigh of relief. Cho then instructs Kang to eat the ginseng right now to start circulating its immense power. He promises to guide him through the process. Kang doesn't hesitate. He consumes the ancient roots and settles into a meditative pose. Cho moves behind him, placing his palms flat on Kang's back to channel his own energy into the boy. Instantly, a searing heat erupts inside Kang's body. He suddenly understands why a single one of these roots costs a jaw-dropping 100 million won. Cho's voice is calm, telling him to embrace it. Accept all the energy I'm pushing into you, he says. It shouldn't be too hard. We both practice the same technique. After all, Kang can hardly believe what he's hearing. From his perspective, it feels like he's been thrown into a raging, colossal river of pure power. Then Cho asks a pointed question. He knows the ginseng Kang brought was authentic, which means it cost an absolute fortune. For Kang to get his hands on these rare materials, Cho figures he must be secretly loaded. Kang just sheepishly admits that yeah, he managed to get some cash together, a massive fortune. Seeing this, Cho grills Kang, asking why he's still grinding as a teacher. He tells him to ditch the whole sparring match and just go live a chill life. Cho just doesn't get why Kang is putting himself through the ringer. It would be so easy for him to just dip. That's when Kang drops a bomb. He's trying to save a friend, who got tangled up with some seriously shady people. On top of that, he needs to level up to fix the student council president's reputation, which got absolutely destroyed because of his actions. Kang gets it. His life would be a breeze if he just let it all slide, but he knows he wouldn't be able to look at himself in the mirror. Hearing this, Cho is genuinely impressed. He's also pretty hyped that his initial read on Kang's character was spot on. Kang is totally thrown for a loop by his master's comment and asks what he's talking about. Cho just brushes it off, saying it's not important. A few moments later, they wrap up the energy absorption, and Cho says he was going to call it a day, but he's decided to hook Kang up with a little bonus gift. He gives him a heads up that this next part might sting a lot, and tells him he's just got to tank it. Kang's anxiety spikes when he hears he has to endure whatever is coming next. Before he can even ask what's happening, he gets zapped by a tidal wave of raw energy exploding from his master's hands. Kang lets out a blood-curdling scream. It feels like a lightning bolt just fried his nervous system from the inside out. The agony is so intense, he starts wondering if he somehow seriously ticked off the old man. He chokes out a question, asking what the hell he's doing to him. The old master just barks at him to shut his mouth and concentrate. He orders him to ride out the pain, just like he warned him. The pain is so overwhelming, Kang can't even form the words to beg the old man to stop this agonizing process. He feels Cho's power flooding his system, but it's not using the normal channels, it's forging a completely new pathway. Kang senses a massive wall deep inside his core, and he realizes Cho is trying to obliterate it. Kang is baffled, wondering why. His master is trying to carve out a new energy route that's totally foreign to his body's system. Cho just keeps pushing, until a sickening crack echoes from deep inside Kang's core. Cho immediately scolds him, saying his body is clogged with nasty, stagnant energy. But low-key, he's proud that Kang managed to withstand the torment long enough for the breakthrough. Kang, on the other hand, is just thanking every god he knows that the nightmare is over. He never, ever wants to feel that level of excruciating pain again. Kang asks if they're finally done, but Cho suddenly mutters that he accidentally opened a path somewhere he wasn't supposed to. Before Kang can even process that, Cho slaps his palms on his back again and slams him with another devastating surge of internal energy. Kang's scream rips through the air before he blacks out completely. When he finally comes to, he's still screaming in pain, threatening to sue the old man into oblivion. Meanwhile, while Kang was unconscious, Cho was just chilling, casually slurping down some ramen. Kang explodes at the old man, demanding to know what he did to his body. He wants answers, because he got zero explanation, aside from being told to just endure the pain. The old man roars right back at him, calling him an ungrateful little punk for not being thankful for what he just did. The old master reveals that he just went through hell and back to help him, and this is the thanks he gets? Cho swings at Kang, but in a shocking twist, Kang dodges the blow. That's when it hits him. There's no way he should have been able to dodge that, but he did. A smirk creeps across Cho's face. His efforts weren't wasted after all. Kang is now dying of curiosity about his new abilities, and he actually asks his master to hit him again. Cho can't believe the audacity this kid thinks he can jump a few weight classes, just because he chewed on some magic roots. Cho decides it's time for a reality check and reminds him that he's still just a rookie, by proceeding to absolutely clown on him, not giving him a single opening to even think about dodging. Once Cho's had his fun and settles back down with his ramen, Kang asks him what he actually did to power him up. The old man explains there was some leftover medicinal power from the roots, and not wanting it to go to waste, he mixed in some of his own internal energy to force open Kang's dew meridians. Kang is floored when he hears this, because he's definitely heard about the legendary Ren and dew meridians. Basically, before this, his energy was stuck on a one-way street, but now, thanks to his master, that street has become a superhighway, allowing power to flow freely through his entire system. Kang is stoked about unlocking his meridians. In all the web novels he's binged, anyone who opens them becomes insanely overpowered. This leads Kang to ask if he's now on the level of some god-tier, transcendent being. Cho just bursts out laughing, absolutely losing it. He tells Kang he's barely scraped his way into the first-rate level of martial arts, and he's already trying to leap over the peak level and go straight to becoming a living god. Kang protests that he went through an insane amount of pain, but that just earns him another bonk on the head. The old man fires back that he was the one doing all the damn work, not Kang. He tears into Kang for thinking he can just cheat the system and skip levels, all because he ate some plants. Kang just whines back that the old man was the one who got his hopes up, that the effects were potent. Cho had to admit the medicine did its job, which was the only reason he'd managed to crack open those pathways at all. But if he's dreaming of leaping 2 entire levels, he's gonna need something legendary, like a 10,000-year-old snow ginseng, or the literal heart of an emoji. Kang's mind was absolutely blown. The stuff the old man was rattling off was basically mythical. Cho just tells him to be grateful he even managed to hit peak level in the first place. Kang then asks his master if he's finally got the juice to pull off the aura blade, but the old man just says, "That's on you, kid." The old master clarifies, so the win condition for this duel is just landing a single hit, and Kang confirms it. He's dead set on making it happen, which is why he went through all the trouble for the roots. But Cho just scoffs, thinking it should be a walk in the park. Since Kang is literally the last martial artist breathing, Kang pleads with him not to use that messed up standard. S-rank hunters are no joke. Cho then starts on a back-in-my-day rant about how the elders were all on some transcendent, god-tier level, making it an insane achievement. Kang completely cuts off his master's boring history lesson and says they need to get straight to training because all he needs is one solid hit. But Cho explodes, scolding him for settling for the absolute bare minimum. He drills into him that accepting such a pathetic deal was a major L, a total sign of disrespect. Cho lets him know that if he were in Kang's shoes, he'd be beyond pissed. The words finally sink in, and a slow burn of rage starts to build inside Kang. He gets it now. That offer came straight from the vice principal, and he let himself get boxed in by the low expectations the guy set for him. Kang is officially fired up, telling the old man he's no longer aiming for one hit. He's going to smack the vice principal at least 5 times for underestimating him. Even with 5 hits, Cho is still unimpressed, giving him a 50% pass mark out of 100. He then tells Kang to follow him, because he's about to teach him how to get that perfect score. Kang, confused, asks the old man why he held this back from him, and Cho replies that it's because the technique wasn't his own. The explanation just confuses Kang more, so the old man elaborates. He explains that in his youth, while wandering the vast plains, he encountered countless people. Among them all, there were only 2 individuals he could genuinely call his close friends. He then reveals to Kang that the technique he's about to demonstrate was wielded by one of those 2 friends. Kang is floored by this, asking Cho if friends just started casually sharing their secret martial arts. Cho immediately shuts that down, saying, "There's no way in hell you learn another master's art unless you become their disciple." The only reason Cho learned the technique was from clashing with his friend in combat over and over again. Cho confesses that, in the age of Muram, stealing another's martial arts was a grave sin, but seeing as Kang is the last of his kind on the planet, those ancient rules are basically irrelevant now. Kang then has to ask, "Was this friend of yours as strong as you?" The old man admits he wasn't quite on his level, but he was a seriously skilled fighter. Cho recalls how his friend's unique techniques actually gave him a run for his money back when he was at peak level, even though Cho himself was operating on a higher plane of existence. Hearing this just gets Kang even more hyped. Cho is also down to teach him, because he wants Kang to utterly demolish the vice principal's pride. Fast forward 1 week, and Seora requests a meeting with Kang. She gets him up to speed on the drug crisis within the organization. Apparently, several of their drug warehouses in both China and Japan have been hit. After dropping that bomb, she pivots and asks him if the rumors are true, that he's actually throwing down in a sparring match against the vice principal. Kang is shocked that the gossip has already spread to the teachers. He figures it's just the office rumor mill, but Seora corrects him. Turns out, the vice principal himself blasted the information all over the school's official group chat. He apparently told the entire faculty that the selection criteria for the Outstanding Teacher of the Semester award would be a sparring match against him. He encouraged anyone interested to submit an application, but he made sure to let them all know Kang was already on the list. Kang is stunned when he sees the post, realizing the old fox did this, because he was afraid Kang might try to back out of the fight later. Seora then asks him why he'd agree to something so provocative, when the atmosphere at the school is already so toxic. Kang doesn't get what she means, so Seora explains that one of the kids in her class showed up to school with his face all beaten and bruised, but the kid absolutely refused to snitch on who did it. Kang then asks Seora if she ever figured out who roughed the kid up, and she confirms she did. She reveals it was the most notorious bully in the entire middle school division, a kid named Lee Ji-sung. The second she says that name, Kang chokes on his drink, spraying it all over Seora. Kang is having an internal meltdown, unable to believe he just heard the protagonist's name dropped so casually. Seora is now completely soaked in coffee, and she's forced to ask if he's had a run-in with Seong before, given his insane reaction. Kang lies through his teeth, telling Seora he just choked. He quickly tries to change the subject, asking what Seong's story is. Seora explains that Seong is the son of Hwasun Electronics CEO, and his grandfather is the chairman of the entire Hwasun group. Seora's theory is that his family greased some palms to make the whole incident vanish, which left the dude who got wrecked looking like a complete fool. Seora is sick of Seong's attitude in class and flat out says she would totally handle him if she had the chance. Kang totally gets her frustration, especially since Seong, who somehow came out of it looking like a hero, is currently deep in his villain era. Kang tries to play mediator, urging Seora to chill out and suggesting that Siang will probably snap out of it down the line. Seora, however, scoffs at the idea that people can actually change. Kang holds his ground, insisting people can evolve, and tells Seora to be a little nicer to Seong, because you just never know what his future looks like. This makes Seora let out a bitter laugh, and she tells Kang he's about to get a first-hand lesson in the kind of pain she's dealing with, because once that punk graduates and hits the high school division, he's going to land right in Kang's class. Kang doubts he'll be taking on any new students, dismissing himself as nothing more than a side character in this whole saga. But hearing Seong's name again actually gives him a thrill. It makes the entire story feel more tangible and alive. Seora sighs that she is literally counting the seconds until the semester ends so she can get Seong's face out of her sight for good. Changing the subject, Seora then asks Kang if he has anything lined up for the upcoming break. Kang admits there's a teacher's training session coming up, but he is seriously skeptical about attending. Seora is worried about him too, but Kang hints that he might just get lucky and dodge it if he can snag the Outstanding Teacher award. The instant Seora hears this, She's convinced Kang has completely lost the plot, banking his escape on winning that insane duel. Seora has to give him a reality check, reminding Kang that Kim is one of the top 10 hunters in Korea. There's basically zero chance he'll even land a single scratch on him. Kang flinches at her blunt words, and Seora just says she's trying to lay out the cold, hard facts for him. Kang takes a long swig of his drink before telling Seora to stop putting bad vibes on a match that hasn't even kicked off yet. In that moment, Seora leans in closer, studying his eyes, and declares that Kang has become a completely different person. The Kang she used to know would never have gambled with his own safety like this. Not even 5 minutes have passed, and Seora is already eating her own words, admitting that maybe people really do change after all. She has no clue that the Kang she's looking at is a world apart from the old one. Soon enough, the big day finally arrives. The arena is absolutely swarming with spectators, a hungry crowd just waiting for Kang to crash and burn. They all figure Kang has gotten a massive ego ever since he managed to take down Zhong. Deep down, they're all just salty that Kang, a guy who never even graduated from a fancy hunter academy, is daring to aim for the outstanding teacher position. Some whisper that Kang must have an ace up his sleeve, but others are convinced that no trick will save him from the vice principal. As his haters murmur and sling insults behind his back, Kang can hear every single word they say. It seems his senses were sharpened to a razor's edge after his training with the old man. One of his own students, Jin Soo, the kid who's always bugging him in class, starts giving Kang a back massage. After a few minutes, Kang tells him that's plenty, but Jin-soo insists he can do more. Kang immediately sees through the act. Jin-soo is just sucking up so he can score a front row seat to watch the beatdown. Kang knows this duel was only supposed to be for teachers, with the info posted on their private platform, but it's obvious some of his rivals leaked the time and place so they could watch Kang get humiliated in front of the entire student body. Kang then asks Jin-soo if the gossip about him is really that bad, and Jin-soo just confirms it's terrible. He says that most of the other teachers are convinced Kang is just desperately chasing the glory of the Outstanding Teacher Award. His own students, though, know that's completely false. They know the kind of man their teacher truly is. Within the hostile crowd, Kang can still spot a few friendly faces who want him to win, including Park and the tech teacher. His entire class has also shown up to back him, and Kang feels a spark of gratitude for their small but loyal pocket of support. In a flash, the vice principal strides into the arena. His oppressive aura alone announces his arrival, and Kang can barely tolerate the man's insufferable arrogance. Kim then smirks that he didn't realize so many people would show up, as if he wasn't the one who made sure the whole town knew about it. Kim asks Kang if he's prepared, and Kang coolly tells the man that he's given it his best shot. A sheathed sword is in Kang's hand. Kim patronizingly advises Kang to go all in right from the start to avoid total humiliation. Kim is really laying it on thick, magnanimously offering Kang the first attack. Kang is thrilled the man offered him the first move, because he was secretly hoping for exactly that. It's a common power play for higher-ranked fighters to grant the first move to lower-ranked ones, though it isn't an official rule, meaning Kim didn't have to do it. But Kang is thankful he did, because now he's got a golden opportunity to land the first blow. The referee then steps onto the stage, telling them both he's there to review the rules. The referee once again lays down the law for Kim. All Kang needs to do is land a single clean hit to win it all. He asks for a final confirmation that they're both good with the terms, and the two combatants give their assent. Kang then tells the ref he should probably step out of the ring because things are about to get intense. But the referee, an A-rank hunter, is straight up insulted by the suggestion. But the vice principal steps in, telling the referee to just do what Kang says. With no other option, the ref has to swallow his pride. The second he shouts for the duel to begin, he bolts from the ring. It turns out, that blade was a gift to Kang from Cho. It was a weapon Cho had acquired from one of his so-called friends, and he assured Kang it was more than just a decent sword. Kang calculates that his only opening, his one shot against a beast like Kim, is the first move he was granted. Kang brandishes the blade, and it instantly ignites with raw mana. The twins stare in disbelief as Kang summons an aura blade. This is a skill typically reserved for A-rank hunters and above. Kang can feel the awe ripple through the student body. The teachers, however, are a whole other story. Kim isn't even fazed, and he scoffs, asking Kang if an aura blade is the best he's got. But Kang just grins back, not even close. A tidal wave of aura then erupts from his body, flooding the entire area around him. This sends a shockwave through the teachers. Kang is tapping into a legendary technique that should be exclusive to S-rankers. Even Kim is blown away, but he quickly deduces that Kang hasn't fully mastered the power, noticing it's taking him a dangerous amount of time to stabilize it. Acting tough, Kim tells Kang he's free to make his move. Kang offers a mock apology for the delay. He then raises his sword, gathering an even more immense amount of energy. We learn that this incredible technique is the very same one Cho learned from that legendary friend, the Heaven Demon sword art. Kang's entire form becomes a vortex of swirling aura, leaving every spectator completely stunned. Before he unleashes hell, he gives the vice principal a heads up. The man braces for impact, and as Kang's attack tears through the arena, Kim is violently thrown backward. Apparently, this art was crafted by a legendary grand demon, the Heaven Demon himself, and this unbelievably powerful being is one of Cho's personal friends. Kang was absolutely floored when his master first told him about this. This is because the Heaven Demon is a pop culture icon in martial arts novels. Anyone who's ever read one knows the name. He was the absolute ruler of the demon sect, sometimes called the Heaven Demon Divine Sect, and one of the most terrifying forces, who walked the line between the righteous and evil factions. When Kang was writing his own novel in his past life, the Heaven Demon was a super popular character arc. Nowadays, though, the Heaven Demon apparently jumps into fantasy worlds, just to slay dragons for fun. Other times, he reincarnates into the modern world to become a crime lord, as one does. Even for those who haven't read the books, the titles alone are legendary. Cho admits that while the Heaven Demon was a big shot in the martial world, he himself was never able to defeat him, not even once. This led Kang to ask his master about the second friend he'd mentioned. Cho reveals that his other pal was a guy named Sambong, with the last name Zhang. He describes him as always grumbling about Taiji and other philosophical nonsense. He was essentially a Taoist, but Cho playfully roasts him, calling him a horse-faced drunk who just wanted to drink himself into oblivion. It turns out, this guy also started a sect, and when Kang heard this, he froze in sheer amazement. Zhang Sanfeng. He was known as the legendary founder of the Wudong sect, and was another undisputed grandmaster. By channeling aura into a blade, one could produce an unbelievably destructive attack. Kang then unleashes the Meteor Annihilation Demon Steel technique. After the power he's already shown, this next level of force leaves everyone speechless, and the teachers, tasked with maintaining the barrier around the arena, are struggling to contain it, having never anticipated such a cataclysmic output of energy. They can't process that 2 out of the 3 protective barriers have already been shattered by Kang's assault. The instructors, including the referee, finally grasp how severely they've been underestimating Kang. The ref has a chilling realization that he would have been instantly sent to the afterlife if he'd remained in the arena. They all come to one inescapable conclusion. His official rank assessment is a complete and utter sham. There is no reality where a mere B-rank hunter could unleash this kind of power. After the attack subsides, Kang is left gasping, his lungs burning, having completely exhausted his entire aura reserve. He knows there isn't a snowball's chance in hell he could ever use that technique twice. Still, the path of destruction he carved is absolute. Seeing the sheer level of damage, he's certain that hordes of monsters would have been wiped out instantly. However, he also knows that the vice principal is an entirely different species of beast. As the dust slowly settles, the VP's figure emerges from the smoke. His body is covered in vicious sword gashes. Kang asks him, does this count as a valid hit? The vice principal finds himself in an extremely tricky position. He promised Kang that a single hit was all it would take, and it certainly looks like he landed one. The vice principal is in a state of shock. His own body is bleeding, something that hasn't happened to him in years. The vice principal is eating his words. He never in a million years imagined Kang could handle a sword with that kind of terrifying skill. And Kang? He's low-key thrilled that nobody recognizes the technique. In this era, martial arts are basically a forgotten myth. Kim then smirks, suggesting they have a real match now that his one-hit freebie is over. Kang immediately shuts that down, firing back that a deal's a deal. One hit was the promise, and he delivered. The vice principal tries to argue his way out of it, but Kang doubles down, reminding him he was the one who agreed to the terms. Deep down, Kang knows he's running on fumes. That one explosive attack managed to punch at least 10 holes straight through Kim's body, but it cost him everything. That was the entire game plan. Kim even admits it, conceding that he promised him victory if he landed a single blow. But then he adds a little twist. I never said you'd done anything yet. Kang can't believe the nerve, reminding the man he was the one who offered the first move. Seeing that he's losing the argument, Kim decides to play dirty, weaponizing Kang's pride by pointing out the entire student body is watching them. He lays it on thick, saying it would be a bad look to back down now, when the kids are all hyped up, chanting his name. Kang sighs, beyond frustrated. He knows he's no match for Kim in a real fight, but after that display, he's confident nobody will ever dare call him a fraud again. Since the vice principal already acknowledged the hit was legit, Kang pushes to just wrap things up. But that's when Kim unveils the ultimate loophole. A hit is only valid if he, the judge, says it is. Kim reminds Kang that he has a reputation to protect, an image of invincibility to maintain. I'll admit, you've got power, he says, his tone shifting. The duel might be over, but now we're just having fun. In an instant, A brilliant golden aura erupts from Kim's body, and every single injury Kang inflicted vanishes in a flash of light. Kang's jaw hits the floor. Turns out, the vice principal just activated super regeneration, a legendary and completely overpowered skill. Kang is absolutely floored. Kim Mondong is seriously about to use his S-rank powers just to trash a student. Kang can feel the crowd's unease, the vibe shifting dramatically. He calls Kim out on it, asking if he really wants to continue this farce. Kim Mondong just scoffs, saying he couldn't care less what they think. All that matters to him is the source of Kang's power. Kang realizes he's completely cornered. If he backs down now, the challengers will label him a coward for the rest of his life. Kang feels his entire body trembling, but a surge of pure energy begins coursing through his system, slowly mending the damage. Still, he knows he doesn't have enough juice left in the tank to pull off another aura blade. With a defiant grit, Kang raises his sword, signaling to the vice principal that he's ready for whatever comes next. Kim takes a single, casual step forward, and the entire arena floor shatters under the immense pressure. Pure terror flashes across Kang's face. Kim vanishes. He just ghosts. Before Kang can even register the movement, Kim reappears directly behind him. The world explodes in pain as a fist connects with his jaw, and everything fades to black. When he finally comes to, he's staring at the ceiling of the nurse's office. He's just thankful he's not actually dead. For a hot second, he seriously thought he'd woken up in the afterlife. The whole beatdown against the vice principal comes rushing back. He remembers Kim materializing in his blind spot. As the punch rocketed towards him, he'd instinctively thrown up his left arm to block. Even with the block, the impact sent a terrifying shockwave of pure agony ripping through his body. Despite juicing up his left arm with internal energy, on pure reflex, Kang had swung his sword back at the vice principal. He actually managed to slice Kim's left arm. It was a shallow cut, barely a scratch, but Kang saw it. He drew blood. Right before he passed out, Kang remembers a wicked grin spreading across his face. He'd landed a clean hit. He knows Kim has no argument left. In his mind, Kang can already taste that sweet, sweet training exemption. He bled for it. Just then, the nurse enters, informing him he's been unconscious for more than 4 hours. With a blindingly bright smile, the nurse, Kim Seonhwa, tells Kang how relieved she is that he's finally awake. Kang is shocked to see her. This character never even existed in the original story. He thanks her for her help. He apologizes for keeping her from heading home early. Kang then tries to move his arm, only to find it's as responsive as a cooked noodle. Seonhwa explains that the bones in his arm were completely shattered into dust. She tells him she used healing magic to put it all back together, but it'll be at least another 2 hours before he regains any feeling. This is Kang's first time ever witnessing the healing abilities he'd only read about in novels. He always assumed it was a broken, god-tier power, but seeing it in action, he realizes it definitely has its own major downsides. Seonhwa mentions that the vice principal personally requested that she look after Kang. "I live in the dorms on campus anyway," she says, "so it's really no trouble." Hearing this, Kang manages a weak smile and tells her he's feeling much better. He tells her she's free to return to the dorms, but is completely thrown when Seonhwa replies that she has no intention of going back just yet. She straight up admits she blew off the curfew on purpose, telling him her dad said she could leave, but she chose to stick around. The real reason? She was low-key interested in Kang. A smile creeps onto Kang's face when he hears this, but then his brain short-circuits. Wait a second. His mind rewinds, replaying the insane thing Seonhwa just casually dropped into the conversation. He stops her, forcing her to backtrack to what she just said. That part about Kim being her father. The panic flashes in Seonhwa's eyes. She knows she just messed up big time, and pleads with Kang to lock it down and keep it a secret. Apparently, not a single soul in the school has a clue. Kang feels his sanity slipping as the wild theory he had all along turns out to be 100% true. Seonhwa spills that she had her eye on Kang even before the fight, but watching him go toe-to-toe with her old man absolutely blew her mind. Kang, on the other hand, is convinced he lost since he got knocked unconscious, and Seonhwa confirms that was the official call. But, she insists, Kang is an absolute beast. She tells him that first attack he landed was on another level, and she's dead certain most people felt the same way. Kang is completely stunned to hear all this coming from her. It hits him that she's a far more perceptive and diligent person than he ever gave her credit for. She's the polar opposite of her terrifying father. Seonhwa then whips out a huge bag stuffed with letters that were left for Kang while he was out of commission. As Kang cracks them open, he realizes they're all fan mail, singing his praises. A wave of pride washes over him as he reads through them. The one from Kim Sojin hits different, knowing he finally cleared her reputation. Seonhwa sees the satisfaction on his face. She points out that, no matter what the official record says, this duel was anything but a loss for him. Kang has to admit she's right, but says he would have preferred it if he'd actually gotten the training exemption he was promised. That comment leaves Seonhwa totally confused. and Kang fills her in on the shady deal he cut with the vice principal. A small chuckle escapes Seonhwa. She asks why he's so against going anyway. Kang confesses that he's terrified he'll be treated like garbage, just because he didn't graduate from a fancy hunter academy. But Seonhwa quickly shuts that down, telling him that not all the teachers hate him. She urges him to just wait. By the time the next semester rolls around, nobody will be hating on him anymore, just because of his background. Kang cracks a smile, impressed by her surprisingly good counseling skills. In that moment, the two agree to become friends, and in what feels like no time at all, Kang makes a full recovery. The very next day, he shows up to the end of semester ceremony, where Kim actually honors his promise, announcing Kang as the outstanding teacher. Immediately, one of the other teachers starts protesting, arguing with the vice principal that Kang didn't technically win the match. But Kim Mandong silences the haters with a simple offer. If any of them disagree, they can settle it with him in a duel. Then he reminds everyone that Kang was the only teacher who even bothered to apply for the award in the first place. So, case closed. After the ceremony, Kang feels a dramatic shift in the atmosphere. Suddenly, teachers are being super friendly to him, telling him how much they're looking forward to working with him next semester. When Kang gets back to his classroom, his students ambush him with their vacation plans. A class trip to the beaches on Jeju Island. They ask if he wants to join, but Kang politely turns them down. As it turns out, he's already cooked up his own plans for the break, and those plans heavily feature Seonhwa. The truth is, Kang's bank account is starting to look pretty grim. That's why he decided to pick up a side hustle that he found out about through her. It seems Kang already burned through most of the cash he made from the stock market. He paid off his loan, settled his taxes, and funneled the rest into investments. And even though he's strapped for cash now, he's not worried. He played the long game, setting himself up with a solid investment program. His immediate goal is to make some quick cash through portals. The idea came to him while he was recovering in the nurse's office the day before. He overheard Seonhwa talking about her own vacation plans. She mentioned that most teachers take on side jobs raiding portals during their time off. They do it because the money you can make inside a portal completely dwarfs their teacher's salary. This was brand new information for Kang, since back when he worked with hunters, he was just a porter, never seeing the real profits. Seonhwa was absolutely shocked to hear this, finding it unbelievable that they would treat someone as powerful as Kang, like some disposable luggage carrier. She tells him he's a premium asset that she would have snapped up for her own party in a heartbeat. That's when she reveals her big plan. She's leading a portal tour during the break. Without a moment of hesitation, Kang jumped on the offer. He's already planning to make a killing inside the portal, enough to buy his master every snack his heart desires. But beyond the money, he's also just buzzing with excitement to finally experience being inside a real portal, since up until now, he'd only read about them in novels. He starts speculating about what his new team members will be like. Knowing the party's composition basically dictates the entire mission's success. Kang figures Seonhwa is a frontline DPS. That means they'll absolutely need a tank on the team. In his mind, he pictures the stereotype, a massive, bald-headed, muscular guy with a killer mustache. So when Kang finally gets introduced to the team, he's completely blindsided to discover that their tank is actually a woman named Hong Iseol. Kang's unfiltered thoughts bubble up, first calling Iseol a baldy in his head before he quickly backpedals. Jeonhwa jumps in, revealing that Hong Iseol isn't just her friend, she's also Kim Mandong's #1 disciple. She vouches for Kang, promising he's worked with Iseol for a long time, and that she's incredibly reliable. Iseol is completely thrown, wondering why Jeonhwa is spilling her secret identity as her father's disciple. But Seonhwa just waves it off, explaining that Kang is practically part of the inner circle now, after he just had a full-blown sparring match with her old man. And that's when it clicks for Iseol. This is the guy, the one who actually managed to land a clean hit on the legendary Kim Mandong, Iseol suggests. They can hash out the mission details on the move, but she stops dead in her tracks, noticing Kang is only carrying his sword, and not a single piece of luggage. Kang just smirks, assuring her that the sword is literally all he'll ever need. Iseol gives him a look that screams certified lunatic, baffled that he has zero armor or any extra gear, just a single, basic-looking sword. She storms over to Jeonhwa to whisper a complaint, but Jeonhwa just tells her friend that Kang is built different. Even though they're trying to be quiet, Kang's hearing is sharp enough to catch every word. He's a little disappointed he didn't get partnered with some macho brawler, but with someone who is way more of a threat. Kang knows that while Iseol is an A-rank hunter now, she eventually becomes the high school's absolute beast of a hand-to-hand combat teacher. She's the one who effortlessly dominated Seong, and basically made his life a living hell for an entire semester. Of course, Seong eventually surpassed her, and that's exactly when she fell hard for the dude. On the way to their destination, Iseol breaks down the day's agenda. She explains they're heading to a C-rank, 4-person portal, and then a D-rank 4-person portal. Technically, they could tackle a B-rank 4-person portal, since Isiol is an A rank and the others are B ranks, but she's adamant about putting safety first. For context, portals are tiered from S rank at the very top down to D rank at the bottom. And from what Kang has read, the jump in profits between each of those ranks is absolutely insane. Kang finally decides to speak up, telling Isiol he was under the impression they were diving into a B-rank portal. Isiol shuts that down immediately, reminding him that they're called 4-person portals for a damn good reason. She insists they're sticking to C rank or D rank, but maybe they could hit a B rank if a 3-person portal happens to open up. Kang voices his disappointment, grumbling that it'll be tough to make the kind of money he was aiming for. And deep down, Isiol is already seething at Kang's arrogance. She's convinced Kim Mundong must have gone easy on him during their fight. She can't believe the audacity of this guy, talking about B-rank profits, when he isn't even carrying the proper gear. She decides then and there that she has to teach Kang a harsh lesson so he learns not to gamble with his life. So, Isiol lays down a challenge, telling Kang she'll take them to a B-rank portal, on the condition that he can solo the D-rank 4-person portal all by himself. To sweeten the deal, she tells him he can keep all the profits. The instant Kang hears the offer, he eagerly accepts. This display only fuels Isiol's disgust. She never thought he'd actually take the bait. Isiol is dead set on teaching Kang that even so-called D-rank portals are no joke and can be incredibly dangerous. Shortly after, they arrive at the D-rank portal, and Isiol flashes her ID to the soldiers on guard. They confirm her identity and inform her she's cleared to enter whenever she's ready. Isiol then tells the soldiers that Kang is going in solo first and that they'll follow him later. Kang steps out of the car, his eyes locked on the shimmering D-rank portal. Isiol lays out the terms. He has 1 hour to clear the portal. If the clock runs out, she and Jianhua are coming in after him. But Kang is practically buzzing with excitement, seeing this as the perfect opportunity to truly test his combat skills against real monsters. In his mind, he thinks Isiol is just looking out for him, completely oblivious to the fact that she secretly can't stand him. Jianhua, however, is genuinely worried and asks if he'll be okay going in alone, but he reassures her that he's got this. Kang remembers how the original protagonist, Seong, also started in a D-rank portal and cleared it with no problem. Besides, Kang's confidence is through the roof because he's already reached the absolute peak of his martial arts training. He has a brief moment of realization that he's slowly drifting further and further from the peaceful, quiet life he originally wanted. But he isn't worried at all. He sees it as him simply adapting to his new reality. Armed with nothing but his sword, Kang finally steps through the portal. He's shocked to find himself in a beautiful, dense forest, completely unlike the hellish lava-filled dungeons he'd heard rumors about. He immediately spots a blue, shimmering border at the entrance, which he recognizes as the designated safe zone. He takes a deep breath and steps out of the safe area, officially making himself a target for any monster lurking nearby. Since he's in a forest environment, he feels confident there won't be any monsters using cheap magic tricks. From what he's read, this type of terrain is typically crawling with animal-type and mineral-type monsters. Trapped in this new reality, Kang drops into a meditative stance, unleashing his aura to pinpoint the nearest monsters. Just as his master taught him, he feels his senses expand, locking onto 3 distinct signatures just below the cliff's edge. A predatory grin spreads across Kang's face as he springs to his feet, absolutely amped to hunt them down. In all his training sessions, he's always been the prey, the one getting chased. But now, the tables have turned. He's about to give these monsters a taste of their own medicine. Without a second thought, he launches himself off the cliff, rocketing towards them with pure adrenaline. In his very first portal dive, he finally comes face to face with the 3 targets, a trio of massive apes. Kang instantly knows these giant monkeys are on the weaker end of the spectrum for a portal of this rank. Their monostones are notoriously low quality, which is why most hunters don't even bother with them. On the flip side, their leather fetches a pretty high price, but most hunters still think the hassle of catching these agile beasts just isn't worth the payout. But Kang couldn't care less. That kind of thinking is for regular hunters, and he is anything but regular. As one of the apes charges him, a clean arc of his blade sends its head flying. Learning that the mana stones from these things are worth 300,000 a pop, a truly unhinged, bloodthirsty grin stretches across his face as he gears up to slaughter them all. The thing is, these monkeys are wickedly smart. They know when they're outmatched. To survive, their go-to move is to bolt, scrambling up the nearest tree to escape. Their hides are incredibly tough, and combined with their insane speed, they give your average Kang, however, is a whole different animal. He explodes after them, carving through the fleeing monkeys like they're made of paper. He quickly realizes that a clean slice across the neck will probably get him the best price for their leather. He has no idea what the exact number is, so his plan is simple. Take down as many as he possibly can, no hesitation. This is his first time actually killing monsters, and honestly, it's pretty gnarly. The only reason he's not freaking out is because he's watched tons of training videos on how these hunts are supposed to go down. And then it happens. A splash of warm, coppery blood hits his tongue, and he instantly gags, throwing up. The monkeys probably think this is their chance to escape. But one look back reveals a legit maniac still hot on their heels. They're supposed to be the monsters, but they're the ones being hunted by a human. He keeps up the chase, but he can't stop retching. The stench of blood is overwhelming, and Kang realizes it's going to take a hot minute to get used to this. He even slaps a hand over his mouth trying to hold it in, but the vomiting is relentless. Kang knows he has to master this revulsion before he can even think about tackling the next portal, so he keeps going, making this the absolute worst day of these monkeys' lives, all while the 1-hour dungeon clock is ticking down. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the soldiers guarding the gate notice something is seriously wrong. The portal, which was a stable blue just moments ago, is now swirling a deep, ominous navy. The soldiers' jaws drop. Navy blue means one thing. The portal has mutated into an A-rank threat. Panic rips through the ranks, and they immediately radio the company commander. One of the grunts points out that Kang is still inside, but his buddy shoots him a grim look, saying there's nothing they can do. If they went in, they'd be torn to shreds. They aren't hunters. Their only move is to call for backup. And a portal like this, it would take at least 4 A-rank hunters just to have a chance of clearing it. Word of the portal's mutation quickly reaches Seonhwa and ECL. Seonhwa starts to lose it, but ECL grabs her, trying to keep a level head. They have to report this to the Hunter Management Bureau before they do anything rash. Seonhwa shoves her off, screaming that A-rank portals are a death sentence and that Kang can't possibly survive that on his own. That's when ECL forces Seonhwa to face the terrifying reality of why portals mutate in the first place. She explains that there are basically 2 ways it can happen. First, the monsters inside evolve, growing stronger by cannibalizing each other over and over. The second scenario is far, far worse. It happens when the monsters inside the portal successfully kill and devour the hunters who enter. By consuming the hunters, they steal their power, their abilities, their very essence. This process births absolute nightmares, causing the portal's difficulty to skyrocket into impossible territory. Eziel's face goes pale. The unspoken fear hangs between them. Kang is already dead. Seonhwa sees it in her friend's eyes and lashes out, insisting the portal must have evolved because the monsters were just preying on each other. But Eziel delivers the final, crushing blow. She reminds Seonhwa that it's been a full hour since Kang went inside. She pleads with her friend to be realistic, to accept what's likely happened, but the words are hollow because a wave of guilt washes over Eziel. She knows this is her fault. She was the one trying to teach Kang a lesson. As Seonhwa gets ready to charge in anyway, ECL orders her to stay put in the safe zone. With a look of sheer determination, she tells Seonhwa she's going after Kang, since her speed gives them the best shot, but not before issuing a stone-cold warning. Fall out of line, and she'll be the one to knock her out. Isul then orders Seonhwa to bolt for the exit the second things go south. The soldiers on duty are absolutely stunned, watching as Seonhwa and her companion move to enter the portal, fully aware its internal state has become dangerously unstable. One of the guards lurches forward to block them, but his partner grabs his arm, urging him to just let them go through. He leans in and whispers to his colleague that Isul is the legendary Kim Mandong's prize student. If anyone can figure this disaster out, it's her. As she steps through the shimmering gate, a cold dread washes over Isul. What if Kang has already stumbled upon the portal's boss? This isn't just any monster. It's the kind that requires a minimum of 4 A-rank hunters to even think about taking down, likely a monstrous poison spider or a truly massive snake. In the absolute worst-case scenario, it could even be the one they call the Nightmare of the Forest, an ogre. Seonhwa, meanwhile, is just desperately praying that Kang is somewhere near the entrance, hoping for a quick and easy rescue. Little do they know, Kang has plunged deep into the portal's core, methodically slicing his way through hordes of monkeys. He's already taken down at least 50, yet he hasn't seen any indication that the dungeon is cleared, and he quickly deduces this is no ordinary gate, it's a portal, with a completely separate boss room. From what he knows, the sky inside a portal shifts to a distinct yellow once the boss is defeated, and the entire gate collapses after 12 hours. Kang had felt a massive surge of energy earlier, which is what tipped him off that the portal was hiding a unique boss monster. He still finds it incredibly strange, considering he's inside a D-rank gate, and just as that thought crosses his mind, a hulking, terrifying ogre materializes before him. This is a beast that should only ever spawn inside an A-rank portal. Kang is momentarily shocked. He knows that even a team of 3 A-rank hunters is doomed to lose one member when fighting an ogre. If a 4-man A-rank squad takes it on, one of them is guaranteed to crawl out of the fight, completely mangled and broken. Kang recalls a plot point from the novel where the protagonist was accidentally sent into the wrong portal and had a brutal showdown with an ogre. That, however, was a monstrous two-headed variant typically found in S-rank portals. Kang just stares down the ogre without a single ounce of fear in his body, a silent confidence radiating from him because he knows he can take it down. To him, 5 A-rank hunters combined wouldn't even be a warm-up. But even with his supreme confidence, Kang remains cautious, fully aware of the lethal threat the ogre presents. The creature's hide is ridiculously thick, making a normal sword feel more like a tickle than a lethal weapon. Kang is still running through the ogre's dangerous abilities in his head when the monster swings its massive club, nearly blindsiding him. He dodges the devastating blow at the last second, the ground where he just stood exploding from the impact. Kang immediately creates some distance, his mind flashing back to the golden rule for all hunters. Only challenge an ogre once you've mastered the aura blade. Kang glances at the crater left by the ogre's attack and realizes he would have been instantly turned into paste if that attack had connected. But instead of terror, a completely different thought sparks in his mind: how much cash he's about to make. A memory from the original Kang surfaces in Ogre's magic stone, sells for a cool 10 million won, and that's all the motivation he needs to get dead serious. Without wasting a single second, he unleashes his aura blade. Elsewhere, Isul is frantically tearing through the woods in his direction, praying to every god she knows that he isn't already a corpse. Isul has been sprinting for what feels like an eternity without a single sign of Kang, making her wonder just how far into this death trap the guy actually ventured. A moment later, she stumbles upon a clearing littered with the corpses of giant monkeys. She sees that the bodies form a trail, and she instantly pieces together that a desperate chase must have happened between Kang and the monsters. She even spots traces of vomit, which immediately convinces her that Kang must have been struggling badly in the fight, pushing himself so hard he got sick. She immediately blames herself for leading him to his death, but then a sudden realization hits her. Something here is very, very wrong. She realizes that every single corpse she's passed is in the exact same condition. Most of the monkeys have been decapitated, and every cut is surgically clean. Considering these monkeys have tough natural armor and always attack in massive packs, Isul knows that even she would have an incredibly difficult time taking down this many of them all by herself. Isul starts to question if Kang somehow used aura to slice through these beasts with his beat-up old blade. Then, the truth becomes terrifyingly clear. To her, Kang wasn't the one being chased. He was the one doing the chasing. But that still left one burning question. Why did he throw up? As she stands there, completely bewildered, a blood-curdling roar shatters the silence. Any composure she had instantly vanishes. She knows that sound. In that moment, she concludes that Kang was a dead man. She recognizes the roar as belonging to the most terrifying monster found in an A-rank dungeon, an ogre. She knows that average hunters would be paralyzed with fear just hearing that roar, while others might try to flee. But the fate of those who run and those who stay is exactly the same, because an ogre can't be outrun. Isul decides in her mind that Kang is already gone, no doubt, but a chilling thought hits her. The ogre must have clocked her presence, and now she's next on the menu. To avoid becoming Monster Chow, she decides her only option is to bolt from the dungeon immediately. She's just about to make a break for it when a crucial detail flashes in her mind. Ogres always roar before a fight. That means there's a sliver of a chance Kang is still breathing. She pivots, sprinting back toward the sound of battle. Even as she runs, she knows it's a long shot. What could she possibly do against a beast that would take 5 A-rank hunters to even slow down? As she barrels deeper into the danger zone, her mind races with possibilities. She knows deep down that Xionhua would never let her live it down if she bailed on Kang when he might still be alive. With no more hesitation, Eziel plunges forward, screaming Kang's name, praying she hears something, anything. In reply, she finally bursts into the clearing, and the scene that greets her completely shatters her expectations. There's Kang, wielding a sword literally made of pure energy, unleashing a powerful slash that was nothing short of breathtaking. She watches him carve through the ogre's thick hide like it was wet paper, and she remembers how much she doubted him when Xionhua vouched for his skill. But seeing this with her own eyes changes everything. He's using an aura blade. Eziel is absolutely thunderstruck. Kang glances over, surprised to see her. He asks what she's doing back in the dungeon, confused because he was positive his time wasn't up. With a casual grin, Kang explains he was trying to speedrun the mobs, but ended up accidentally pulling the final boss. Eziel is just floored, wondering how in the world this guy can be so unbelievably calm. The first thing she manages to stammer out is a question about how he could possibly wield an aura blade. Kang just smiles, admitting the aura blade is still a work in progress, and claiming he only managed to summon it because the ogre's sudden appearance put him under extreme pressure. He continues, saying he finally understands why she was so insistent on them picking a lower-rank dungeon. Eziel cannot wrap her head around how casually he's acting, considering this dungeon mutated into a full-blown A-rank death trap. Without missing a beat, Kang shifts to the one thing on his mind, the payout. He needs to know how much bank they can get for the ogre's corpse and its mana stone. Kang turns to point at his kill, but the gruesome sight hits him hard, and he immediately starts vomiting again. And that's when it finally clicks for Eziel. He's not mortally wounded, the guy just has an incredibly weak stomach. Kang confesses he's been puking his guts out since the very first monster fight. Then he looks up and notices the sky is blue. Eziel confirms it, saying it's the all-clear signal. The dungeon's been conquered, and all they need to do is get outside and call the recovery team. But before they can call it in, Kang urges Eziel to tell everyone that she was the one who defeated the ogre. Eziel is completely shocked. She asks why on earth he would give her credit for something he worked so insanely hard for. Kang simply replies that he hates being in the spotlight, and news about him soloing an ogre would definitely cause a ton of unwanted drama. Eziel is blown away, staring at Kang in a totally new light. She finally understands he knew exactly what he was doing the entire time. In that moment, Eziel apologizes for how she treated him, for judging him without having any clue what he was truly capable of. She figures if Kang is so determined to stay off the radar, he must have his reasons. She has no idea if anyone will actually believe she killed the ogre, but she's willing to go along with his plan. Eziel extends her hand for a handshake, telling Kang that she's genuinely looking forward to working with him as a partner. With a huge smile, Kang says he feels the same way, but Eziel instantly snatches her hand back when she sees the disgusting gunk covering his palm. She quickly pivots, saying it's time to go get their payment, a slick move to avoid the handshake. And with that, they had officially cleared a D-rank portal that had nightmarishly mutated into an A-rank catastrophe. Manhwa is stunned when she sees the two of them walk out alive, and she immediately rushes over to pull Kang into a desperate hug. While Eziel bows low to apologize to Manhwa, Kang is just standing there utterly confused until they finally explain the situation. They were convinced he was a goner after the portal mutated. Kang is genuinely impressed they charged into that kind of danger just to try and save him. That act alone cements them as loyal companions. Kang apologizes for putting them through so much stress and thanks them for coming back for him. Manhwa, with tears streaming down her face, tells Kang she's just so happy he's safe. Eziel then cuts in, asking Kang if he knows any good dealers. To sell off the monster corpses, Kang just grins and tells Eziel she's free to handle it any way she thinks is best. He lies, saying it's been a long time since he's been an active hunter. A few moments later, Kang steps out of the portal and lets out a massive sigh of relief. But his smile instantly turns to ice when he sees a full troop of soldiers waiting for them just outside the portal. One of the soldiers approaches, asking if he was one of the hunters who went inside, and he says yes. Kang is completely bewildered. He asks the soldier why they're all gathered there. The soldier snaps a salute, explaining that they received a report that a D-rank gate had somehow mutated into a lethal A-rank death trap. A soldier on guard explains his squad is from the elite Aegis unit, scrambled on an emergency dispatch from the Hunter Management Agency. The captain steps up to Kang, demanding to know why he's the only one who made it out, when a team of 3 had gone in. That's when it dawns on Kang this whole armed reception isn't a welcome party. They were braced for the worst, completely convinced his entire team had been slaughtered inside. Kang quickly reassures the tense soldiers that the other hunters are totally fine, because they already conquered the dungeon. The soldiers just stare, absolutely stunned, unable to process the idea that the gate has been cleared. Kang is still trying to explain when a grotesque, giant ogre head suddenly starts ripping through the fabric of the portal. The soldiers erupt in screams at the horrifying sight, weapons raised and ready to fire. But Yoel's voice booms from inside the gate, commanding them to hold their fire. She shouts that everyone on the team is alive and well. Meanwhile, Isul is struggling to shove the massive ogre head out, but it's wedged tight. She yells to Kang that they'll probably have to carve the skull into pieces just to get it through. Kang calmly tells her to just push it back into the dungeon so he can slice it up in there. The captain is completely floored by this exchange, his mind reeling, trying to figure out how in the world a tiny 3-person team managed to slay an ogre. For these soldiers, an ogre was a monster they'd only ever faced in training simulations, never with their own eyes. They start murmuring about how it takes a squad of 5 top-tier A-rank hunters just to stand a chance against one. The soldiers immediately decide that Isul must have single-handedly defeated the monster since she's the famous disciple of Kim Mandong. They don't even hesitate to clown on Kang, dismissing him as just a pretty-faced weakling who got carried. But a few of the soldiers look closer at Kang, getting the gut feeling that he was the one who actually handled it. A wave of relief washes over Kang as everyone credits Isul for slaying the Ogre King. He's also beyond grateful that the Heavenly Demon Sword style actually worked. Without it, he would have been completely wrecked by that monster. In a flash, A dealer Isul frequently works with materializes on the scene. The dealer's jaw hits the floor when he lays eyes on the ogre's massive corpse, and he immediately asks Isul how she pulled it off. Before she can answer, he comes to his own conclusion. Of course, only the legendary Kim Mandong's prize student could accomplish such a feat. Isul lets out a nervous laugh, brushing it off as pure luck before asking the dealer for a price on the mountain of monster corpses. The dealer gives the bodies a quick once-over, then casually announces a payout of 16 million. Kang's brain nearly short-circuits at the astronomical figure, while Isul just nods, satisfied with the number. She then steers the conversation to the ogre itself, and the dealer admits its bones are in prime condition, even if the hide is a bit shredded. Since the skin is practically useless, he throws out an offer of 13 million, not including the ogre's mana stone. Isul immediately starts haggling, calling the offer cheap, but Kang is already lost in a fantasy world built on mind-boggling sums of money. The next thing he knows, the grand total skyrockets to 40 million, and Kang can't help but celebrate the insane win. The dealer looks at him, completely baffled, and asks Isul why her sidekick is freaking out when she was the one who did all the work. Isul, caught off guard, just fumbles for a response and tells the dealer to wire the money straight to Kang's account. She claims there's a good reason for it, as Kang suddenly realizes monster hunting is an incredibly lucrative gig. He just raked in a staggering 40 million from a single dungeon run. Kang knows deep down that if it weren't for Seonhwa, he would have ditched his teaching job to become a full-time hunter in a heartbeat. Moments later, the money hits his account, and in a shocking move, he transfers 10% to both Seonhwa and Isul. That's a cool 4 million for each of them, leaving both women absolutely stunned. They argue that he doesn't owe them anything since they barely lifted a finger, but Kang insists it's his way of apologizing for scaring them. The ladies are still hesitant, but Kang pushes them to accept it, reminding them that this is just the first of many missions they'll tackle as a team. With a massive grin, Kang tells them how genuinely stoked he is to be working with them. Isul is frozen in place, a deep blush creeping across her face. Later that night at dinner, Seonhwa can tell Isul is a million miles away. After Kang had already left, she gently asks if something is wrong, but Isul just shakes her head, saying she's fine. She tries to downplay her day, saying all she did was haul monster parts and drive the car, but she admits she's grateful. After all, she just pocketed 4 million for doing practically nothing. She then confesses that she feels guilty for taking the cash, and is even thinking about giving it back. Seonhwa isn't buying it. Her friend is an A-rank hunter. She's not going to be spacing out over a measly 4 million. What Seonhwa doesn't know is that Isul is still replaying the moment she saw Kang take down the ogre. She recognizes that the skill he unleashed was something terrifyingly powerful, unlike anything she's ever witnessed from another hunter. Isul finally tells her friend that she believes Kang might be the catalyst she needs to shatter her own limits and reach the next level of power. She's been stuck in a rut ever since hitting A rank. At that exact moment, Kim Mandong bursts into the room wearing a pink teddy bear apron and carrying a huge pot of soup. He says he got the report from their expedition, but he knows for a fact that Isul doesn't have the juice to take on an ogre king solo. He pegs Kang as the one who dealt the finishing blow, and Isul doesn't deny it. She points out that nobody would ever believe a B-rank hunter could do that, adding that Kang wants to keep his true power under wraps. Changing the subject, Isul asks Kim Mandong about an open spearmanship instructor role at the academy. Isul expresses a surprising interest in the job, figuring she could handle it since she'd just be teaching kids. With a spark in her eye, Isul announces that her guild contract is almost up, and she plans on returning to the school to become the new spearmanship instructor. Meanwhile, Kang is visiting his own master, excitedly explaining how he used his teachings to carve up the vice principal. He gives all the credit for his victory to the techniques the old man taught him. His master, however, just nonchalantly slurps his ramen, barely acknowledging Kang's epic tale of defeating the vice principal. But Kang sees it a faint smile his master is trying desperately to conceal. Joe finally grunts that the vice principal is a pathetic coward for using such a high-level technique on someone ranked so far beneath him. Kang, fishing for praise, asks if his performance was worthy of 110 points, but the old man just snorts and docks him 20. He says Kang only gets 90 points because he's an arrogant fool, but despite the harsh critique, Kang simply bows in respect to his master, heaping praise on him for the killer performance he delivered in the duel, all thanks to the old man's training. But Cho just calls him out, telling him that if he's genuinely grateful, a bowl of pork stew would prove it. Kang just smirks, revealing he didn't show up with nothing. He explains that he actually had a gift ready before his showdown with the vice principal, but things got a little wild. Reaching into his pack, Kang pulls out a stack of modern textbooks, the kind used for learning the language of the modern world. Kang pulled this move because he knew Cho was intensely curious about how society had morphed over the years. Cho was legitimately impressed that the kid had the foresight to think of it. Suddenly, a bizarre-looking book catches his eye, and he points it out to Kang. Turns out, it's not a book at all, it's a laptop. Kang flips it open for Cho and fires up a music video. The old man is absolutely stunned by the sight of beautiful women in shockingly short dresses. Kang has to tell him to take a chill pill, explaining that what he's seeing is just a recording of people. Cho is completely mesmerized by the screen, and Kang can't help but smile at how locked in he is. Kang gets it. Cho has been isolated for a lifetime, and even if he pretends to be used to it, nobody can be alone forever. Cho is baffled that people don't cover up, like they used to, immediately deciding the outside world is utterly depraved. Kang tries to explain the cultural shift, but the old man just dismisses him, saying he's just messing with his head. Kang then shifts gears, letting the old man know that his schedule is about to get slammed, and he only dropped by to give him a quick tutorial on the laptop before he had to take off. Kang lays out his new mission. He's heading out to hunt monsters, quoting the old man's own advice that the fastest way to level up is by gaining real-world combat experience. Kang then sits his master down and begins the crash course on using a mouse, powering on the device, and all the basics. Cho just gazes at him, his expression radiating the pride of a father watching his son. A little while later, Kang rendezvous with Xianhua and Iseul. Iseul's greeting is way warmer this time around, and she even offers up her car for the trip. While they're driving, Kang spots something unusual in the back seat and asks what it is. Iseul nonchalantly explains it's a new collapsible spear she plans to start training with, effective immediately. Kang is completely floored by this revelation. Nowhere in the original story did Iseul ever pick up a spear. The woman is a genius at hand-to-hand combat, so this abrupt switch to a polearm sets off major alarm bells in Kang's head. Xianhua then drops another bomb. The spear instructor job at the academy is vacant, and Iseul is putting in an application. Kang's brain practically short-circuits. The previous spear instructor was Zhang, who furiously quit after Kang publicly humiliated him in their fight. It's a gut-punching realization for Kang. The original plot has officially been derailed. He starts spiraling, wondering if he screwed something up, or if he somehow planted the idea of a spear in Iseul's mind. Kang confronts her, asking why she's making such a drastic change. All of a sudden, Iseul just shrugs, saying she wants to try out the teacher life for a bit, especially since she can still slay monsters during her downtime. Hearing her insane logic, Kang decides he has to stop her before this butterfly effect causes a Category 5 hurricane. Kang warns Iseul that mastering a spear could be a huge challenge for her, but Iseul waves him off, arguing that the techniques taught at the academy are pure fundamentals, and that she's more than capable of handling the job. She's completely sure she'll crush the instructor exam, but then casually mentions her plan only lasts for the current semester. Kang breathes a massive sigh of relief, hearing that Iseul is only planning to be a substitute teacher for a single semester. She explains that if she ends up enjoying the academy lifestyle, she'll just pivot to become a close combat instructor. With that crisis averted for now, Xianhua gets them back on track, revealing that their assigned portal for the day is a hotbed for undead creatures. She suggests they eat something before they head out, since the journey will take a while. Kang immediately starts wondering what they should grab, but the two women reveal they've already packed homemade lunchboxes. Kang is completely thrown for a loop and says he'll probably have to swing by a convenience store to get himself something, since he didn't bring any food. Xianhua quickly tells Kang not to worry, explaining that she packed an extra lunchbox just for him. Kang is absolutely stunned by the gesture. He never expected someone to go through the trouble of making a meal, specifically for him. Growing up, lunchboxes were a foreign concept. He was just grateful for the few bills his parents would occasionally leave for him on the kitchen table. He voices his disbelief, and Xianhua tells him there was no way. They would pack for themselves and leave him out. She then adds that she spotted a park on the map and suggests it as a perfect spot to eat. Kang, touched by her thoughtfulness, agrees without a single objection. Since Kang isn't picky, the crew quickly grabs some food, and once they're full, they dive straight into the portal. And just as you'd guess, they're met with hordes of undead. Xianhua holds the backline, dropping buffs on her crew, while Kang and Iseul absolutely demolish the monsters. They keep this up for days, hopping from one portal to another and clearing them out like it's nothing. After wrapping up one of their missions, Iseul gets a random call that, surprise, is from her uncle. Apparently, her uncle is desperate for her help on a super urgent mission involving an A-rank portal that could last an entire week. Iseul looks over at her teammates, checking if they're free, and Kang, being the absolute hype man he is, immediately agrees to join her. In that moment, Kang senses this is about to be a massive turning point in his second chance at life. With her team's blessing, Iseul lets her uncle know she'll hit him back once she's sorted out her schedule. The second she hangs up, Kang asks what's wrong, telling her she can open up because he's ready to jump in and help if he can. Iseul admits she's so relieved to have Kang around, but explains the issue is all about time and major distance. Kang still looks lost, so Xianhua chimes in, explaining that Isul's uncle is the guildmaster of a top-tier guild based all the way out on Jeju Island. Isul spills the details. There were some serious casualties at an A-rank portal, which has left them critically understaffed. He needs them to fly over and provide support for a week, and Isul promises Kang that all their expenses and gear will be covered. Kang is totally pumped, telling Isul he'd help out even if they had to pay their own way. Xianhua is just as eager to pitch in, announcing to the guys that she'll handle all the cooking and magical support. Isul is beaming, thanking Kang for his generosity and promising to treat him to any and all the delicious food he wants when they get back. Isul then throws out the idea of leaving the day after tomorrow, which Kang is cool with, since they could all use a day to recover. It suddenly clicks for Kang that his students are stationed on Jeju Island, and he starts to wonder if they might actually cross paths if their schedules line up. The next morning, Kang gets to work packing everything he's going to need for the trip, and that's when it hits him he might have a huge problem getting on the plane. With his sword, as if on cue, he gets a call from Siora, and Kang thinks this couldn't be more perfect. Now he has someone to ask about the sword issue. Siora is floored that Kang answered right away, and he just explains that he's taking a breather from portal diving. He cuts to the chase, asking Siora if there's any way to get his sword onto a flight. Siora's first reaction is to call him crazy, but then she tells him he just has to flash his hunter's license at the airport, and they'll check his sword in as special luggage. Then, Siora reveals the real reason she called was about that very license. She gives him a heads up that it's almost time for his renewal. She stresses that he needs to get on it fast, because if he doesn't, he won't be allowed to teach at the academy next semester. Kang pulls out his license and sees she's dead right. He's only got about a month left before it expires. Kang asks how she even knew, and Siora admits that the Antas Guild contacted her a few days back. It was supposed to be a routine call, but his name inevitably got brought up. Kang is baffled that Antas is still keeping tabs on him even after he left them. Siora just reminds him that he's basically blown up in popularity because of everything he's been doing lately. Kang can't believe Antas knows the details, even though he's been trying to stay low-key. Siora lays it out for him. Antas has eyes and ears everywhere. She even reveals that some of those challenge letters he got were secretly from Antas agents. Siora tells Kang that Antas is hurting for manpower right now, and because of that, they're desperate to get him back on their roster. It gets worse, they actually told Siora to try and bait Kang back by pretending she'd accepted his old proposal, but she says she dodged it with a clever excuse. Siora tells Kang that Antas should be leaving him alone now, at least for a little while, but Kang is way more curious about how she managed to get them to back off. Siora is super hesitant to say, but he pushes, telling her it's okay. So, Siora finally confesses. She told them something so utterly disgusting they wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole, that Kang stole her socks just so he could smell them. And even though the lie was gross and totally humiliating, Kang couldn't care less as long as it kept Antas away. He actually thanks her for the help. The next day, Kang links up with Xianhua and Isul at the airport, which is an absolute madhouse. Kang is shocked by the sheer number of people. Xianhua figures it's probably because it's the middle of vacation season. Isul tells Kang that the injured hunters should be back on their feet soon, so if they can just grind hard for a few days, they'll have plenty of time to kick back and relax too. After their flight lands, they're met by Isul's cousin, Hong Isul, who gives them a super cheerful welcome. And she's a total ball of sunshine, the complete opposite of Isul's whole vibe. She even hits it off with Xianhua right away, almost better than she does with her own cousin. After getting her fill of goofing around, Isul nudges Yesul to go introduce herself to Kang. Yesul strolls up to Kang, her eyes wide with surprise, admitting she can't believe he's just a teacher when he's built like a total celebrity. Once the introductions are out of the way, Yesul announces she's about to drop all the details on their upcoming mission. On their way to the guild headquarters, Yesul lays it all out. Just last week, a massive chunk of the guild's forces was sent into an A-rank, 10-person dungeon. But things went south when 3 ogres ambushed them during the raid. The hunters ultimately cleared the gate, but not without a cost. One of their own didn't make it out alive. And on top of that, the guild's vice master and every single team member with him were seriously injured. Some are now battling the psychological scars of watching their comrade fall, with a few even talking about hanging it up for good. Kang totally gets it. He knows firsthand that no amount of magic can stitch up a wounded soul. They pull up to the guild building, and Yesul tells them they can dump their luggage in the lobby. Before she shows them to their quarters, Kang just stares up at the massive skyscraper, completely blown away. He can't believe the guild owns a building this huge. Yesul quickly shuts that down, explaining they only occupy the 7th floor, all the way up to the 10th. Just then, the guildmaster himself, Yesul's uncle, Hong Jong-sik, appears to give them a warm welcome. Isul checks in on her uncle, and the guy just smirks back, teasing that he wouldn't be calling for backup if everything was peachy. Jong-sik then shifts his attention to Seonhwa, asking how her dad is doing. She relays her father's regards, and explains he would have come personally if his schedule allowed it. Finally, Jung-sik turns to Kang, his face lighting up with a brilliant smile. And in that moment, Kang realizes it's not just them. This entire family is cursed with an infectious cheerfulness. Inside the guild, Jung-sik gives them a quick rundown, basically recapping everything Yesul already covered. He then drops the new plan. They're gunning to conquer a B-grade, 7-person dungeon. He explains that the guild always plays it safe, deploying way more hunters than a dungeon requires because they put their people's lives above everything else. The problem is, they're critically short-staffed right now. Because of their depleted numbers, he informs Kang's crew that the guild can only spare 5 people for support. Izul immediately assures her uncle, thinking their numbers are solid. She glances at Kang for his take. But that's the exact moment Kang shatters the vibe, revealing that the 5 people with them are a serious liability. He lays down the law, saying 3 is the absolute maximum they can handle, and you can hear the raw suspicion in his voice. They'd need so much backup for a B-rank portal in the first place. Kang finishes his point by stating that the bigger the team, the smaller the cut of the profits, for everyone involved. Jung-sik is completely floored by this, and demands to know what Kang's former guild was. Kang calmly says it was the Chase Guild. The name hangs in the air for a second before Jung-sik's face twists into a look of pure disgust. He snaps that his guild's B-rank team has flawless teamwork. The guildmaster storms right up to Kang, his presence absolutely menacing as he rips into him, for even thinking about cutting down the number of people on the mission. The second she sees this, Iseul just freezes up. She knows exactly what that look means. Her uncle is absolutely livid, and he has no clue who he's messing with. Jung-sik decides Kang needs to be taught some respect. Full of swagger, he tells him to follow him. Iseul tries to intervene, but her uncle shuts her down, declaring this is about the safety of his own guild members, who are about to head into battle with them. To Jung-sik, Kang is nothing but a clown. That's when Kang unsheathes his sword, ready to put on a show, the Aura Blade. It's clear all that time spent grinding in portals has seriously leveled up his game. The sight sends a shockwave through Jung-sik. How could a supposed B-rank hunter pull off a skill like that? Kang tries to play it cool, claiming he just kind of figured it out on his own, and that it's still a work in progress. It finally dawns on Jung-sik that he completely misjudged this kid without knowing a thing about him. Kang then apologizes if he came off as reckless, but reassures Jung-sik that he and the girls have been operating as a 3-person squad without a single issue. The guildmaster pauses, the wheels turning in his head. He starts to see the logic. If Kang is as strong as he seems, cutting down the team size would actually be a huge win, especially since he's so short on people anyway. As he's mulling it over, Seonhwa jumps in, telling Jung-sik he needs to trust Kang, because he just recently beat her own father in a duel. Kang tries to downplay it, saying the vice principal was definitely taking it easy on him, but Seonhwa insists that by the rules they agreed on, Kang was the clear winner. Jung-sik's jaw practically hits the floor when he hears that Kang was the one who actually landed a clean hit on the legendary Kim Man-dong. Iseul instantly backs her up, adding that Kang is the real deal. Jung-sik is completely baffled. With that kind of insane skill, how is Kang still stuck at B rank? He has to ask if there's some secret reason. Kang just shrugs, saying there's no big story, it is what it is, that he's hit a wall with the promotion exam. Turns out, the A rank test has a crazy prerequisite. You have to conquer over 100 B rank portals, and any international clears are a no-go. Because of that little detail, Kang admits he hasn't even been eligible to take the test. He lays out his game plan for Jung-sik, renew his license, and just grind out the requirements next year. Jung-sik fires back, urging Kang to absolutely crush that exam the second he's able. Iseul tries to thank her uncle, but Jung-sik cuts her off, saying he hasn't conceded a single thing. He's still convinced Kang isn't ready, pointing to the fact he couldn't even meet the A-rank conditions. He straight up tells Kang he's got the raw power, but zero actual experience. And then, Jung-sik drops a bombshell. He's assigning them 2 hunters who are support specialists with deep knowledge of the local geography. Kang is low-key impressed. Jung-sik saw right through his lack of tactical experience and immediately plugged the gap with the perfect personnel. Kang silently agrees, knowing his crew has absolutely no coordinated strategy. Sure, they've been working together, but their entire tactic was just to dive into portals and obliterate everything in sight while Seonhwa hangs back, spamming buffs. But now, with Iseul on the squad, and 2 more hunters on the way, things have to change. A little later, they meet their new teammates, a dude named Han Guangho, a solid B-rank hunter, and a woman named Lee Ji-hae, also a B-ranker. Apparently, these 2 are the absolute best in the fields they desperately need. Guangho is their living monster detector, while Ji-hae is the terrain expert. Kang can't help but be impressed again. Jung-sik had spotted the glaring hole in their formation, the lack of a long-range fighter, and filled it without being asked. He has to admit, Jung-sik might come off as flashy, but the guy is meticulous as hell. With the team assembled, they plunge into the dungeon. The place is a nightmare, a rugged cave system riddled with blind spots, practically gift-wrapping ambush opportunities for monsters. And the monsters themselves? Giant red mice. Yeah, this portal got put on the back burner for a reason. It was a certified death trap. Guangho suggests a quick 2-hour recon run, and Kang is all for it. But just moments later, Jihei spots a monster creeping up behind her. Before she can even draw her bow, Kang is a flash of movement, and the monster is cleaved in two with a single, effortless slash. He literally bisected the giant mouse. But Kang looks disappointed, admitting he imagined something way more epic looking. While he and Yisul are joking about the monster's lame design, Jihei is just frozen, replaying the scene in her head. She realizes with a jolt that Kang sensed the monster, faster than a B-rank detection skill, and even more insane, he took it down without a shred of mana. Sionhua then asks Kang if there are more crawling around. He just nods. Yeah, he tells her he can feel a massive swarm of them deeper inside. Guangho, shocked, asks if Kang has detection skills too. Kang confirms it, promising the team he'll provide cover. That's when it clicks for Jihei and Guangho. The sheer, overwhelming power of Kang finally dawns on them. It's the reason he kept the party size so small. Fast forward 2 hours into the dungeon raid, and Guangho and Jihei are just sprinting to keep up with Kang and Yisul. Those two have already steamrolled everything ahead and basically cleared the dungeon before they even realized it. Jihei finally has to ask Yisul, is he, for real, just a B-rank hunter? Yisul admits he is, but she barely knows the guy herself. Yisul explains she was the one who recruited Kang, and she says his full name out loud. The name instantly triggers something for Guangho. He remembers him now. He once challenged that same Kang to a duel. Seeing the god-tier level Kang is operating at now, Guangho is just eternally grateful he got ghosted. Yisul then tells her new friends they're probably not getting a cut of the loot, since they didn't really lift a finger during the whole raid. But then, they hear Kang announcing how they're going to split the profits, perfectly even. Yisul and the others try to argue, pointing out they did nothing, but Kang just brushes it off. He explains that without them, they wouldn't have even met the hunter quota to enter the dungeon in the first place. He tells them he genuinely appreciates them for putting their trust in a total stranger. Guangho is floored. He can tell Kang is 100% sincere. He's so moved he just runs over and gives him a massive bear hug. After that, the newly formed team starts crushing one expedition after another on the island. At the same time, word gets out to Kang's students that he's on Jeju, and his phone starts blowing up with texts from them, begging him to come hang out. On the third day of their dungeon crawl, Guangho and the other support members are just chilling, talking about how insanely lucky they are to have Sionhua, Yisul, and Kang carrying the entire team. As they step out of another cleared portal, Sionhua reminds Kang about his appointment. Kang explains that he's planning to meet up with his students, who just so happen to be on Jeju for a vacation. Seeing him caked in blood and monster guts, Sionhua tells him he'd better go shower first. Kang smiles, glad to see the team is finally starting to vibe with each other. He figures things are only going to get even smoother next week, when the original injured hunters finally return. Guangho then offers Kang a ride to see his students, but Kang turns him down, saying he's just going to grab a taxi. Guangho isn't taking no for an answer, practically forcing the keys into Kang's hand, because it's the absolute least he can do. With no other choice, Kang takes the car. While cruising down the highway to meet the kids, he dials them up. The moment they answer, the line explodes with excitement that their teacher is finally on his way. Kang does a quick check-in, asking if they're all together and if they need anything. That's when Jinsu reveals that one of the twins, Unso, was hit with a nasty fever and had to stay behind at the inn. Jinsu tells him they'll all be back there in about an hour. Kang confirms the timing is perfect. But when he asks them again what they want him to bring, they just start, unleashing a wall of noise into the phone, forcing Kang to hang up. Through the chaos, though, he clearly heard one word: beef. So, he decides to make a pit stop at the supermarket to load up on drinks and snacks for the crew. But right then, he slams into a sea of brake lights. The entire highway is a parking lot, and he can't help but wonder what the hell is going on. Up ahead, he spots a checkpoint, but it's not cops running the show, it's soldiers in full gear. He pulls up and asks one of them what happened, and what's causing the insane traffic jam. The soldier's face is grim, as he explains that a monster broke containment during a raid on a nearby dungeon, right in this area. It seems the hunters sent to take it down completely fumbled the mission, failing to secure it, which is why the military has the entire region on lockdown. Kang just brushes it off until a horrifying realization hits him like a ton of bricks. Unseo is alone at the inn. Kang's voice tightens as he asks the soldier about the lockdown's range, and his worst fears are confirmed. The entire district is sealed. The soldier asks if he's a resident inside the quarantine zone. Kang shakes his head. No. but I have someone trapped in there. At an inn, the soldier tells him to try calling her. After a few agonizing seconds, Unseo finally picks up, her voice trembling with pure terror. Unso, where are you? He asks. She whispers that she's at the inn, and Kang pleads with her to carefully listen to every single word he's about to say. He breaks the news that a monster has escaped from a nearby portal, and the entire district has been evacuated, turning it into a ghost town. Kang stresses to Yunso that she cannot leave the inn, because the silence outside is a trap. Just then, the soldiers mention the monster's name, and Kang's blood runs cold. The Shadow Reaper. He knows just how screwed they are. This isn't some random mob. The Shadow Reaper is a B-rank dungeon boss. It's infamous for its stealth abilities and its devastating power, making it a truly terrifying opponent. Kang repeats his warning, his voice now an urgent command, telling Yunseo to stay hidden no matter what, so the Shadow Reaper can't find her. But then, Yunseo's shaky voice cuts in and asks her teacher if the Shadow Reaper is the one that carries a massive scythe and wears a black robe. Kang confirms it, assuming she's just remembering one of his lessons. But then, she shatters his world, telling him he's got it wrong because, for some insane reason, she is literally staring right at the Shadow Reaper. Yunseo then adds that hiding from the monster is probably not going to be an option. A wave of panic crashes over Kang as he demands more details. Unseo's next words make the situation 1,000 times worse. It turns out she's not the only person left in the area. There are a few little kids cowering behind a car, kids who didn't manage to get out during the evacuation. And the Shadow Reaper is looming right over them. Paralyzed by fear, one of the kids lets out a tiny whimper, catching the Reaper's attention. The monster slowly raises its colossal scythe, poised to strike the children down, but Yunseo blasts it with a burst of energy, drawing its focus. She screams into the phone, telling Kang that he needs to get to her and he needs to be fast. She lets him know that with her fever, she won't be able to keep running for long. Before Kang can even process it, the call cuts out into static. He loses the connection and starts screaming Unseo's name into the dead phone, trying to get her back. Kang spins around to the soldiers, his eyes blazing with intensity, telling them that while he may be a teacher, he's also a hunter, currently contracted with the Heirong Guild. He begs the soldiers, asking if there's any way for him to get through the traffic jam. As a hunter, they tell him he's clear to pass. But the gridlock is so bad, he'd have to wait for the endless line of cars to slowly crawl forward. But waiting is not an option, not while his student's life hangs in the balance. Kang's eyes dart to a rough patch of wilderness beside the road, and he points to it, signaling to the soldiers that he's making his own path. Meanwhile, miles away, Guangho and the team are living it up, celebrating a successful dungeon run. Guangho is chugging beers and even ropes Ji-hee into it, who reluctantly takes a cup. She might not drink beer, but she admits she was desperate for anything liquid. After their grueling 3-day marathon clear, Guangho is also on cloud 9 about Kang helping them out because he's going to be able to pay off his new car loan in record time. He's already imagining the money rolling in. You see, he bought the car on a 36-month installment plan, and with Kang helping them blitz through dungeons at an insane speed, he knows he's about to make bank. Guangho assumes Kang is probably just chilling with his students, completely unaware that Kang has transformed that precious new car into an off-road beast, tearing through the forest to forge his own path. Yunseo crashes through the rugged landscape, her lungs burning as she flees the relentless Shadow Reaper. The creature is dead set on claiming her life, and Kang's voice echoes in her head, a stark warning from class. Resist the urge to be a hero. He had warned them that playing hero could spiral into a much bigger disaster, and Yunseo remembered asking what they were supposed to do. In a no-win situation, Kang's instructions were chillingly clear. Analyze your environment, identify an exit, and then make a break for it. Yunseo had questioned the logic, wondering why they'd need to scout the area if the plan was just to run. Kang's answer now makes perfect sense. It's not about running blindly, but about knowing exactly where to run to maximize your odds of living. Kang was also obsessed with making his students run, every single day, no exceptions. Unseo and her classmates never understood. They always griped about his insane daily marathon sessions. But now, trapped in a life-or-death chase with a Shadow Reaper, it all clicks. She finally gets it. Kang was hardening them for moments exactly like this. She dodges, narrowly cheating death. That split-second reaction was pure Kang's training. Unseo twisted just in time, the monster's scythe slicing through the air where she'd just been. Unseo knows just how lethal Shadow Reapers are. Pulling off that escape felt like an absolute miracle as she stared from a safe distance. Then, her eyes land on the children she just saved, and the reason she ever wanted this life comes rushing back. She'd originally followed her sister to hunter school, a move that completely blindsided her sibling. Her sister was shook the day she discovered Unseo's only reason for enrolling was her. That's when her sister brought up a memory Unseo had buried deep, something from when they were just kids. As a child, Unseo would watch these heart-wrenching documentaries about families torn apart by monster attacks. Overwhelmed with emotion, little Unseo declared that she'd become a hunter so no one would have to suffer that fate again. She doesn't recall a thing, but her sister never forgot. In fact, that childhood declaration inspired her sister to become a hunter too, all to shield her younger sibling. Unseo knows, if she had just abandoned those kids, she'd be long gone by now, safe. But the thought of facing her sister after such a cowardly act is unbearable. Get to the nearest shelter, Unseo screams at the kids. She pivots to draw the monster's attention, but in a blink, it's vanished. Unseo freezes, scanning her surroundings, her heart pounding. A cold dread washes over her as she remembers the Shadow Reaper's most feared trait. Its terrifying, ghost-like stealth. Before she can even process the thought, it materializes directly behind her, its shadow swallowing her whole. She's trapped. There's nowhere to run. All she can do is watch in horror as the Shadow Reaper lifts its massive scythe. This is it. Game over. But in that exact instant, a car tears through the scenery, driving like a bat out of hell right for them. It's Kang. He slams the car directly into the Shadow Reaper. Rewind 3 minutes. Kang was hunting for Unseo's location, sensing her chi. His ki allowed him to map out the area, distinguishing the faint signatures of humans from the monstrous aura of the beast. Kang figured Unseo would be fine. After all, she was in the original story. But then he remembered all the little details that weren't lining up, like Siora ditching Antas, or Unseo even joining the academy. A terrifying thought hits Kang. His own actions might have triggered a butterfly effect, throwing Unseo's destiny completely off the rails. Refusing to accept that outcome, Kang floored the accelerator, pouring his ki into tracking the monster's exact position. The second he got a lock on the Shadow Reaper, he pushed the car beyond its limits, smashing through the forest. After hitting the creature, Kang leaps from the wreckage, his eyes locked on the Shadow Reaper. He is absolutely furious that a monster dared to touch his student. He unleashes a strike so savage it sends the Reaper flying. Looking more like a demon than a teacher, Kang closes in to finish the job. He channels a devastating blast of energy into his bare hands and completely obliterates the monster, leaving Unseo absolutely speechless. Kang tumbles into the nearby water, the Shadow Reaper's corpse sinking beside him, before he finally breaks the surface. He lets out a massive sigh of relief. He made it. Just in the nick of time. She would have been toast. A minute later, and it would have been too late. Kang pulls himself out of the river and nonchalantly asks Unseo, "You good?" Before he can react, she throws herself into his arms, sobbing. It finally hits Kang. The girl put on a brave face for those kids, but deep down, she was utterly terrified. Hey, don't cry," he says gently. "You're not hurt, are you?" Through her tears, Unseo points to the car, now resting at the bottom of the river. Kang just pats her head. "It's just a car," he says, his only concern being that she's alive and in one piece. Meanwhile, miles away, the car's actual owner is sleeping peacefully, completely unaware his ride has been totaled. The story of the Shadow Reaper's defeat explodes across the area, all thanks to the kids who sprinted to sound the alarm. Before long, military vehicles swarm the scene. Sirens wail as paramedics and officials swarm the scene. Tucked away from the chaos behind an ambulance, Kang gently asks Unseo if she's going to call her parents. But Unseo immediately shoots down the idea, knowing they'd just freak out, yank her back home, and kill the trip for good. Kang totally gets it, praising her for the insane bravery she showed. Still, he can't shake the chilling thought of how badly she could have been injured. Unseo simply reminds her teacher that he was the one who swooped in to save her. Kang cracks a smirk, teasingly asking what she would have done if he'd been even a minute late. In response, Unseo decides to flip the script, taunting him about his own handsome face. With a nimble leap, Unseo hops off the back of the ambulance, calling out that she'll see him later and thanking him for everything. Before Kang can even get a word out, a police officer appears at his side, informing him that they've recovered the Reaper's corpse. The officer then cuts to the chase, asking Kang which guild he's affiliated with. When he reveals he's just a teacher at the Hunter Academy, the cop's eyes widen with sheer disbelief and admiration. The officer snaps a sharp salute, declaring that things would have turned into an absolute bloodbath if Kang hadn't taken down the Shadow Reaper. Kang tries to brush it off as no big deal, but the officer firmly insists that it was a monumental save. He then requests that Kang accompany him to police headquarters to file an official report on the incident, promising it'll be a quick process. Kang agrees and heads to the station, expecting to be in and out in no time. But that quick process spirals into an hours-long interrogation with the governor, the police chief, and even the guildmaster, the very same guildmaster whose team let the monster escape in the first place. Kang is floored that they're all grilling him separately. I mean, couldn't they have just done it all at once? Kang's frustration is about to boil over until the topic of financial compensation comes up, instantly brightening his mood. Apparently, the incompetent guild that caused this mess has promised to pay a hefty sum for the Shadow Reaper's corpse. They're also throwing in a generous reward for Kang himself and, on top of that, buying a brand new car for Guang Ho. His old one got completely totaled during the fight, after all. The governor then announces his plan to give Kang a Citizen of Justice award. Kang is all for the money, but the award? That's a hard pass. The governor pushes back, insisting he absolutely deserves the recognition. He keeps saying Kang's actions were heroic, but Kang knows an award like that just paints a giant target on his back for every hater out there. As the governor keeps insisting, Kang brilliantly pivots, suggesting the award should go to Eun-soo, who risked her own life to lure the monster. The governor thinks it over, and finally agrees. After that whole ordeal, the officer offers to give Kang a ride wherever he needs to go. Kang's first question? Is the butcher shop still open? His students were promised beef, and he intends to deliver. A short while later, Kang meets up with his class, beef in hand, and they waste no time firing up the grill. Soon, the delicious smell of barbecue fills the air. Kang hangs back, just watching them, admiring what an incredible group of students he has. The students then ambush him with an invitation to stay the night, but he tries to dodge the offer. But they're persistent, sweetening the deal by promising a beach trip the next day. Outnumbered and outmaneuvered, Kang finally gives in. He even breaks out some board games for them to play. The next morning, true to his word, Kang joins them at the beach, settling into a lounge chair. His students, however, are exploding with energy, splashing around in the ocean. Kang watches them, genuinely baffled by their limitless stamina. He swears they were up all night. He makes a mental note to seriously up the number of laps they'll be running once the semester kicks off again. Just then, he sees Jin-soo and the others conspiring. They emerge from the water like a tactical unit, stalking directly towards their unsuspecting teacher. "You bored, Teach?" they ask with mischievous grins. Kang assures them he's fine, but he can tell they're up to something. Suddenly, they all lunge at once, trying to drag him into the water, but they're no match for him. He fluidly evades their grasp, slipping out of the chair like a phantom. They're left grabbing nothing but air. But defeat isn't an option for them, even if their teacher is impossibly elusive. As they continue the chase across the sand, Kang coolly comments that they just aren't on his level yet, not even close. He calls a stop to their game, ordering Jin-soo to come with him to get drinks, and leaving Eun-soo in charge of the others. Eun-soo's sister, Eun-soo, immediately pipes up, accusing him of playing favorites. Kang just gives her a look, and tells her to try being as well-behaved as her sister. As he walks off, he tells the rest of them to stay put until he gets back. Jin-soo asks if he's really leaving him alone with all the girls, and Kang says yes. Jin-soo breathes a silent sigh of relief, grateful to be on the teacher's good side. He knows he could have easily been left behind. The second Kang is out of sight, Eun-soo takes control. She implements a deviously brilliant method of crowd control. She piles little cups of wet sand on each of the girls' arms, ordering them not to move an inch until the teacher returns. The girls are seething with frustration, but since Eun-soo is officially in charge, they are completely powerless. As if being turned into living sandcastles wasn't bad enough, a couple of sketchy dudes wander over, immediately zeroing in on the girls. The guys try to strike up a conversation, asking if they want to hang out, but are met with nothing but stone-cold silence and disgusted glares. It's a clear signal to back off and get lost. But these creeps just don't get the hint, deciding to try and sweet-talk their way in instead. To get these guys to back off, the girls are forced to drop the bomb that they're underage, but these creeps are completely unfazed. The dudes push drinks on them, but the girls refuse every offer. Then, one of the guys gets handsy, snatching the brunette's arm. In a flash of fury, she imagines cranking his arm back, a sickening pop echoing as she visualizes plowing through his entire crew like they're nothing. The thing is, there are strict rules against hunters throwing down with civilians. This law absolutely applies to trainees, because the power gap between them and normal people is just insane. But in reality, that epic beatdown never happened. The entire brutal takedown was just a fantasy playing out inside her head. She even deadpans to one of the guys that she's already pictured herself turning him into paste, but his ego is too thick to take the hint. The girl is absolutely seething, wishing she had the green light to just unleash hell on these delinquents. Just then, Kang strolls back onto the beach, only to stop dead in his tracks when he spots a pack of goons hassling his students. Kang can't believe it. He was gone for a grand total of 10 minutes, and the situation has already gone completely sideways. The ringleader of the punks spots Kang and struts over like he owns the place. He immediately starts clowning on Kang's face, saying he looks like a high schooler. Kang keeps his cool, trying to de-escalate things peacefully, but the guy is next-level obnoxious, practically begging for a beatdown. Kang tells the dude to take a hint and bounce, since the girls have already shot him down. Kang finally calls him a pathetic loser, which completely sets him off. The guy assumes Kang is just trying to act tough in front of everyone, and he decides he's going to teach him a lesson. He lunges for Kang, but in a blur of motion, Kang snags his arm and twists it hard. The dude howls in agony, Another punk comes charging at Kang, but he sidesteps the attack without breaking a sweat, all while casually finishing his popsicle. Kang then calmly recites the school's Article 10, which legally requires him to protect his students when they face any danger. The last guy on the crew finally puts two and two together. They're messing with a real hunter. He fumbles for his phone to call the cops, planning to play the victim card about hunters attacking civilians. Kang fluidly strikes his pressure points, plucking the phone from his limp hand and offering to gladly make the call for him. In that moment, the delinquents realize they are royally screwed. They make a break for it, but Kang effortlessly blocks their escape. Just then, Kang's friend from the police force shows up, and Kang gives him the quick rundown. Kang has them completely immobilized, with zero chance of escape. After hearing the report, the officer wrangles the delinquents and shoves them into the back of his squad car. The cop gives Kang a nod, assuring him that they'll handle these clowns, and that Kang should just go back to enjoying his time on the island. After the sirens fade, Jinsu is totally freaking out, stunned that their teacher actually knows a police officer. Kang explains it was just a chance meeting after the whole Shadow Reaper incident. This explanation only makes Kang seem even more legendary to his students, who all start showering him with praise. Kang tries to dip out, but the students swarm him, insisting that he come play with them. The teacher finally caves, and the students bolt for the beach. Only Yun-So hangs back, her eyes on Kang, and that's when she spots a woman approaching him. This stranger tells Kang she's been watching him for a while now. With a bright red face, she tells Kang he's an incredibly cool guy. Then, she musters up her courage and asks if she can get his number. This completely short-circuits Kang's brain, leaving him so stunned that he's totally frozen on the spot. He doesn't have a clue what to say and just starts stammering. But before Kang can even try to salvage the situation, Yun-So swoops in, grabs his arm, and starts dragging him away, telling the woman that Kang is already taken. Kang tries to object because Yun-So is actively torpedoing his potential love life, but she couldn't care less and just keeps yanking her teacher away. Once they're a safe distance away, Yun-So glances back and childishly sticks her tongue out at the woman. Kang begs Yun-So to let him go, but she flat out refuses, claiming Kang will just run straight back to her. Kang has to admit she isn't entirely wrong. At that moment, the rejected woman pulls out her phone and makes a shady call to a mysterious contact, telling them she's finally discovered Kang's weakness. The man on the other end of the line is revealed to be the disgraced former spear instructor, Zhang, who harbors a deep-seated grudge against Kang, and he's obsessed with finding any way to ruin him. Not long after, Kang and his team get ready to make their way back to Seoul. The students have already been sent ahead, while the adults finalize their own preparations. True to his word, Guang-Ho scores a new, fully loaded car. Kang and his team then link up with the guild's A-rank hunters, who had just returned from their latest mission, and all of them launched a raid on an A-rank portal. Meanwhile, Yun-So attended a ceremony to accept the Brave Citizen Award on Kang's behalf. Although Kang's name was mentioned in the official report for taking down the monster, the media spotlight was fixed squarely on Yun-So. As Shauna prepares to depart, she promises to whip up a fantastic meal for Yesul the next time they cross paths. Jong-shik also gives Kang his props for all the help, confessing that he seriously doubted his abilities at first. Jong-shik then pulls Kang aside to let him know that, no matter how hard he tries to conceal his power, the world is destined to discover it. He's warned to brace himself for that inevitable day. Jong-suk then throws down a challenge. The next time their paths cross, Kang's rank better match his insane abilities. Kang cracks a smile, promising to give it his all. And with that, Kang's crew heads back to Seoul. Meanwhile, we see Jong-suk holding a file for an S-rank hunter, already envisioning Kang's name in that legendary spot. The second his feet hit the pavement in Seoul, Kang makes a beeline for his master's home. He apologizes for showing up later than he'd planned, explaining to the old man that he's been buried under a mountain of work. Cho points out Kang's new tan, figuring he's been toiling away in the sun, completely oblivious that his student was actually just chilling under a beach umbrella. When Cho spots the massive haul of supplies Kang brought, he instantly assumes the kid is about to vanish for weeks on end again. But Kang quickly reassures him, promising he's not going anywhere and will actually be stopping by a lot more. He lets Cho know he has his license exam tomorrow, but he'll swing back in a couple of days to see how he's doing. The only catch is that once the new semester kicks off, his visits will have to drop back down to once a week. After their chat, Cho offers to whip up some ramen, but Kang turns him down and just collapses onto the ground. He groans that he's exhausted and tells the old man to just enjoy the meal himself. Lying there in the snow, it hits Kang that 6 whole months have passed since he first met the old man. He calculates that the original plot is set to ignite in 1 year and 6 months, which is when Seong originally unlocked the secrets to his power. But Kang himself found it 6 months after that, meaning there are still at least 2 years before his own destiny truly begins. Even so, a heavy weight settles in Kang's chest. He knows that Cho could die at any moment, a tragic footnote since he never even existed in the original timeline. Suddenly, Cho notices Kang staring intently at him. He totally misreads the situation, thinking Kang is eyeing the noodles he's cooking up. He playfully scolds Kang for food staring, after he'd already said he wasn't hungry. Kang is forced to insist, again, that he really doesn't want any. All of a sudden, Kang leaps to his feet, telling Cho he forgot something important back in the car. He then bolts out across the snowy fields. The item he forgot? A bottle of high-end Gaoliang liquor he'd stashed in the trunk of his car. He's absolutely dreading the fact that he has to hike all the way back down the mountain to retrieve it, but for his master, he'll do anything. Kang whips out his phone, and his blood runs cold. The screen is absolutely flooded with notifications. We're talking 30 missed calls and 50 unread text messages. He's completely stunned, thinking this has to be some kind of elaborate prank. I mean, sure, he's used to a few missed messages after emerging from a portal, but the sheer volume of alerts he's staring at is on a whole other level. He's still trying to figure out what could possibly be so wrong. When his phone buzzes with an incoming call from Siora, Kang answers with a smile, but the first thing he hears is her voice, spitting venom as she calls him a scumbag. Kang is blindsided, but Siora doubles down, calling him a worthless piece of trash that she had put so much faith in. Utterly bewildered, Kang demands to know what she's talking about, but Siora just screams at him to drop the act, yelling that what he did is already blowing up all over the news. And after getting all that off her chest, she hangs up on him. Kang keeps repeating her name into the deadline, but she's gone. He's just left standing there in the cold, completely clueless. And that's when he sees it, a news article questioning why he turned down the Brave Citizen Award. Someone had posted a story online, a fabricated story claiming Kang is secretly in a relationship with Yunseo, and that's the real reason he rejected the award and sent her to get it. Attached to the article is a picture of Yunseo embracing him. Kang's eyes widen in pure horror. He realizes the fake news has already gone viral. To make things infinitely worse, Kang's identity and his photo are now plastered all over the internet. The picture of him and Yunseo together on Jeju Island is trending globally. And unknown to anyone, the shadowy figure pulling the strings and pushing this narrative is none other than Jong-suk's ruthless female associate. A raw, animalistic scream rips from Kang's throat as he sees the vile rumors painting him as some shameless predator of a teacher. Kang is still reeling, trying to get his fury under control, when a call comes in from the vice principal. He forces himself to answer, and the vice principal reveals that he's been desperately trying to get in touch with him. Kang explains he was inside a portal, which is why his phone was off. On the other end, Kim Mondong's phone is on speaker, sitting on his desk. Kang asks him if he's seen the article. The vice principal confirms he has, but quickly assures Kang that he knows he isn't that kind of person. However, the vice principal cautiously brings up that this whole mess is a massive stain on the school's reputation, especially after the PR disaster of their sparring match. But Kim Mondong makes it clear to Kang that he's got his back. Kim Mondong then asks him point blank what he's going to do. Kang's reply is pure ice. He's going to find the person responsible and make them regret ever slandering his student. Kang then tells the vice principal to hang up so he can get a better handle on the chaos. Mondong understands and ends the call. And the plot thickens. Yun So's mother is right there in the office, and she overheard the entire conversation. Mandong quickly moves to console the sobbing woman, promising her that Kang is a man of his word and will absolutely claw his way out of this disaster. The article was published under the name Nam Ji Min, a name Kang has never heard before. It's someone who never even existed in the original novel. Regardless, Kang is absolutely livid that some random nobody just managed to completely torch his reputation. He realizes this whole mess is a new side story, one that spawned from his own actions, just as he'd feared. A system notification pops up, officially titling this new hell the Shameless Teacher. Elsewhere, Jong is glued to his monitor, pushing the defamatory articles into every social media feed and news outlet in the country, determined to bury Kang for good. But Kang is consumed by a cold fury. He doesn't know who did this, but he makes a silent promise. They are so dead when he finds them. Back in the snowy plains, Cho is just chilling, enjoying some ramen when Kang storms back through the portal. Without preamble, Kang tells him he's ditching the liquor training for now because he has to head out. Cho is just floored by his student's insane progress. Kang tells him he'll be back next week, but just as he's about to step through the portal, Cho's voice stops him. Don't kill anyone. Even though Kang is trying to mask it, Cho can see the murderous rage simmering just beneath the surface. Taking his master's warning to heart, Kang steps through. Speeding down the highway in his car, his mind starts racing, cataloging everyone who was with him on Jeju Island. He figures Seonhwa and Iseo are the only two people who could possibly back up his story. The problem is, people believe what their eyes see, not what their ears hear. And Kang's real nightmare is figuring out how to explain away those pictures of him and Unso. The first photo has soldiers in the background, so maybe he can hunt down the commanding officers and get official statements. He knows tracking them all down will be a massive pain, but he's willing to do it. But the real killer is that second image, the one of him and Unso, arm in arm on the beach. He remembers it was a fleeting moment, barely a second long. The fact that someone managed to snap a picture right then is beyond suspicious. It's crystal clear. Whoever took that photo was intentionally trying to frame a narrative that was a total lie. Kang tries calling the reporter who posted the story, but the line just keeps disconnecting. Frustrated, but not defeated, he realizes he has a more immediate problem. He needs to renew his hunter's license. He walks into the Hunters Association building, and it's an absolute zoo, packed with hunters, either trying to form raid parties or renew their own licenses. Carrying nothing but his sword, Kang steps up to the front desk and tells the attendant he's here for his license renewal. The clerk asks for his ID. The second he reads the name, his eyes go wide with recognition. That's when the other hunters start to notice him too. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. Why is that piece of trash here? Unfazed, Kang informs the attendant that he already checked online, and there's an open slot for him to take the practical exam right now. The attendant shrugs, saying he has no problem processing the renewal application. He warns him, though, that the entire hunter community is pissed, and nobody is lining up to work with him. To put it bluntly, no hunter wants to be on a team with the trash everyone's been reading about. They've dug into his background and found out he never even went to a proper hunter academy. Literally every single thing is stacked against him. Kang can't wrap his head around it. His face is suddenly infamous, recognized even by people he's never seen in his life. His picture has been blasted across every gossip site and online forum, attached to a whole lot of garbage. The media is having a field day, dragging his name through the mud. At this rate, he realizes he's going to be dealing with this harassment for the rest of his freaking life. His patience worn thin, Kang just tells the clerk to stick him in any available group. He doesn't care. In fact, he'll just run the dungeon solo if he has to. The clerk finally relents and assigns him to Team E. But when Team E gets the news, they immediately start freaking out, shouting that they don't want that trash on their team. The attendant tries to get them to chill out, explaining that Kang already agreed to go it alone. He tells them to just pretend Kang isn't even there. With that sorted, the attendant leads him to a portal, explaining that clearing this dungeon is the final step to getting his license back. It's a B-rank gate, a serious challenge. Kang is told to go in first. He thanks the employee for his help and steps into the swirling vortex. The attendant yells after him not to leave the designated safe zone until the rest of his team arrives, but his team is so disgusted by him that they decide to hang back and wait. Their hatred for him is so intense, one of them actually mutters about cracking Kang over the head once they're inside. After a while, the attendant tells the rest of the team it's time to move out. 20 minutes have already passed. They have exactly 3 hours, he informs them, to clear the entire dungeon. The moment Team E breaches the portal, their jaws hit the floor. The sky was completely clear, and the clock had barely ticked past the 20-minute mark. No way a B-rank dungeon, designed for a 6-man squad, was just steamrolled in less than 20 minutes. As the team's minds reel, Kang himself materializes from behind a thicket of bushes. He's caked in gore, his blade still dripping crimson. Kang stalks right up to the A-rank hunter, the team's leader, and unleashes on him, blasting him for passing judgment without knowing a single fact. The A-rank hunter is totally stunned, stammering out, "Did you clear this all by yourself?" Kang just shrugs, saying he was in a hurry, which is why he had to blitz through the monsters as fast as humanly possible. He informs the squad that the mobs are dead, so the dirty work of cleanup and collection is all on them now. It finally clicks for the A-rank leader that Kang might be on a whole other level, especially since he waltzed into the dungeon without a single piece of gear. Suddenly, Kang closes the distance, a terrifying aura radiating off him, and tells the leader he's taking half the profits from this run because he's got other business to handle. He demands they wire the cash straight to his account. In a voice dripping with menace, he warns the team leader that he knows the exact market value of the loot, and they better not even think about trying to shortchange him. With that final threat hanging in the air, Kang pivots to leave. The ginger-haired guy on the team explodes, pissed that Kang is disrespecting their leader. He asks for the green light to go drag Kang back, but what he doesn't see is that the leader has glimpsed Kang's monstrous power and wants zero smoke. He orders the hothead to just let Kang walk. Back outside, the portal attendant is in shock when he spots Kang strolling out alone, and seeing him drenched in blood, he instantly assumes the worst, that Kang murdered the rest of the team. Kang tells the guy to chill out, explaining the others are just inside, mopping up the monster corpses. The attendant is completely floored, babbling about how he cleared a dungeon in under 30 minutes. He calls it the fastest clear on record in the last 5 years. This piques Kang's interest, and he asks who held the previous record. Turns out, a massive guild once tackled the portal and managed to clear it in 25 minutes. But for a solo player, the top record belonged to Isekai, who clocked in at a staggering 40 minutes. Hearing this, even Kang is taken aback. He realizes he must have pushed himself to an insane degree because he was so desperate to finish quickly. Still, a wave of relief washes over Kang, knowing he successfully vented all his built-up anger and stress on those unfortunate monsters. With his business wrapped up, Kang takes off, but not before telling the attendant to look after the team. A few minutes later, he's on the phone with Seonhwa. He'd already promised her he would call right after his exam. Seonhwa is just as shocked as everyone else to hear that Kang's already finished. Kang explains that the situation forced him to speedrun the whole thing. Kang then brings up the reporter friend Seonhwa had mentioned, asking if a meeting is possible. Seonhwa says absolutely, promising she'll provide whatever support he needs. It's not long before Kang pulls up to Seonhwa's apartment. She greets him at the door, her welcoming smile turning to a look of concern, as she notes he seems to have already lost some weight. She asks if he's eaten and offers to whip something up, but he insists that he's fine. Seonhwa ushers him inside, letting him know her friend is getting all the materials ready. Kang steps in and comes face to face with Seonhwa's reporter contact, Lim Eun-ji. She introduces herself as a journalist from the Dong-suk Daily. Lim playfully reveals she's heard tons about Kang, since Seonhwa apparently never stops talking about him. But before she can spill any more tea, Seonhwa lands a surprise punch right on her knee, making her buckle and cry out in pain. With a sweet smile, Seonhwa tells Kang she's just going to grab him a drink. After she serves tea to everyone, Lim gets straight to the point, asking Kang if he's actually dating Yoon-soo, but Kang vehemently denies it. Following that, Lim asks if he has any proof or any witnesses to back up his story and shut down the rumors spreading like wildfire. Before Kang can answer, Seonhwa speaks up, telling Lim she knows exactly why Kang went to Jeju Island in the first place. And to top it off, she has a video recording. The video shows none other than Jong-seok and Yesul, both vouching for Kang. Kang is floored when he sees this, realizing that two members of the Haeyoung Guild are actually sticking up for him. In the recording, they lay out the real reason Kang was on Jeju Island and confirmed that they all leave work together every single day. Seonhwa tells Kang that they're both willing to testify if this whole mess escalates to a courtroom battle. The video blows Lim's mind. She immediately recognizes it as solid proof that Kang's trip to Jeju had nothing to do with romance. But they weren't done. They present Kang with another critical piece of evidence that could turn the tide. It's a video message from Kim Man-dong. He declares to the world that he trusts Kang completely. He clarifies that Kang didn't reject the award to hide some fake romantic getaway. He drops the bombshell that Kang became a massive deal back when the school had a YouTube channel. Some of that buzz was good, but the vast majority of it was toxic. The vice principal explains that people saw Kang as an easy target, someone they could totally walk all over, all because he didn't come from some elite hunter academy. The school was flooded with duel requests, and having lived through that hell, Man-dong gets exactly why Kang wants to stay out of the spotlight. Kang is floored when he watches the video. He never expected Kim Man-dong to go to bat for him like that. Lim jumps in, telling Kang the videos themselves are more than enough to prove his innocence. She fires up, promising to write the counter article and get it published in a flash. She guarantees him the entire misunderstanding will be ancient history before the new semester even kicks off. But before she bounces, Lim reveals she contacted the original news outlet. And get this, they confirm the reporter, Nam Ji-min, never actually wrote that story. Apparently, a hacker breached their system just to post that garbage hit piece. Lim presses Kang, asking if he's made any powerful enemies, but no one specific comes to mind. She leans in, warning him to watch his back, because he's clearly in someone's crosshairs, and the next attack might not be digital, it could get physical. Lim practically begs Kang to be on high alert, because she never wants to see his face in a scandalous headline again. Kang genuinely thanks her for the warning, and with that, their meeting is over. Later that night, Kang is stretched out in bed, feeling a massive wave of relief that Yoon-soo's name is finally in the clear. Still, a dark cloud hangs over him. Who is this snake in the grass trying to ruin his life? He hates, absolutely hates, that this coward dragged his student, a literal kid, into this mess. He took this teaching gig for a quiet, easy life, but somewhere along the way, he found himself actually giving a damn about these students. Just then, his phone buzzes. He glances at the screen, and it's a flood of solidarity messages from his class. They're all posting pictures of moments they shared with Kang, like one where he did something cool for them, all captioned with the same energy. If a photo with Eun-soo makes them a couple, then they're all his girlfriend. Jin-soo even posts a selfie of him and Kang crushing ice cream together, captioning it as the perfect snapshot of his and the teacher's epic love story. Seeing this, Kang feels a lump in his throat, and the tears start to well up. He realizes he was just chasing an easy paycheck when he became a teacher, but these kids, they've burrowed their way into his heart. He feels like he hasn't done anything that special for them, but he's completely floored by the fact that his students have his back, even when it feels like the whole world is against him. It hits him then. It's not just the students. The vice principal, Jong-sik, Ezio, Seon-hwa, damn near everyone he's met here is in his corner. Kang just lets the tears flow, admitting to himself that he must have done something right in his life, to have so many people willing to go to war for him. At that exact moment, a text from Seora pops up, apologizing for calling him trash earlier. She then tells Kang she found a way to help. The message contains an address and a password. She tells him that whatever's waiting for him there will solve pretty much all his problems. Turns out, Seora went full vigilante, hunting down Jong and his female accomplice. She's got them tied up in some abandoned warehouse, having already given them a humiliating haircut, and is now just waiting for Kang to show up. A short while later, Kang pulls up to the warehouse and finds Jong and that woman from the beach. They're both strapped to chairs, their mouths sealed with duct tape. Kang spots a laptop on a nearby table, punches in the password Seora sent him, and starts digging. What he finds makes his blood run cold. Jong had cooked up a massive collection of fake images and slanderous articles designed to absolutely obliterate him. The dude was still seething over losing that duel and had been plotting this unhinged revenge scheme ever since. Kang doesn't hesitate for a second and dials the police. As the cops are hauling a cuffed Jong to their car, Jong sneers at Kang, promising he'll be back for him, threatening to start with the people Kang cares about. The second those words hit Kang's ears, something inside him snaps. He goes absolutely feral, lunging forward and grabbing Jong by his shirt, daring him to even try. At first, Kang threatens to beat him into a bloody pulp, but then he leans in closer, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper, letting him know that if he ever lays a finger on his people, he will personally send him to meet his maker. Jong sees the pure, unadulterated killing intent in Kang's eyes, and it scares the absolute crap out of him. The cops are forced to physically drag Kang away before he rips Jong's head clean off his shoulders. Soon after, a new report breaks, completely exonerating Kang of all accusations, backed by testimonies from some major players. Public opinion does a complete 180, and suddenly Kang is the good guy again. He goes to visit his master and fills him in on everything. Cho is disgusted that people turned on him so fast without a shred of actual evidence. He grimly admits just how venomous a single rumor can be. But Cho also tells Kang his students are truly incredible for going to such lengths to defend him. Kang just smiles, telling the old man he's always been ridiculously lucky when it comes to the people around him. He even mentions the school told him to take a paid leave of absence, but he completely shoots that down, refusing to let his students get stressed out over him. Cho just praises the guy's insane resourcefulness, reminding him that the best way to repay their kindness is by being a phenomenal teacher. Hearing this, Kang's expression shifts. He tells the old man he has a favor to ask. He grills him, asking if he's ever heard of the three-talent sword method. Apparently, it's a sword style, stitched together from the most basic moves imaginable: a horizontal slash, a vertical chop, and a simple thrust. It's a laughably low-tier martial art, but Kang figures it's the perfect starter pack for the kids. He just needs to know if the old man has any intel on this specific technique. Cho just gives him a blank stare, claiming he has no idea what the three-talent sword method is, and openly questions why Kang is even curious about it, pointing out that he hasn't even mastered the style he's currently grinding. So, Kang breaks it down for him, spelling it out in simpler terms. That's when it clicks for Cho. He was just talking about basic sword cuts. The old man was completely thrown off, because the epic-sounding name was total clickbait. Kang then presses him, asking if he knows any other techniques, beyond the one he's already been taught. Cho confirms he does, but he's suspicious, wanting to know why Kang is suddenly so interested. Kang finally spills. He wants to teach his students, to feel like he's finally given them something truly meaningful. But Cho immediately disputes this, arguing that teaching them martial arts isn't some mandatory quest. That's when Cho drops a bombshell. There was something he picked up from the Three Bong Master during a trip to Wudang Mountain ages ago. Kang leans in, intrigued, and Cho reveals the secret. Turns out, that master was a genius with medicinal herbs, brewing up some absolutely insane potions. Apparently, Cho got the green light to pass the recipe on to a disciple if he ever decided to take one on. Kang is stunned, demanding to know why Cho never gave it to him. The old man just scoffs, explaining he'd already sculpted Kang's body, way past the point of needing a starter-level boost. Kang assumes it's some kind of power-up tonic, but Cho sets him straight, telling him that, while the herbs might not skyrocket his inner energy, their effects are still off the charts. Best of all, Cho lets him know it's super easy to whip up and he hypes it up as the ultimate gift Kang could ever give his students. The old man then pops the question, is he willing to learn the recipe? Kang immediately says yes. Cut to the next class, and the first thing on the menu is the herbal concoction. The students take one sip and immediately start spewing it everywhere, gagging that it tastes like literal poison. Kang can't process the fact that these punks he calls students are puking up a potion designed to make them stronger. Jinsu starts whining too, but Kang isn't playing games and instantly slaps him with an extra lap during their run. He lays down the law. They have no choice. For the next 2 months, their day will start by chugging this gnarly medicinal drink. However, he adds a twist, telling them they're totally free not to drink it if they really don't want to. The moment Jinsu hears this, a light bulb goes off in his head. Maybe this stuff is actually legit if the teacher is using reverse psychology. Since there's no lecture scheduled for the day, Kang suggests they just call it a day and head out. The class president, Young Min Hee, snaps to her feet, and the rest of the class follows suit. In a move straight out of a military movie, the students give Kang a formal salute, begging him to look after them, just like he did the previous semester. They start showering him with compliments, calling him handsome, and pleading with him not to quit. And that's when it finally hits Kang. The students were freaking out, because they thought he was about to abandon the school. The second they realize their teacher is staying, a wave of relief washes over them, and they finally file out of the classroom. But just as the room empties, Seora appears at the doorway. Kang is taken aback, and he demands to know why she's there. The truth is, Antas is now taking a serious, aggressive interest in Kang, and they've sent Seora to reel him in again. Kang knew this was coming. He'd been making way too much noise to stay off their radar. Realizing the game has changed, Kang calmly starts listing off a few names for Seora to hear. At first, she's just confused, until Kang reveals those names belong to the top executives at Antas. He wants Seora to deliver a chilling warning. Tell Antas to back the hell off, or he'll leak the identities of their entire leadership. Seora is absolutely floored, stammering as she asks how he could possibly know all this. Kang coolly replies that he just did a little digging on his own. He also reassures a terrified Seora that Antas won't dare to touch her now because they'll be too scared of what he knows. Kang's mind flashes back to what Young Sik told him, that he can't hide in the shadows forever. It sinks in for Kang that he's forged connections with too many people now. There's no going back to being a nobody. Kang has finally come to terms with the reality that the original story is completely off the rails, all thanks to the changes he's made from the very beginning. Since that's the new reality, Kang has made a decision. He's letting go of his obsession with the original plot and will just roll with the punches, making changes as he sees fit. Seora overhears him muttering about this, but it just sounds like nonsense to her, and Kang has zero interest in explaining. He just tells her he's looking forward to having her in his class for the new semester. Then, with a sly smile, Kang walks away, feeling like his real life is finally, truly about to begin. Not long after, Kang's students start to feel the powerful effects of that disgusting herbal medicine. The students had their own name for the herbal tonic Kang was forcing on them, the bitter water. But as vile as it tasted, the stuff worked wonders. Some of their grades were absolutely skyrocketing because of it. The intense bitterness became a low-key hack for pulling all-nighters and even settling their stomachs. And on top of that, everyone's stamina was through the roof. When midterms hit, the entire academy was floored. As Kang's sword class didn't just pass, they posted absolutely mind-blowing results. The other instructors, completely stunned, cornered Kang, demanding to know what he was feeding his students to cause such a radical transformation. His kids were now performing at the same level as the third-year Ranger majors, and Kang was soaking up every last bit of the praise. But in his mind, their newfound power just meant it was time to crank up the difficulty. The real training was about to begin. The second semester whipped by in a flash, and on the last day of class, Kang dropped a bomb, telling his students not to get too comfortable over the break. A major evaluation was waiting for them the second they returned. After that cheerful announcement, the room cleared out instantly. But as the chaos died down, Kang noticed Unso and Unsu hadn't left. He strolled over to ask why they were sticking around, and the twins exchanged a look before admitting there was something they needed to run by him. The two revealed they were dead set on entering the martial arts tournaments, and they desperately needed his input. So get this, the National Martial Arts Tournament is a total free-for-all, open to every single student from all the Hunter Academies across the country. And since there are no weight classes or rankings, the third years pretty much always dominate the competition. A vague memory clicks in Kong's head. Something about the tourney came up in a faculty meeting, but he completely zoned out. He just never imagined his students, literal first years, would even think about jumping into that shark tank. The girls confess they want to get their applications in early since the preliminaries kick off in November, but they're totally second-guessing themselves. That's why they've cornered Kong, desperate for his take on whether this is a brilliant move or a total disaster. Kong levels with them. It's gonna be rough. They'd be going up against second and third year vets who have already battled in this arena. The girls completely agree with his point, adding that they're terrified of wrecking his reputation if they show up and get destroyed. Hearing this makes Kong's brain short-circuit. He immediately demands they explain what on earth they're talking about. Turns out, back when Kim Se-jin was a rookie first year, she tried to sign up, but her instructor flat out blocked her, saying it would be a stain on his name if she just entered the competition to get washed. But Kim Se-jin, being the badass she is, refused to back down and managed to score an override from the vice principal. Kong is seriously impressed by her story. He now sees that her relentless drive is a huge part of why she's the one running the student council. With a new perspective, Kong tells the girls to go ahead and register for the competition because he honestly couldn't care less about his trash reputation. This news has them beaming, and Kong pushes them to aim for clearing the prelims. Kong also warns them not to dare skip the special training classes being set up specifically for the tournament. The girls are stunned by this news and immediately ask if he's the one who will be coaching them. Kong just shrugs, saying he has zero clue who's in charge, but it definitely isn't him. They push back, demanding to know why he isn't the coach, and Kong has to remind them that he's still a newbie. The school will obviously tap a seasoned teacher from the third-year faculty. The girls are not feeling this logic at all, since in their eyes, Kong is the top swordsmanship instructor in the entire academy. Kong can tell they're just buttering him up, trying to get him on board, but he shuts it down, assuring them he has zero interest because those special classes run in the evenings and on weekends. For Kong, that's an absolute deal-breaker. Flashing a huge grin, Kong tells the girls he'll hand-deliver their registration to the vice principal, so all they have to focus on is getting hyped for the tournament. But the second Kong steps into the vice principal's office, he gets hit with a massive plot twist. As it turns out, the vice principal has officially assigned Kong to lead those very same special classes. Kong immediately tries to weasel his way out of the duty, playing the "I'm just a rookie" card and suggesting they pick a more experienced teacher. But Kim Man-dong isn't having it, insisting that Kong is the designated special lesson instructor. Apparently, Kim Man-dong had already approached all the other qualified teachers, and every single one of them shot down the offer. Seeing Kong is about to bolt, Kim Man-dong switches tactics and proposes they cut a deal, just like they did before. Kong fires back that Kim Man-dong didn't even honor their last agreement, which makes him seriously question the idea of making another handshake deal with him. But then, Man-dong brings up something interesting. He mentions that he's aware Kong hasn't yet fulfilled the requirements for the A-rank promotion exam. Kong confirms this is true, but says he's just planning to try the following year. Man-dong just smirks, telling Kong he's holding an opportunity for him to get promoted to A-rank with no waiting period. As soon as Kong hears this, his ears perk up. The vice principal lays it all out. A personal recommendation from him, an S-rank hunter, would grant Kong a ticket to take the promotion exam immediately. And Man-dong is absolutely certain Kong would ace it. This offer is way too tempting for Kong to just brush off. He knows that hitting A-rank status means a serious pay raise. So, Kong asks if he can tweak the training schedule since he's already booked on certain days. Once they strike an agreement, Kong finally leaves the office. Kong took the deal on purpose, calculating that having the VP in his debt could seriously come in clutch later on. Staring down at the applicant list, Kong sees that 2 of the students are first years, while the final name, Kim Se-jin, is a third year. Since Kong hasn't seen her since their duel, he genuinely hopes she's crushing it. Meanwhile, on the other side of campus, Kim Se-jin is pushing herself to the absolute limit, training like a maniac just to close the gap with Kong. When Kong later travels to the snowy plains, he stuns the old man by announcing his plans to train even harder. The old man is completely baffled, wondering why the one person who always dodges training is now demanding more of it. He's so suspicious he even asks if Kong murdered someone and is now on the run from the law. All Kong can say is that he needs to become stronger than he ever intended, because he's finally decided that he's going to be the one calling the shots in his own life. Kong needs to be ready for any potential fallout. He has no idea what's coming when the world descends into chaos, but he's determined to be strong enough to protect the people he cares about. And with that thought, he turns to the old man. If he can now decipher the writing from the outside world, and Cho just smirks, claiming it's no challenge at all. Right on cue, Kang shoves a swordsmanship manual in the old man's face, telling him to give it a look. Cho takes one glance at the so-called modern swordsmanship textbook and immediately dismisses it as utter trash. He scoffs that the techniques laid out in the book aren't even worthy of being called third-rate martial arts. A grin spreads across Kang's face when he realizes the old master thinks exactly like him, and he explains that his decision to stay in the frozen wasteland all break wasn't just for his own benefit. As it turns out, a brilliant idea had sparked in his mind while he was figuring out how to handle the special classes. Knowing that Cho has battled against every weapon imaginable, Kang tells him there are textbooks for all of them. He poses the question, if Cho were to mentor him, could he learn to completely dominate every other weapon style? Hearing this, the old man's grin widens. He realizes Kang is cooking up something truly insane. Cho instantly grasps what Kang is suggesting: a sparring match, where not a single blow is exchanged. This was a battle of wits, a sparring match waged entirely through words and theories. This kind of mental duel doesn't sharpen your physical skills like a real brawl, but it's the perfect way to expose fatal flaws and perfect your combat theories. Kang's master plan was simple. If a grandmaster like Cho could identify the weaknesses of modern martial arts, he could then teach the kids how to perfectly counter every single weapon they might face. Kang is dead certain that if they can master this new curriculum, his students will be absolutely unstoppable. Without wasting a moment, Kang and Cho dive into their training. During one session, Kang manages to ghost his way right behind Cho. He lunges for a decisive strike, but even with a complete surprise attack, Cho effortlessly blocks it, unleashing a powerful shockwave. This brutal cycle of training and analysis raged on for the entire holiday, as they meticulously documented every single exchange. And as usual, Kang still got his ass handed to him by his master whenever his punk attitude flared up. Through it all, Kang and Cho forged a deep bond over everything, especially ramen, and Kang chalks it up as an incredibly epic holiday. Once the break is over, Kang finally savors a flavor that isn't ramen when he gets back to the school's cafeteria. Kang is lost in an awkward internal monologue when Kim Se-jin suddenly appears to greet him. Apparently, the third years eat first, which is how the two of them happen to cross paths. They head over to the training room, and Kim immediately suggests they have a sparring match. Kang smoothly shoots her down, telling the girl that he'd get a cramp since he just finished a meal. Waiting for Kang in the training room is his squad of troublesome students. It turns out Min-hee and Jin-soo also joined the two sisters in applying for the competition. The team now consists of a total of 4 first-year students and 1 third-year student. Kang lets out a sigh of relief, thinking that a team of 5 is a number he should be able to whip into shape. Jin-soo immediately asks Kang if they're really going to have classes on the weekends, and Kang confirms it. He tells him the order came down from the principal himself, so if he wants to lodge a complaint, he knows exactly where to go. While the rest of the group is moaning about the brutal schedule, Kim Se-jin looks like she's prepared to have classes on Sundays too. Jin-soo glares at the workaholic girl, asking her why she always has to be such a pain in the ass. Just then, Min-hee raises her hand. She proposes that they have more practical classes rather than just theory. Kang informs them that they will indeed be focusing mostly on sparring. However, he makes it clear they won't be neglecting their theoretical studies. Kim Se-jin then raises her hand, asking if she can just train by herself. Kang sees right through Kim's act. The girl is absolutely desperate to be the best. He can't help but wonder who she's trying to prove a point to. During the competition briefing, Kang pulls out his secret weapon, a new book he distributes to the kids. The textbook is titled Countering Style. At first, Kim looks completely let down, showing zero interest. But the moment she cracks open the book and sees what's packed inside, her mind is completely blown. The others don't catch on nearly as fast, thinking Kang is trying to teach them how to use weapons other than their swords. They start complaining that it would be impossible for them to learn other weapons and even magic. But Kang just smiles. He tells them that Kim Se-jin is the only one with any common sense among them, and urges them to read the title of the book one more time. That's when it finally hits them. This is a counter-style book, not a manual on how to use those weapons. Kim realizes that if she can master the techniques in this book, she will become practically invincible against users of other weapons. Kim had always believed she could just train herself into the ground and eventually reach Kang's level, but she understands now that Kang is a completely different level of genius. A week after starting the special class, Kang comes up with a new plan. He decides to dedicate the first day to theoretical classes, and the next day to an all-out sparring session. With Iseo now joining the coaching staff, the kids' training regimen is getting seriously intense, and Kong even roped in Seonhwa to act as their personal healer whenever they get worn out. Kong keeps them in a constant rotation to make sure every student gets a taste of real-world combat experience. Just as news drops about an upcoming training camp for all the first years, Kong was literally daydreaming about some well-deserved downtime for himself, but the vice principal swoops in to mercilessly crush that fantasy. He informs Kong that he wants him running the show as the camp's lead instructor. Kong immediately tries to argue, reminding the guy he's the swordsmanship coach, not a homeroom teacher, but the VP just dangles the recommendation letter over his head, insisting. His future held hostage, Kong is basically forced to accept the position at the training camp. Before they go, Seonhwa asks Kong if he packed any of his special herbal brews for the students, and he confirms he did. Kong explains the medicine is basically a cheat code to maximize their physical development, since they're all at that prime age for growth. The kids have already undergone some insane physical transformations since they started on the stuff. After a brutal sparring match, Asiel offers to stick around and help Kong clean up, but he gently turns her down, letting her know she's already done more than enough. Kong then hits the locker room to pack up, but Kim Sojin materializes out of nowhere behind him, nearly making him jump out of his skin. He asks why she hasn't taken off yet, a sudden dread washing over him that she's here to demand another fight. But Kim shakes her head, saying she isn't looking to spar. She has something important she needs to tell him. She struggles for a moment, before finally revealing that she won't be able to make it to class this coming Saturday. The news catches Kong completely off guard, and his mind starts racing, trying to figure out why. What could possibly be the reason? A normal instructor would probably be stoked to have one less student to manage, but in that moment, Kong is hit with the realization of how deeply invested he's become in teaching these kids. The news was so difficult to deliver that even Kim Sojin's eyes were glistening with tears as she told him. Kong finds a small bit of comfort in the fact that it's only for a single Saturday. Following this bombshell, the two find a spot outside to talk. The only comfort Kong could offer was one of his custom herbal drinks. And that's when she drops the real reason. Starting this Saturday, she's scheduled for actual, life-or-death hunts every weekend. Sojin admits she would kill to stay and train under him, but she's being given no choice in the matter. The whole thing strikes Kong as super shady, since sending a student on practical hunts over the weekend is totally against academy regulations. Sojin then clarifies that her father already plans on having a little chat with the vice principal about it. Kong highly doubts the stubborn old VP would ever bend the rules, so he asks if her father and the vice principal are buddies or something. It's at this moment that Sojin reveals a massive secret. Her father is the guild master of the legendary Ares Guild. Kong is floored. Yet another one of his students comes from an insanely powerful family. Sojin then admits her true ambition has nothing to do with the National Martial Arts Tournament. She confesses that she's only competing in the tournament to punch her ticket to the WHCU 19. The WHCU 19, also known as the World Hunter Championship Under 19, is the ultimate global stage for the planet's most promising young hunters under the age of 19. Kong then puts it together, realizing that if she crushes the national tournament, she qualifies for the World Championship. It seems like she's getting ahead of herself, already dreaming about the world stage before she's even started the local tournament. But then he remembers that Sojin is a stone-cold prodigy, the reigning, two-time, back-to-back champion of the entire martial arts tournament. Because of her insane track record, everyone is already betting that she's going to sweep the competition and take home the trophy again this year. With a heavy sigh, Sojin confesses that she already went to the championship, and with her god-tier skills, Kong expected a tale of victory, but she reveals she was utterly demolished in the very first match. As fate would have it, Sojin had the worst luck imaginable, and was pitted against the previous year's world champion, who proceeded to wipe the floor with her. But Sojin refuses to use luck as an excuse, convinced that if she had been stronger, she could have actually put up a fight against her opponent. Hearing this raw honesty, Kong gently pats Sojin on the head. He tells her how incredibly proud he is, because while most people make excuses for their failures, she holds herself to a higher standard. Sojin's face instantly turns beet red from her teacher's simple, heartfelt praise. Kong then gets to his feet, telling her he's taking off, but he encourages her to hang back and get some fresh air. Right before leaving, Kong tells her to reframe her loss to the champion, not as an elimination, but as proof that she was the runner-up. Kong leaves by reassuring Sojin that she performed amazingly well and has no reason to feel down. The moment he's out of sight, Sojin's phone buzzes. It's her father, and her warm expression instantly freezes over. She answers, explaining that she didn't pick up right away because she was in the middle of a mentoring session, but her father cuts her off, coldly telling her that the only guidance she'll ever need is the kind that comes from him. Sojin just stands there, crushed and speechless. The Ares Guild is an incredibly prestigious organization, and Sojin's father, a powerful S-rank hunter, is its absolute ruler. In the original story, Kong remembers, the heir of that guild eventually rebels and leaves to start her own guild, called Dawn. That heir's name was Kim Se-yeon. Kim Se-yeon was a defiant soul, who hated her parents with such a passion that she completely changed her name, eventually becoming a key ally for the original protagonist, Kim Do-hyun. She eventually winds up training at the Dawn Guild, and that's where she completely falls for him. Suddenly, it all clicks for Kang, the massive piece of the puzzle he'd been missing from the very start. He'd been racking his brain, trying to figure out why Kim Se-jin, an absolute powerhouse, was a total ghost in the original novel. Kang had brushed Se-jin off as just some impressive background character, but the truth finally slams into him. Se-jin is the one who eventually changes her name to Se-yeon, and not only that, she's the founder of the legendary Dawn Guild. It becomes crystal clear that Se-jin is the female lead he's been searching for all this time. Kang knows what's coming next. If the story continues down its current path, a catastrophic fallout between Se-jin and her father is inevitable. The catalyst for their epic clash is the WHCU tournament, which is scheduled for January of the next year. Sejin ends up bombing the tournament, and her father doesn't just criticize her, he absolutely tears her apart for it. Even back when he was just reading the novel, Kang was floored by this part of the story. He can't wrap his head around the fact that such a toxic old man is the parent of his classmate. And now, knowing that Sejin just won this year's martial arts tournament, her constant look of unease makes perfect sense. After all, her father is the most frigid, merciless perfectionist among the top 10 warriors in the living dead. His name is Daechon, an S-rank hunter known to the world as the Sword King, and yeah, he's also Sejin's dad. Daechon is the ultimate control freak, a helicopter dad on steroids who is suffocating his daughter while she's desperately trying to carve out her own path. With all the power and connections that man has, Kang admits to himself that he would have bolted a long, long time ago if Daechon were his father. And even though they patched things up later in the novel, Kang always despised that chapter. In Kang's mind, some things, once broken, can never truly be pieced back together again. He's also noticed the insane pressure she's under, being forced into grueling practical training even on her weekends. Kang connects the dots, and it hits him. Sejin is a third-year student, the student council president, and now this. It's unbelievable. The girl has zero time to herself, constantly buried in classes and combat training every single weekend. Kang is genuinely worried for her, but a part of him hopes that the story will sort itself out, even if he does nothing. When Kang swings by to see Cho, he lays out the whole Sejin situation, and the old master just asks what he intends to do if he decides to butt in. Kang can't believe it. He came here looking for wisdom, and all Cho hits him with is a sarcastic non-answer. Are you planning to shatter the blood bond between a father and daughter with your own two hands? Cho asks him. Cho admits that he's witnessed countless people buckling under that same kind of family pressure. He brings up the direct heir of the Namgung family, where he briefly stayed, as a prime example of this drama. Cho says all he ever did was tweak a few of the kid's stances and stay out of his personal life. Kang is stunned by how detached the old man is. The old master tells him that the kid never once complained, then pivots to Kang. Did Sejin ever ask you for help? Kang admits she hasn't. Cho speculates that Sejin is just terrified of the upcoming competition, but Kang's gut tells him there's more to it than that. Cho then lays into Kang, telling him he should be grateful for what he has, because his own disciple is already a formidable martial artist. And Kang realizes Cho is 100% right. Sejin never asked him to intervene, and jumping in uninvited could just make her life a whole lot harder. Since the tournament is still a year away, Kang figures their relationship must be holding steady for now. But man, all this thinking is giving him a splitting headache, so Cho tells him to grab his sword, declaring that the best cure for a restless mind is a good, hard spar. Kang practically begs the old man to go easy on him, explaining he needs to prep for the training camp the next day. Cho just scoffs, completely baffled that Kang is already trying to leave when he barely just arrived. Kang clarifies that the teachers for the camp have to go in advance, and his own schedule is absolutely jam-packed. Cho's message is loud and clear. Kang is way too busy to be getting tangled up in Sejin's family problems. But Kang sees it differently. This whole situation has been a massive distraction, and it's the reason his own training has been slipping lately. Kang knows he's been stretched thin ever since he took on the supplementary classes, and to top it off, the A-rank promotion test is this coming Sunday. Kang makes a mental note that he'll treat Kim and Hong to dinner after the test. His plate is seriously overflowing with tasks. He muses that his second life is turning out to be even more hectic than his first. Then, he launches himself toward Cho, and the intense sparring match begins. As they fight, Kang reflects on everything he's done since this new life began. It has been one thing after another, non-stop. From the moment he woke up in this body, he hasn't had a single day of genuine rest. He had promised himself he would kick back and enjoy this second chance, but the world around him just refuses to give him a moment to breathe. Yet, this doesn't mean he hates his new reality. Being this busy was his decision, and his life finally feels like it has meaning. He can't help but wonder, though, if Sejin feels the same way about her own life. After all, talking with Cho was what gave him the push to tell Seora the truth, even when he desperately wanted to avoid more trouble. Plus, that throwdown with the vice principal totally leveled him up, even though he technically took the L. Kang is stoked that his power-up let him protect his student, and he's met some seriously solid people on this journey. And then, it just clicks. Kang realizes his mind is completely serene. This must be what Cho meant about dropping the impatience. Suddenly, a cold dread washes over him. Something is deeply wrong. Before he can even react, he feels his internal energy erupt, spiraling wildly out of his control. He's desperately trying to figure out what's happening, but his body gives out first, and a shockwave of pain sends him crashing to his knees. A raw groan escapes his lips. The agony is on a whole other level, far worse than when Cho first opened his vessel. He's suffering from a full-blown chi deviation. the brutal side effect of your internal energy going berserk and torching your dantian from the inside. Because of this, the rogue energy escaping his core is now surging straight up his spine, completely bypassing the normal meridians. Even through the blinding pain, Kang forces his legs to cross, sinking into a meditative stance. He knows he has to somehow tame this rampaging energy and force it back into the proper channels. A moment later, a wave of relief washes over him as the pain completely evaporates, leaving him stunned and wondering what just happened. That's when Cho casually strolls up, congratulating him on achieving enlightenment and letting him know he's just shattered another wall. Kang is completely floored by this revelation. It basically means his martial arts have ascended to an entirely new realm. Cho can see he's freaking out, because his internal energy has vanished, but he assures him that it didn't disappear. He explains that it's now housed in a new vessel. Cho admits he's genuinely impressed. Kang managed to break through another barrier in such a short time. He was betting it would take him a lot longer. But even with the old man hyping up this enlightenment like a massive deal, Kang honestly doesn't feel that much of a difference. The old master explains that reaching a higher realm doesn't fundamentally change you, because there are countless more peaks to climb. He tells him that among all of them, the key to entering the supreme pinnacle is to be free from all worldly drama and attachments. Cho says that even if you can't immediately solve the problem in front of you, the goal is to accept the reality of the situation. You have to acknowledge it as a part of yourself. As Kang processes this, he confesses he actually feels weirdly clear-headed and refreshed. On top of that, he's absolutely starving. Cho isn't surprised at all, considering the guy was circulating his internal energy non-stop for a full 8 hours. That's why he's so hungry. Kang lets out a scream of pure shock when he hears that. He can't wrap his head around being zoned out for 8 hours straight, especially when he's already running super late. Cho offers to whip up some noodles for him so he can eat before he has to bounce. While he's eating, Kang figures he must be at the very start of the supreme pinnacle stage, but he still can't really grasp exactly how much more powerful he's become. He knows a quick sparring session with Cho would be perfect right now, but there's just no time, not with the training camp schedule breathing down his neck. Once he's done eating, Kang bolts. It's only after he's gone that Cho realizes he completely forgot to warn him to be careful with his new strength, but he just shrugs, thinking nothing too crazy could possibly happen. At least, not right away. Meanwhile, the instructors from School 2 and School 1 are already at each other's throats, bickering over who gets to be commander for the training camp. The School 2 teachers argue the spot should go to them, since School 1 doesn't have any A-rank instructors present. Leading the charge is this one seriously annoying, golden-haired teacher from School 2. The dude nominates Kim Jung-hoon, also from School 2, claiming they're the only ones competent enough for the job. An argument immediately explodes over why they should pick this guy when he's still a rookie teacher. While they're all bickering, Kang is just standing silently in the back, in utter disbelief that they've been stuck on this for an entire hour. He can't believe he hauled ass all the way to the campsite just to get stuck in the middle of this dumpster fire. He's so disappointed they're actually fighting over who gets to be the head honcho for the camp instructors. Kang is shocked that neither side is willing to give an inch. He'd heard the schools were obsessed with their pride, but he never imagined it was this pathetic. After going back and forth, the golden-haired dude suggests they settle things with a duel. Deep down, Kang is totally fine with this, since it's obvious talking is getting them nowhere. A duel is 100 times better than this endless bickering. However, one of the beefier teachers doesn't think it's right for them to decide the commander role with a simple fight. The golden-haired man just challenges him to come up with a better idea. So, the buff guy proposes that each school sends out a 5-person team of representatives to throw down. The moment Kang hears this, he realizes it's actually a genius move. So, get this. School 2 is packing an A-rank hunter and some C-ranks, while everyone over at School 1 is stuck with B-rank teachers. The moment the blonde-haired guy hears this, he shuts it down, reminding everyone they're on the clock with only about 30 minutes before the training center tour wraps up. With officials waiting, he pushes for a quick and simple one-on-one. Kang can see right through their act. They're all terrified of the A-rank teacher, which is the real reason they're ducking a 5 versus 5 showdown. Suddenly, the blonde-haired dude starts running his mouth, calling Kang out directly. The guy smirks, saying he heard all about the spar with the vice principal, but now Kang is just cowering in the back like a coward. He even throws shade, claiming that the aura blade Kang supposedly used was just a manipulated fake-out. Not about to get baited into their petty drama, Kang just tells the clown to think whatever he wants. Kang knows if Izuo was here, she would have jumped at the chance to fight, but he sees no point in it for himself. Honestly, why should he bother? Even if he mops the floor with them, it'll just feed the egos of the same people who diss him for coming from a non-hunter school. Kang is holding himself back, but then the blonde dude makes a fatal mistake. He brings up the student, Saga. In an instant, Kang's demeanor shifts, and he agrees to the duel. His own team tries to cool him down, but he reminds them that it's a duel he's allowed to step in. To get them on board, he promises to give up the representative position even if he wins, and that finally seals the deal. With his team's blessing, Kang steps into the spotlight, telling the blonde teacher to round up every single teacher in his school and bring them all out to challenge him. The entire room goes dead silent. Everyone is floored, thinking Kang has to be joking. They're looking at him like he's a stand-up comedian, but Kang's expression is ice cold. He is 100% serious. The blonde dude is disgusted. He figures Kang's little bit of media attention has sent his ego skyrocketing into another dimension. The blonde teacher decides he's going to personally teach Kang a lesson about how the real world works. But as he's drawing a circle on the ground to serve as the ring, Kang scoffs, telling him that he's the one who needs a reality check, because they'd probably waste the entire day bickering over who gets to be the referee. After marking the ring, Kang lays down the rules himself. He announces that the first person to step outside the circle loses. That's it. The blonde teacher can't comprehend the sheer confidence radiating from Kang. He counters, saying that instead of an all-out brawl, they'll send just 3 of their best to face him. One of the other teachers nervously asks Park, the blonde one, if he's really sure about this. Park shoots back, that they have an obligation to put this punk in his place for his outrageous disrespect. Park is already gloating about how they're going to tear Kang to shreds for his arrogance. The School 1 teachers start freaking out, but the crew from School 2 looks completely unfazed. Once everyone is in position, Kang declares a time limit of 10 minutes for the duel. The loser is anyone who yells surrender or gets forced out of the circle. The trio from School 2 gives a confident nod. For Kang, this is the perfect opportunity to gauge just how much he's leveled up. The whistle shrieks, and the trio explodes into a coordinated assault. It's obvious Park sent out their most synergistic and deadly combination. They have zero intention of going easy on him. Kang finds himself facing down a swordsman, a vanguard, and a mage simultaneously. The vanguard makes the first move, hurling his spear directly at Kang, who dodges it with contemptuous ease. Kang immediately reads the play. The spear was just a diversion to let the swordsman close the distance. But as the blade comes slicing in, Kang blocks the attack effortlessly and shatters the sword into 1,000 tiny fragments in the process. A wave of stunned silence washes over the crowd. They're in total disbelief. Did Kang seriously just demolish a steel sword with his bare hands? Even Kang is taken aback by how simple it's become for him to summon his inner guard. But while he's distracted, looking at his own hand, the mage unleashes a cataclysmic spell. This is no sparring magic. This is a full power attack that has no place in a friendly match. It clicks for Kang. This mage is the A-ranker. She's the ace up School 2's sleeve, and he has to admit, the ball of destructive energy she's conjuring looks seriously dangerous. In a flash, a memory of his training with Cho resurfaces his lesson on the heavenly demon swordsmanship. He remembers Cho saying, the heavenly demon's power was bewildering, but he never, ever said it was unbreakable. In that exact moment, Kang's perception shifts, and he can finally perceive the true, raw flow of mana itself. The fire spell the mage cooked up is a nasty piece of work, far more lethal than anything a low-level hunter could produce. Its trick is that it detonates even when sliced by aura, unleashing devastating area of effect damage. And yet, the attack was simply erased. With a single, almost lazy swing of his sword, the spell vanished as if it had never existed, leaving the mage, Kim, staring in absolute, jaw-dropping shock. Kang just casually nullified an A-ranker's ultimate move. The entire audience is stunned into silence, unable to comprehend what they just saw, because Kang just snapped a sword with his bare hands and swatted away magic like it was a fly, leaving everyone wondering what kind of monster he really is. Kang, though, is absolutely vibing because his plan is coming together perfectly. He realizes his senses have leveled up. He can now physically see the flow of mana, which lets him slash through it directly. He can literally sever the connection, making a spell fizzle out like the casting glitched. It suddenly clicks for Kang that the Dean must have seen his attack coming, but let it connect just to see what would happen. Kang can't get over the sheer audacity of these old-timers. At that moment, the swordsman and the vanguard decide they've seen enough, wisely tapping out because they know they stand zero chance against Kang. But Kim, she refuses to back down, and Kang is genuinely impressed. It proves she has the strongest will of the 3 by far. That's when Kim starts chanting, weaving what looks like an even bigger, badder spell, and Kang decides he's not waiting for the final boss to power up. He lunges forward, hoping to interrupt her, and fires an aura slash straight at her, but to his shock, it shatters against an invisible shield protecting her during the cast. Park starts running his mouth, mocking Kang that his little tricks can't even scratch Kim's barrier. Kang sees the smug look on that guy's face and decides, fine, if the pistol doesn't work, it's time to bring out the cannon. With that, Kang unleashes an even more devastating technique, the Aura Blade, which sends the instructors into a full-blown panic. They start yelling at Kang, screaming at him for using a kill shot technique in a simple duel, but Kang just fires back, reminding them that Kim was the one who tried to barbecue the entire arena just to get to him. Kang tunes out their whining and commits to the skill. He hurls the blade straight at Kim, ready to see which gives out first, his sword or her shield. The sword collides with the barrier, erupting in a massive flash of light, before the shield shatters at the point of impact. With her protection gone, Kang assumes Kim has no choice but to abandon the spell, but he's wrong. Kim can actually cast while on the move, an insanely difficult skill to master. She starts zipping around the ring, her chant never faltering, a feat that leaves the instructors completely floored. They're convinced Kang is finished. With his sword gone, all he can do now is wait to be roasted alive. That's when Kang smirks and asks them if they seriously thought he'd just yeet his only weapon without a plan B. He reveals he missed on purpose because he wasn't actually trying to end her. Suddenly, Kang's sword twitches on the ground and floats into the air, perfectly mimicking his hand gestures. The instructors are bugging out, completely baffled by what they're witnessing, because they have no clue how he's pulling it off. Turns out, this is a secret technique his master taught him, but he never had the internal energy to try it before now. It's essentially a martial art that lets him control his sword from a distance with pure energy and intent. Before Kim even processes what's happening, the sword slashes her from behind. She cries out in agony, coughing up a spray of blood before collapsing to the ground. Kang's confident expression instantly vanishes, replaced with sheer panic, terrified that he might have actually killed her. But the school nurse immediately warps in to heal her, and it's in this moment that Kang realizes he has zero control over this new power yet. The energy drain is way more. Kang is officially declared the winner of the duel, granting him the authority to choose the next training commander. And just like that, Park, with zero shame, strolls up to Kang to apologize for how he acted just moments before. Even the rest of the school, 2 instructors follow suit, offering their own apologies for taking things too far. Kang is genuinely stunned that this crew is apologizing at all, since they didn't exactly strike him as the type to admit they were wrong. But, being the bigger man, Kang returns the favor, telling them he was out of line as well. Kang is low-key impressed that they took their loss without throwing a fit. He's relieved. Everything's cool now, because he has to work with these same people on a mission for the next 3 days and 2 nights. Kang then walks over to the recovering Kim, telling her that she's going to be the training commander. The teachers from School 1 are completely baffled by this, demanding to know what he's thinking. They remind him that he won the fight, which means he's earned the right to lead the students. Kang then explains to Kim that he was blown away by her fighting spirit and her refusal to give up. He hopes this training session will be a chance for the students to learn from her incredible tenacity. And even though he knows some people will probably think he's just trying to look cool, that's not his game at all. Kang believes the diverse combat styles he saw Kim use will be crucial in preparing everyone for the upcoming martial arts tournament. Besides, he had no intention of rewarding his own teammates who basically cowered in fear at the very mention of a duel. Kim is thrilled to accept the honor, and both teams agree to get dinner together. Elsewhere, Mandong is cruising alongside the dean from the second school, Ma Bongpal, who's busy flexing on Mandong. He brags that the training camp's commander is one of his guys, but Mandong casually drops the bomb that the position was actually passed up by an instructor from his own school. Bongpal is absolutely floored, knowing damn well there isn't a single A rank on the first school's roster. Mandong just shrugs, muttering that Kang must have gotten lucky, but Bongpal isn't falling for it. He can see the massive, smug grin spreading across Mandong's face. Oh yeah, he knows exactly what went down. A short while later, the massive training field is packed with students from both academies, and an entire hour later, Mandong is still droning on at the podium. The students are beyond exhausted, completely drained from his mind-numbing lecture, and every single time it sounds like he's about to wrap it up, he launches into a whole new tangent. The twins are cringing so hard, they might actually implode, unable to process how this lecture is dragging on for eternity when it's not even a part of their training. When Mandong finally shuts his mouth, a silent wave of celebration ripples through the crowd, but their joy evaporates instantly when it's announced that now it's Bongpal's turn to speak. Later that day, the students begin shuffling toward their assigned dorms, and that's when Kang bumps right into Xianhua. He's completely stunned to see her, figuring she'd be back at school or working. She explains that all the second-year and third-year students are out on their practical training missions, so the school is basically empty. Xianhua then gives Kang a nod of respect, saying she's positive he's grinding hard, since she heard the instructors all had to show up a day early. Kang deadpans that it's all thanks to a certain someone's father, and Xianhua just smirks, letting him know she's already heard the tea. She then asks if he was even planning to show up, and he admits he wasn't, revealing that with supplementary classes nearly every day, he was banking on using this time to finally catch a break. Xianhua tells Kang that her father is piling on the work because he genuinely trusts his skills. She reminds him that Mandong was the one who personally wrote his recommendation letter for the A-rank promotion assessment. Kang lets out a small laugh, agreeing with her that her father must see him as some kind of golden boy. With the obstacle course scheduled for that afternoon, Jianhua asks if it's cool for her to come watch. Kang's face lights up, telling her of course, especially since Mandong was just asking about her. Turns out, Jianhua was on her way to see her dad right then, and she suggests they head over together. But just then, Mandong's booming voice echoes from a distance, and he's walking with Bongpal. Kang is blown away by the sheer size of these two absolute units, but he has no clue who the second guy is. Bongpal immediately rushes past Mandong to greet his niece, Xionhua, and when she says his name, it all clicks for Kang. This is Ma Bongpal, one of the 10 legendary S-rank hunters in the entire country, and despite looking like a brick wall, he's a master magician who specializes in wind-type magic. It makes sense why Bongpal didn't have much of a presence. He wasn't affiliated with the main character's academy. Kang quickly bows his head, offering a respectful greeting, and saying what an honor it is to meet him. Bongpal seems just as hyped to meet Kang, the guy Mandong never shuts up about. Bongpal extends a hand for a shake, and Kang is thrown off by how friendly and warm the old dude seems. Kang eagerly accepts the handshake, but the second their hands connect, Bongpal's grip tightens like a vice, and Kang's world shatters. He's suddenly being crushed by a terrifyingly powerful aura, finding himself lost in an infinite void Bongpal's mana space. It's so overwhelmingly vast that Kang feels like a speck of dust floating in the endless cosmos. Right then, Mandong claps a hand on Bongpal's shoulder, telling him to dial it back because his little game with Kang has gone far enough. Bongpal immediately apologizes for the power move, claiming he was just a little curious to see the power that wiped the floor with his school's teachers all by itself. He apologizes again, just to make it clear he wasn't trying to be hostile. Xianhua reassures her uncle that Kang totally gets, that he didn't mean any harm. Kang quickly agrees that he's fine, and turns to Mandong, asking why he was looking for him. Mandong glances around, telling him it's something they need to discuss in a more private setting. Kang suggests they head to the lounge nearby, but before they can leave, Bongpal cuts in with one last question. He looks at Kang, and asks why he gave the head instructor position to Kim, when he was the one who clearly won the fight. Kang gives him a straight answer, explaining that the instructors from his own school were losing their nerve. He says they were all shook. The moment they heard their opponent was an A-rank hunter, which forced him to take the lead. But Kim, she fought with everything she had until the very end, even when she knew Kang was on a completely different level. A look of understanding washes over Bongpal's face, completely impressed by Kang's answer. It turns out Mandong was banking entirely on Kang, which is why he didn't dispatch a single A-ranker to the camp, a fact Mandong desperately tries to deny. Kang can't wrap his head around it. The old man basically threw him to the wolves just because he's terrified of losing to a rival school. Before he can expose himself any further, Bongpal jumps in, suggesting they make a swift exit and assuring Kang that he'll spot him a coffee. But as they peel off, Bongpal's face is a mask of pure confusion. Everything he'd heard pegged Kang as a mere B rank. But then, in a totally shocking twist, Bongpal realizes the skin on his palm is literally seared off from their handshake, and he frantically begs Siowa for a heal. That one handshake told him everything. Kang is leagues stronger than he appears. A few moments later, Mandong reveals the real reason he summoned Kang. It was all about his upcoming A-rank assessment. Since Mandong was his sponsor, he wanted to drop some insider advice. Mandong grills him, asking if he's prepared for the test, but Kang admits he's been totally swamped running extra classes for the kids. The old man then probes him on what the test actually involves, and Kang figures it's just a simple subjugation of an A-grade portal. Mandong confirms he's on the right track, explaining it's an evaluation inside a live A-grade portal, with examiners assigned based on the number of participants. It turns out an S-rank hunter even tags along with the group as the head examiner. The mention of an S-rank hunter completely catches Kang off guard. This is brand new information, and he immediately asks Mandong if he's the one running the show. But Mandong shakes his head, explaining that since he recommended Kang, he's barred from conducting the assessment. He isn't worried in the slightest, though. He's absolutely convinced that with Kang's insane skill level, he'll breeze right through it. Still, Kang thinks it would have been a lot cooler if Mandong was the one in charge. He then asks if Bongpal is the examiner, but Mandong shoots that down too. Kang presses him, demanding to know who it is, so Mandong decides to offer up a little hint. It's someone connected to one of his students. Kang's mind starts racing, trying to figure out which of his students has an S rank in the family, and in a flash, it clicks. Sei Jin. Of course. The man who's going to be judging him is her father, the notorious Daichan. Mandong warns him that Daichan is a savage critic, naturally ruthless, and so infamous among examiners that he almost never hands out a passing grade. Kang couldn't care less if the guy is strict or not, just as long as he doesn't rig the test to fail him. Mandong promises him he's got nothing to worry about given his raw power. Besides, Kang is his daughter's teacher, so Daichan might actually hold back his usual brutal judgment. But from the way Mandong is talking, Kang gets the message loud and clear. Daichan is a monster of an examiner. For the next several minutes, Mandong kept feeding Kang tips, and some of it was gold, like the biggest reasons for point deductions that only an inside man would know. Even though Mandong played it off like he was just trying to save face for recommending him, Kang was genuinely grateful for the intel. Later, Kang also had to admit it was a genius move to nominate Kim, from School 2, to be the training captain. She was absolutely relentless, ensuring not a single student got injured, under her hawk-like supervision. Because of her, they absolutely crushed the entire training camp. Schedule designed for regular Hunter Academy students, which included 3 days of guerrilla training, a full-field obstacle course, rappel training, magic chemical, and biological warfare drills, portal trench combat, and a full plate march. 3 days later, Kang rallies the students. It's time, he tells them, to kick off their supplementary class. He lays out the plan. They're going to pair off for duels while everyone else analyzes the fights. The twins are the first to pipe up. Already looking completely fed up, they immediately call out Min-hee and Jin-soo as their opponents. Kang tells them to take a breath, because he can feel the sheer venom behind their challenge. Turns out, some drama went down during the training camp. The big news is that Min-hee and Jin-soo officially started dating. During the helicopter rappel training, Kang had noticed Jin-soo was shaking in his boots, so he told him to shout out the name of someone he was thinking of as he went down. Kang was fully expecting to hear the dude's parents' names, but instead, he bellowed Min-hee's name for the whole world to hear, revealing the massive size of his crush. Even though the two were destined to become a couple, in the original story, Kang never thought Jin-soo would confess his feelings in the middle of a military training exercise. Back in the present, Kang tells the students the duels have to proceed, as planned. A few moments in, Kang can see that the kids are fighting like garbage. He knows exactly why. Min-hee and Jin-soo are totally distracted, off in La La Land. The twins, on the other hand, are fighting with pure, blind rage. But the one he's truly worried about is Se-jin. While sparring with her, he can tell she's just not moving right. Her form is all wrong. Se-jin is forced to stop and ask Kang if he secretly raised the sparring level on her, but he denies it, asking if she's feeling all right. As the fight continues, he effortlessly disarms her, sending her sword clattering to the ground. Kang locks eyes with her, his voice sharp. "What's the holdup? You should have been able to counter that last attack. I literally handed you the playbook for it," Kang continues, calling her out. "You didn't use the right parry, which tells me you've been slacking on your practice." Kang explains to Se-jin that the parry isn't just a move, it's a formula that needs to be burned into her subconscious, so she can execute it instantly when an enemy strikes. He then addresses the whole class, dropping a bombshell. "All right, listen up. From this moment until class is over, we are doing nothing but drills to master this parry style. Any stamina or strength training from now on is your personal homework," he declares. "You'll do it on your own time, outside of this supplementary class." Kang's gaze then snaps back to Se-jin. "And as for you, you're officially banned from all stamina training for the time being." A wave of shock ripples through the other students. Jin-soo immediately cries foul, shouting, "Hey, that's blatant favoritism." "This isn't favoritism," Kang shoots back, revealing the grim reality. It's because Se-jin's stamina has actually plummeted, even more than before the training camp. He tells her bluntly that this extreme training is wrecking her body. He then asks the class, "Am I wrong, or does she look way thinner than she did just a few days ago?" They all nod in agreement. Min-hee confirms it, adding, "Yeah, Se-jin has dropped so much weight we all figured she was on some intense diet." Se-jin just tries to brush it off, muttering that it's not a big deal. She claims it's just because she's been out doing practical training and moving around more recently, insisting to them all that she's totally fine. But Kang knows she is absolutely not fine. The dark circles under her eyes are a dead giveaway. On top of that, Se-jin is buried under more class hours than the first years, and she's also the student council president, which means she has practically zero free time. As if her schedule wasn't already insane, Kang found out that Se-jin spends her weekends, when there are no extra classes, grinding through practical training in portals. Kang knows that even seasoned, active hunters at her father's guild would buckle under the crushing amount of training Se-jin is forcing herself through. Kang then tells Se-jin that all this extra work is almost meaningless for her, because even without mastering the parry style, he's 100% certain she would still dominate the martial arts tournament. Rest is just as crucial as training, Kang tells Se-jin, his voice softening slightly. He then suggests that Se-jin should take a hiatus from the supplementary class entirely so she can finally let her stamina recover. Se-jin actually considers it for a moment before telling Kang that she's fine. Her refusal catches Kang completely off guard. He tells Se-jin that it's her call, but reminds her that the offer to take a break is always on the table if things get too overwhelming. With a faint smile, Seijin acknowledges his concern, and on the inside, Kang is seriously impressed. If it had been any of the other students, they would have happily bailed on the training. Kang feels a surge of pride for her, but it's mixed with a deep sense of pity. Alright, that's it for today, Kang announces, shocking the students since it's not even 6 o'clock. Jin-soo, however, is absolutely thrilled to hear it. An early dismissal is exactly what he'd been hoping for. While the other students are goofing off and getting ready to head out, Seijin stands frozen, replaying Kang's words in her mind. She takes off her glasses, and as a single drop of blood trickles from her nose, the room begins to tilt and spin. Suddenly, her body gives out, and she crashes to the floor. Everyone instantly drops what they're doing and swarms around her. Without wasting a second, they carry her to the infirmary. Thankfully, Seonhwa is still there and immediately takes care of her. She reassures Kang that there's nothing critically wrong with Seijin. She hooked her up to an IV, explaining that it looks like a clear case of her body being pushed far beyond its limits. Kang is relieved Seonhwa was there and thanks her for saving the girl's life. Seonhwa then reveals a chilling detail. Seijin was muttering training notes in her sleep. It's a huge sign that she is driving herself way too hard. Seonhwa asks Kang if he knew anything about this, and he confesses that from what he's gathered, Seijin hasn't been sleeping more than 3 hours a night. Kang admits that he knew Seijin's condition seemed bad, but he had no idea it was this serious. Seonhwa explains that third-year students are already drowning in the most assignments and tasks of their school career. Add to that Seijin's supplementary classes, and then pile on her responsibilities as the student council president. Seonhwa has also heard the rumors that she goes on portal raids every single weekend. It all paints a picture of a schedule that is beyond brutal. Seonhwa comments that Seijin has incredible skill, so she shouldn't have to overdo it like this. But it really seems like she's a perfectionist. Deep down, however, Kang knows the truth. Seijin isn't a perfectionist. It's her father's fault for demanding the impossible from the poor girl. A little while later, Seijin wakes up, and the very first thing she does is apologize for losing consciousness. Kang, however, insists that she has absolutely nothing to be sorry for, urging her to just lie down and rest for a bit before he walks her back to the dormitory. Seijin tells Kang that she feels fine and asks him what time it is. After he tells her the time, Seijin reveals that she has an assignment due on Monday. Kang lets her know that she can just work on it the next day, since it's the beginning of the weekend. But Seijin tells him that she has an external schedule planned from the next morning all the way through Sunday evening. Then, Seijin simply puts on her glasses, ready to get back to it. And that's when it hits her. The world blurs at the edges, a dizzying sign that her body is screaming for a break from the constant grind. Seonhwa's face is etched with worry as she asks if she's seriously still planning to hit a portal raid. In her state, Kang flat out tells her to rest, insisting he can just hit up her people and let them know she's benched for this one. Seojin opens her mouth, but the words get stuck in her throat. Kang reads her like a book and asks, "You're hesitating, aren't you?" It's because of her father. He offers to be the one to contact him, and Seijin's eyes light up with a desperate yes. Kang clarifies that he and her dad aren't exactly on a first-name basis, but, plot twist, he's actually scheduled to meet the man that Sunday. Seijin is completely blindsided by this, demanding to know why he's meeting her father. Kang explains it's for his A-rank promotion review. And the final boss of that review? Yeah, it's her dad. After that bombshell drops, Seijin warns Kang that pleading her case to her father is a lost cause, because that man would never grant special favors, especially not for his own daughter. With a sigh, Seijin still thanks them both for the few hours of solid sleep she managed to get. But just as Seijin tries to sit up, Kang gently pushes her right back down onto the bed. "You need to rest," he commands, telling her to at least stay put until the entire IV drip is empty. He then tells her not to stress about the grown-up talk. But Seijin's voice is trembling when she confesses she's terrified. Her father will torpedo Kang's promotion. All because of her. "Why do you care so much anyway?" she asks. "You're not even my homeroom teacher." Kang reminds her she's the student council president, right before he drops some major knowledge. Article 10, Clause 3 of the Hunter School Regulations. The rule states that every faculty member is required to prioritize the well-being and safety of the students above all else. He points out that if the rule was only about fighting monsters, it would be pointless to even have it written down. Kang tells Seijin that what her father's doing is wrecking her health, which gives him every right to step in. Even hearing that, Seijin still wants to protest, but Kang shuts it down, telling her she has zero choice in the matter. She is ordered to rest for the next 2 days. He urges her to put her faith in him, promising he's going to crush the review, and that he will handle the meeting with her dad like a pro. Hearing his unshakable confidence, Seijin finally agrees to trust her teacher and see how this all plays out. Before they knew it, the sun rose on the day of the A-rank promotion exam. Kang had been ordered to report to the council building by 8 in the morning, instead of heading directly to the portal. Standing before the imposing structure, Kong can't help but wonder if this is some kind of intimidation tactic. Kong glances at his phone, and as always, it's flooded with a wave of good luck messages from his students. Right at that moment, one of the reviewers, an A-rank hunter named Park Hyun-suk, appears. Kong gives the man a respectful bow and offers a greeting. Kong is genuinely surprised that one of his reviewers is such a chill dude. He was fully bracing himself for someone as stone cold as Daichan. Park suggests they start moving toward the portal. He tells him they'll take off as soon as Daichan arrives, but he's certain the man will be right on schedule. After all, a bunch of other A-rank hopefuls are waiting. A bus is there to transport them to the test site, and Kong is low-key thrilled about it. This makes his life way easier, since he has to trek back to the council building anyway, when he passes this exam. Kong climbs the steps onto the bus, and to his shock, the place is packed with people ready to take the test. Every single one of them has an ice-cold glare, a silent challenge to everyone else in the vehicle, basically screaming that they're the strongest one there. The bus attendant calls for Kong's name, and after confirming his identity, the attendant takes his license and directs him to board and take seat number 2. But just as he's about to step further inside, an intimidating presence darkens the doorway, and it's none other than Daichan himself. In the most awkward turn of events possible, Daichan proceeds to take the seat right next to Kong, instantly plunging our guy into the most nerve-wracking situation of his life. Kong is so tense he seriously considers smashing the front window and making a break for it, but he finds a small comfort in knowing the portal they're heading to isn't that far away. Abruptly, Daichan says Kong's name, just to confirm it's him, and Kong has no choice but to acknowledge it. Then Daichan drops the bomb. He reveals his shock that Seijin skipped the week's portal practice, an absence he correctly blames on Kong's decision. Kong confirms it was his call, and Daichan warns him to stop meddling with Seijin's schedule outside of the supplementary classes. Kong then hits back with the truth. He reveals that Seijin literally collapsed during one of his classes, which is why she ended up in the infirmary. Daichan is visibly stunned by this news. Kong assures him it was nothing life-threatening, just a case of extreme exhaustion. He then admits that he was the one who forced her to take 2 full days of rest, arguing that a single day wouldn't have been nearly enough. As a final jab, Kong adds that Seijin is so talented she could probably skip every single one of his makeup classes and still have no problem absolutely dominating the tournament. Kong then proceeds to list every single overwhelming responsibility Seijin is juggling alone, and he tells Daichan that she is a human being, before she is a hunter. Daichan is silent for a moment before he finally speaks, admitting he had no clue that Seijin had collapsed, and all Kong can think is, no kidding. Seeing that the old man is completely out of the loop on his own daughter's health, Daichan declares he's been way too soft on her. Because of that, he's cranking up the intensity and adding a ton more physical training to Seijin's regimen, which practically gives Kong a heart attack. Daichan then informs Kang that he's officially yanking the supplementary class from Seijin's schedule. He tells him not to get salty about it, adding that Seijin only collapsed because her physical stamina was absolute garbage. Then he warns Kong to back off and never interfere again, making it clear that he's taking over from here on out. Kong is biting his tongue, holding back a tidal wave of words for the old man, but his gut is just screaming that Daichan is a certified psycho. 40 minutes later, the team rolls up to the A-rank portal, and with Daichan taking point, the other examiners stride in, the candidates trailing nervously behind them. Even with the Seijin drama still hanging in the air, Kong decides to shelve it and lock in on the exam, having zero clue what kind of hellscape awaits them on the other side. The moment they step through, Kang recognizes the terrain, a desert-type dungeon, just like the one he cleared a couple of weeks back. But he clocks the miserable looks on the other applicants' faces. They are clearly not vibing with this brutal environment. Daichan barks at them to form up. He reminds them this is an exam, but with a twist. The examiners are jumping into the fight too. The current lineup of candidates is a mixed bag. 2 mages, a martial artist, an archer, a spear user, and a swordsman. Kang instantly sizes up the situation. Aside from Daichan and Park, the other examiners are all long-range spammers. Kang calculates that it's gotta be either him or the martial artist playing Vanguard. Just then, Daejun starts laying out the game plan. He announces that the examiners will hang back to provide support, as is their duty, while the front line will be held by Kang and the other hunter. Park and the others, they're free to move as they see fit. Daejun clarifies that their grade depends on clearing an A-rank, 10-person portal. Daichan chimes in with a warning. This portal has 0 exploration data, so they better stay sharp. With the briefing done, Daichan officially kicks off the exam, and Kong immediately volunteers to take the lead. Kong knows he needs to fan out his aura detection wide. Desert terrains are notorious for monsters that burrow and hide in the sand. Kang steps ahead of the group and unleashes his aura, a sweeping wave of energy that scans for life forms up to 500 meters away. It doesn't take long for Kang to notice some of the candidates are already flagging from the blistering heat and sudden chills of the desert. That's when Kang points to a distant sand dune, telling the team there are monsters holed up over there. But the others stare out and see nothing, and the doubt starts to creep in instantly. They start muttering that even a mana scan couldn't possibly reach that far. Kong just casually replies that he could spot them because he spread his mana out. One of the hunters scoffs at Kong, telling him he's capping and that there's no way he could stretch his mana all the way to that dune. Hearing this, Kong feels a pang of regret, wishing Manhwa and his crew from Sail were here instead. They would have been hyped, already charging toward the monster nest. But then, Daichan cuts in, suggesting they head toward the location Kang pointed out. He tells them they can slap Kang with a penalty if he's wrong. However, Kang stops them, his voice grim. It's too late for that. They spotted us the second we left the safe zone, and before anyone can process that, monsters explode from the sands, closing the distance in a flash. Kong confirms they've been sprinting full tilt toward them the whole time. In an instant, the team is face to face with an A-rank monster, the red giant scorpion. This thing is known as the Desert Thug, infamous for its ridiculously tough exoskeleton and high magic resistance. To make things worse, its venomous stinger is a death sentence. If you get hit, you've got 10 minutes to live without medical treatment. Kong scans the battlefield and realizes they're boxed in by 4 of these crimson nightmares. Daichan immediately starts shouting orders, telling the mages to prep their spells. He commands the vanguards to spread out and buy some time. He declares he's holding the center, and Kang immediately calls dibs on the right flank. Kang explodes into motion, blitzing the scorpion at blinding speed. After landing a solid blow on the beast, Kang glances over and sees the others are holding their own surprisingly well. The clash between Kang and the scorpion is absolutely brutal, forcing Kang to sever one of its massive claws. Knowing that solo kills rack up more points, Kang decides to end this thing as cleanly as possible. With one perfectly aimed, devastating strike, Kang cleaves the giant scorpion straight down the middle, killing it instantly. While the other candidates just stare, completely stunned, Daichan's expression is different. He looks genuinely impressed by the display of power. When Daichan first saw Kang's name on the applicant list, he barely gave it a second thought. And when he found out this guy was Saijin's supplementary teacher, he wrote him off as unimportant. He had absolutely no intention of giving him any kind of special treatment, just for being his daughter's tutor. In fact, he was actually pissed that because of this guy, Saijin's entire weekend training got cancelled. On the bus, Daichan took one look at Kang and immediately wrote him off as some weakling. He was secretly hoping the kid would beg for mercy so he could fail him on the spot, but to his utter surprise, Kang remained completely silent. Daichan just figured Kang was some cocky brat, but he was about to learn just how spectacularly wrong he was. Now, out on the actual battlefield, Daichan is completely floored as he watches Kang pinpoint a distant mana signature and instantly grasp how to exploit it. Daichan's jaw just about hits the floor when Kang effortlessly carves through the scorpion like it's made of paper. It all suddenly clicks into place. The reason Mandong has been carrying himself with so much swagger lately is all because of this kid. Kang, however, is just standing there, wondering if he no-diffed the monster a little too quickly, which would explain why everyone is just staring at him. As it turns out, he is the only person who has actually managed to kill the monster he was assigned. Even the formidable Daichan has only succeeded in suppressing his beast. Kang scans the chaos and sees the martial arts fighter getting absolutely stonewalled by the scorpion's tough-as-nails exoskeleton. Kang pauses, debating whether he should jump in to help, knowing she can't use aura yet. The girl keeps hammering away at the scorpion until she suddenly freezes, baffled at the realization that Kang somehow managed to shear through that insane level of armor with just a sword. Just as the creature is about to overwhelm her, Kang flashes into the fray, a blur of motion coming to her rescue. He lops off the monster's limbs while coolly asking if she's all right, but then the examiner screams at them to get clear. The magic chant is complete. The mages unleash a devastating wave of ice that flash freezes the monster solid, and Daichan is genuinely impressed. He's impressed because they chose freezing magic. Knowing these scorpions are normally resistant to spells, Daichan instantly makes the call. Among the magic users, only the one who chose lightning is getting disqualified right now. Furthermore, the archer and the spearman would need to master aura before they could ever reapply. Their only mission was to buy time. Instead, they just shattered their own weapons. The martial artist approaches Kang to thank him for the save, sincerely apologizing for her earlier trash talk. She confesses she never dreamed a hunter could exist with senses sharp enough to detect a monster from that kind of distance. Kang just shrugs it off, telling her not to sweat it, because it's the standard reaction. He then wishes her luck with the rest of the trial. She declares that she's going to stick with him from now on. At that moment, Daichan begins to call out the names of those who failed the test. He instructs them to follow the examiner out through the portal, and the examiner eagerly beckons for them to follow him. Kang realizes Daishan is hustling them out with such urgency because he knows this dungeon is a death trap. Suddenly, Kang's instincts scream at him with a horrifying realization. They are completely surrounded by monsters. The martial artist sees the grim expression lock onto his face and asks him what's wrong, just as Daichan's own senses finally register the threat. And he is absolutely staggered that Kang managed to sense them even a moment before he did. When Kang realizes he can't even begin to count how many monsters are closing in, he bellows at the departing group to be careful. The examiner turns back, confused by the shouting, only for a colossal monster to erupt from the sands directly in front of him. Before he can even process what's happening, the beast swallows him whole. The monster is none other than the Great Sandworm, a terrifying A-rank beast known as the Calamity of the Desert. Elsewhere, a worried Seonhwa asks her father how he thinks Kang is faring in his test right now. Mandong confidently reassures Seonhwa that Kang will have no problem passing, reminding her that he's the incredible talent he personally recommended. Seonhwa presses further, asking just how high Kang's ceiling could be. She wonders if he has the potential to become as strong as her father. Mandong tells her that Kang won't just get stronger, he will become infinitely more capable. However, he clarifies to Seonhwa that to surpass the A-rank hunters, one needs a certain essential, innate talent. He gives her an example, explaining that if a terrifying monster appears, the B-rank hunter immediately bolts without a second thought. The A-rank hunter, conversely, understands their duty and immediately forms a defensive line. Mandong reveals that while it might seem like the examiners only judge combat power, they are meticulously observing all these other qualities. But these are traits that can never be truly measured unless a real, life-threatening crisis emerges. Now that Mandong has laid out what B ranks and A ranks would do, Seonhwa asks him what an S rank would do in that situation. Mandong replies that an S rank ignores the immediate threat to eliminate the source of the crisis, because if you destroy the cause, the crisis itself ceases to exist. At the exact moment he's explaining this, we see Kang sprinting headfirst toward the sandworm, without a shred of hesitation, with Daichan charging right behind him. Mandong states that individuals with this kind of thinking are exceptionally rare, and they are the ones destined to be S-rank hunters. In a stunning, simultaneous attack, Kang and Daichan shred the monster into pieces, leaving the other candidates watching in stunned silence. After neutralizing the threat, Daichan calmly addresses Kang, stating that he has no intention of raising someone weak to represent Sejong, seeing as she's being groomed to take over his empire. But Kang straight up tells Daichan he despises his training methods, and Daichan actually promises to back off Sejong, that he won't be piling on the pressure anymore. While this intense debate is happening, the A-rank examiner literally drags himself out of the monster's guts, bawling his eyes out. That's when Daichan turns to Kang and tells him he's now responsible for making sure his daughter wins the WHCU. But if he fails, he'll be forced to become his son-in-law. The instant Kang processes this, the light just dies in his eyes. His entire world turns gray, and he's stuck in this funk for days. Even his brand new license photo captures the same dead-inside look, which has his students wondering what on earth is up with their teacher. Sejong finally has to ask him, what's got him so lost in thought? Of course, Kang can't just admit he's spiraling about her father's insane proposition. Flashing back to the dungeon, Daichan's proposal had rocked Kang to his core, shattering his focus in an instant. His respect for Daichan completely evaporated. He couldn't process how a man could be so monstrous, treating his own daughter like a bargaining chip to recruit strong allies. Kang, absolutely seething, tells the man that he will make damn sure Sejong wins, but he has a counteroffer. When Daichan asks what it is, Kang furiously challenges him to a duel of honor. Now, back in the present day at school, Kang asks Sejong if her father filled her in on her upcoming schedule, and she says the old man gave her the details, over a call. She's completely baffled as to how Kang actually managed to persuade him. Kang just says they had a good conversation, and he got the green light to take over her training. Privately, Kang has to concede that Daichan is the most bullheaded person he's ever encountered. Kang then informs Sejong he's arranged another parent-teacher conference, but secretly, he's just plotting to beat the absolute crap out of Daichan. Sejong beams at Kang and thanks him, making him wonder how a gem like her could possibly have been born from that piece of trash she calls a father. As it turns out, the warrior who crushes Sejong in the WHCU tournament next year is Bianca Lowell, a certified phenom from England. She's none other than the daughter of Conrad Lowell, the man widely regarded as the most powerful hunter alive. The Lowell clan is a legendary family of swordmasters. Even Bianca's younger brother, Ryan, was Jisung's final opponent in the WHCU. But Bianca's danger doesn't just come from her blade. Bianca can wield her sword and cast magic simultaneously, a combination that is almost impossible to defend against. And this isn't basic magic either. Her spellcasting is on par with an A-rank hunter, even by her country's high standards. They call her the reincarnation of Merlin, and honestly, that says everything. She's a sword genius from a world-class family, pegged as a future S-ranker, who also happens to be a ridiculously talented mage. Kang knows that as things stand, Sejin is on a collision course with defeat, so he makes a pilgrimage to Cho's place, knowing that the old man always has a trick up his sleeve. When Cho hears Kang's predicament, he just smirks, asking if Kang thinks he's his personal crisis hotline. But Kang came prepared. He reveals a massive stash of the old man's favorite drink. On top of that, he brought fried chicken. At this moment, Cho realizes Kang has played him perfectly. Cho admits he's pleased with the offerings, but suggests they boil some water first for the perilla seed he has on hand. Kang is just relieved he came bearing gifts, because he was half expecting the old man to be salty that he hadn't dropped by in a while. With the pleasantries out of the way, Kang puts a laptop in front of Cho and plays Bianca's combat footage. Even the old master is stunned by Bianca's perfect form and immediately asks Kang who she is. Kang explains she's the reigning champion of the tournament his student is preparing for. He adds that the clip is a compilation of all her tournament fights, which is alarmingly short. Cho questions why the video is so brief, asking if she didn't have many matches. Kang has to explain that this is literally all the footage available because Bianca's fights end in the blink of an eye. She's a bona fide super rookie, and it wasn't for a lack of trying. Elite fighters from all over the world threw everything they had at her. Bianca is a prodigy who mastered moving casting when she was just 10 years old. She also uses high-speed casting to nullify an opponent's attack, while simultaneously using multicasting to launch her own assault. Every single one of her opponents was utterly demolished. To date, not one person has been able to withstand Bianca's overwhelming power. Kang lays it out for Cho. Bianca is operating on a level far beyond most A-rank hunters. Sejin, on her best day, is a B rank. And the deadline to train her? They have less than 2 months. They're going to need a revolutionary change in strategy. Watching the footage, Cho can only agree. Bro, it's painfully obvious their power levels are on completely different planets. Kang even admits he's never really thrown down with sorcerers, so he's basically in the dark here. So Kang, being a troll, immediately uses this to roast Cho, like, oh, so there are things the great Cho can't do? But Cho instantly shuts that nonsense down. Cho fires back that it's not hopeless. He drops an absolute bombshell on Kang. They might actually have a fighting chance. But it all hinges on one thing: Kang has to personally train Sejin in his unique martial arts. Kang is absolutely stunned by the suggestion. Cho lays it out plainly. The only way to shut down a sorcerer with a blade is to sever the very current of their magic. Or, you just overwhelm them with a sword aura that's ridiculously more powerful. Cho tells Kang that since he's unlocked a whole new tier of power, the fundamental weakness of sorcery should be glaringly obvious to him now. And suddenly, it all clicks. Kang knows Cho is spitting facts, especially after that recent throwdown with a mage, and if he's being totally honest, the idea of training Sejin himself had already been lurking in the back of his mind. This was the secret sauce, after all. His martial arts was the cheat code that took him from a mid-tier, B-rank hunter and skyrocketed him into a legit powerhouse. The problem? He's super hesitant to just give away the keys to the kingdom. This martial art is the very bedrock of his overwhelming strength. It's one of his most guarded secrets. Yet Cho is just casually telling him to pass it on, acting like it's nothing. Kang has to double-check, asking Cho if he's seriously cool with him sharing these techniques with a third party. Cho just snaps back, absolutely flaming him for being such a fool. He then schools Kang, telling him he was chosen because he proved his worth, not because of some sentimental attack. With his dragon eyes practically screaming at him, Cho prods Kang, asking if he isn't the least bit curious to witness what Sejin is about to become. He bets that since she's a raw genius, Sejin's been stockpiling her inner energy in the most unrefined way imaginable. But if they can channel all that raw potential into pure internal power, Cho tells Kang to just picture the absolute monster they're about to unleash. Meanwhile, back at home, it suddenly dawns on Sejin that she can see with perfect clarity without her glasses, and it's seriously weirding her out. She starts to wonder if this is because of that horribly bitter concoction Kang had given her. She also pieces together that after getting some rest, her entire body feels revitalized, and something fundamental has shifted within her. Not long after, the domestic tournament kicks off, and during the event, Sejin puts on an absolutely terrifying display of power. Her opponent can't even process that she's a student just like him. Kang, on the other hand, doesn't even flinch. He's known from the start what a diamond in the rough Sejin really is. She was already a beast without any formal martial arts training, but a thought clicks in his head. If he properly teaches her martial arts, she might actually stand a real chance against Bianca. After effortlessly messing with her opponent for a while, Sejin ends the match, slamming him into the ground. With the guy completely out for the count, her classmates erupt, absolutely amazed by her strength and showering her with praise. They're hailing her as the best for scoring such a dominant, easy victory. and Kang is genuinely impressed by how quickly his students rallied behind Saijin. It turns out that after all the brutal elimination rounds, only Yoonsu and Saejin are left standing from their entire school. And while it might look like their classmates just lacked skill, Kang knows the truth. The tournament brackets were just terribly unlucky. The matchups were brutal. In the second round, Eunsu and Jinsu were forced to fight, which was just the beginning of their school's bad draws. They had drilled all the counter-strategy formulas, but Minhee still got wiped out by a third-year mage who was a finalist in last year's championship. And even though Eunsu battled her way to the finals and gave it everything she had, she was ultimately defeated. Nevertheless, Kang couldn't be more proud that a couple of first years like them managed to claw their way to the final stage. Kang is certain that if they compete again next year, they won't just make it to the finals, they'll blow past them. Minhee and Yoonsu may have been eliminated, but watching Saejin's rampage only deepened the respect they had for her. Later on, Saejin finds Kang in the spectator seats and asks if he'll be watching the finals, but Kang tells her he has to be somewhere else. He lets her know that Xianhua is on the way, so they'll be able to head back together once the tournament is over. They ask him where he's going, and he casually tells them he has a parent-teacher conference to attend. Kang makes it clear he has total faith she can win without him, and a nervous Saejin stammers back that she's going to give it her all. Kang immediately picks up on her anxiety and tells her he knows she's really worried about the WHCU. And then Kang drops a bombshell of a motivator. If she wins the domestic tournament, he'll give her the ultimate solution for the WHCU. As he walks away, Kang gives her one last push, go win the final match. Moments later, Saejin is pulled aside for a press interview. She is on the verge of setting a massive record, 3 consecutive tournament wins, a first in its history. The host praises her for her unshakable composure in every match and asks if any opponent has managed to rattle her or made her feel even a flicker of fear. Saejin's response is ice cold. Not really, no, and the host has to agree. The host adds that she can't call Saejin arrogant because everyone has witnessed what she's truly capable of. The topic shifts to the WHCU, where Bianca knocked her out last year, and the host asks if she has a different strategy this time. Saejin replies that it was a total bummer last time because her skills just weren't there yet, but this time around, she's certain things are going to be completely different, all thanks to her teacher's training. Meanwhile, Kang arrives at his destination. He's there for a duel with Daichan. Back at the interview, the host asks Saejin how far she thinks she can go in this competition. She admits she hasn't thought that far ahead, but she's dead set on winning just to make Kang proud. At the dueling arena, Daichan expresses his mock surprise that Kang actually managed to show up without being late. Daichan sarcastically praises him for having the guts not to run away, and then tells Kang that if he begs for forgiveness before the duel starts, he'll generously forget the whole thing ever happened. But Kang just stares him down, completely uninterested in his forgiveness. In reality, Kang only had one worry about accepting this duel. He was afraid that Daichan might actually refuse to fight. The man was so arrogant that Kang was concerned Daichan would declare that battling an A-rank hunter was beneath his station. Daichan then declares that the duel is over when one of them is unconscious or surrenders. Daichan lays out his terms. If he wins, Kang has no choice but to become his son-in-law. But if Kang wins, he will completely back off and stop interfering with Saejin's WHCU schedules. With no complaints at all, Kang tells Daichan to be ready to keep his promise. With the duel underway, Daichan, radiating pure arrogance, gives Kang the first shot. Kang draws his blade, determined to wipe that smug look right off his face. As the battle ignites, mages instantly throw up a shimmering barrier around the arena, containing the chaos. One of them spots Kang channeling an aura blade, and his jaw hits the floor, but his partner scoffs, saying only S-rankers can pull that off. The first guy knows he's right, but he's still completely captivated by the raw power on display. Kang hefts his sword, gathering a demonic energy, with enough annihilating force to level a city. He then unleashes the strike at Daichan, aiming to end this in one hit. As the wave of destruction screams towards Daichan, he braces for impact, but the sheer force it radiates, as it tears through the arena, has the mages shaking. The dude who was just doubting Kang's power is now completely losing his mind, screaming about what kind of monster Kang actually is. What they don't know is that Kang isn't even close to full power. If he went all out, everyone in this building would likely be turned to dust. When Kang's attack finally dissipates, it leaves a scar of pure destruction carved into the wall behind Daichan, who now has a fresh cut on his face. Even after throwing up 3 separate barriers to defend himself, Daichan actually grins and compliments Kang, admitting that he put up a solid fight. Kang is internally freaking out, stunned that this guy actually parried the full force of that attack, even though it was almost a perfect copy of the move he used to wreck Mandong. Daichan then reveals his hand, telling Kang that his last attack just proved that no one in his entire guild could possibly train Saejin as well as Kang can, and for that reason, Daichan declares that he must win this fight because he plans on having Kang all to himself. A chilling, possessive grin spreads across his face as he says it, and Kang realizes, with a jolt, that he's trapped in a cage with a genuine psychopath. As Daichan readies his counterattack, the mages scramble, throwing up 6 more barriers. In fact, they feel even that isn't enough, and they scream for every available mage to rush down and reinforce the shield. They know for a fact that if Daichan truly unleashes his power, the entire building is coming down. Just then, Daichan explodes into motion, blurring across the arena at a blistering speed to overwhelm Kang's senses and prevent him from reading his next move. Kang admits the guy is faster than Mandong, but compared to Cho, he's still moving in slow motion. As Daichan's blade is about to connect, Kang effortlessly intercepts the blow, a wicked smile spreading across his face that catches Daichan completely off guard. Daichan can't process it. Kang just smiled at him. He flashes back to when he first requested this duel, thinking the kid had to be joking. In his mind, Daichan figured he'd just crush Kang's challenge with overwhelming strength, but instead, Kang has been matching him blow for blow without even being pushed back. It hits Daichan like a ton of bricks. This kid is the real deal, and the deadly serious expression on his face confirms it. While Daichan unleashes a frantic barrage, Kang is simply deflecting each strike with almost zero effort. That's it. Daichan decides to crank his power up to match Kang's level, seeing now that he's been seriously underestimating him from the very beginning. As he begins to gather a terrifying amount of energy, the mages start to panic, because their backup still hasn't shown up. Luckily for them, 10 more mages burst in at that exact moment and begin fortifying the barrier. After charging up his devastating attack, Daichan unleashes it, blanketing the area with a storm of slashes, forged from pure, raw energy. Kang immediately compares it to his own meteor explosive annihilation skill, wondering if Daichan also possesses some insane, bottomless well of mana. Kang decides to parry a few strikes but dodge the rest. Trying to block every single one would be a total waste of energy. He explodes into movement, weaving across the room, and Daichan thinks he's on the run, prompting him to launch an even more intense volley of slashes in his direction. This creates an oppressive presence that even crushes the mages, who are desperately maintaining their barrier. Blood begins to gush from their noses, and in moments, they start dropping like flies, as the barrier shatters into pieces. When the dust finally settles, Kang is standing there, completely unharmed. When Daichan sees this, he is rendered utterly speechless. He's so stunned, he can only ask Kang who in the world he is and who on earth taught him his swordsmanship. Internally, Kang is exploding with joy, thanking his incredible luck for letting him run into his master, who was without a doubt the most powerful being on the planet. But then Kang notices something isn't adding up, and it's the fact that, no matter how massive your mana pool is, it isn't infinite. Kang is pretty sure Daichan has realized that their fighting styles are eerily similar, so he's confused why the man is still pushing this mindless battle of attrition. At that moment, Daichan declares that they have to stop the duel. A shocked Kang demands to know why. Daichan simply tells Kang to look around him, and Kang sees that every single mage that was supporting the barrier has completely passed out. The truth clicks into place. Daichan intentionally aimed for the barriers because he knew he was about to lose the fight. Daichan feigns ignorance, acting as if he had no idea, and tells Kang what a real shame it is that their match has to end this way. But he gives Kang his props. Daichan then promises that, just as they agreed, he's staying completely out of Sajin's training, no interference whatsoever. But he throws in a condition. If Sajin ends up losing her match, Kang has to join his guild. And that's when it clicks. For Kang, this old guy is seriously relentless. Kang just shrugs and tells the old man, bet, but then adds that he's got a condition of his own. Daichan, intrigued, asks him what it is. Without a word, Kang's fist cracks across Daichan's jaw, sending a spray of blood from the old man's mouth. Stunned, Daichan sputters, asking him what that was for. Kang just glares. Oh, you know, he says, his voice dripping with ice. It was so obvious you knew I was going to win that sparring match. You totally spoiled the vibe, so I'm making a new deal. Consider that one punch a pretty light price to pay for your dignity. Daichan is left speechless, and Kang drives the point home, promising he'll make Sajin a champion as long as the old man stays out of it. Kang then adds a final warning, letting him know that if Sajin wins and Daichan starts running his mouth or pulling any shady stuff, he won't be so gentle next time. With that settled, Kang feels like all the pieces are finally in place to unleash Sajin's generational talent on the world. But the clock is ticking, and there's no telling how much she can actually absorb before the big day. Still, Kang can't wait to get Sajin on that wild ginseng grind and show her how a true power-up is done. Meanwhile, in the arena, Sajin has just steamrolled her opponent to win the finals, an absolute demolition. After her epic victory, she's back in front of the cameras for another interview, and the host immediately asks if the WHCU is her next target. Sajin just gives a dead simple yes. But deep down, the host is desperate for a juicier soundbite. She knows she needs to get some drama going for the viewers, so she switches gears, asking if there's any player she's specifically watching out for in the next tournament. Sajin doesn't hesitate. Bianca, she says. But when Bianca was asked that exact same question, her response was pure ice. She's not afraid of anyone. They even pressed her about last year's runner-up, Rohan. She didn't just dismiss him, she completely trashed him, saying his performance was totally unimpressive. The interviewers then brought up the top player from Japan, but Bianca just doubled down on her stance. She claims none of them are even in her league, and even though she's talking major trash, the interviewer is absolutely loving it. This is exactly the kind of drama she was hoping for. Just then, news of Seijin's victory reaches them, and the interviewer decides to ask Bianca about her. The reporter thinks she's about to strike gold, getting a fiery reaction out of Bianca. But Bianca's reply is colder than ice. She just calls Sajin some crybaby who I already beat in the preliminaries. She even had the nerve to sneer that Sajin is probably a bigger threat than the other so-called contenders they mentioned. The pure, unfiltered savagery leaves the interviewers completely stunned. But Bianca isn't done yet. She says she's actually looking forward to seeing how many minutes Sajin can survive against her this time. Bianca declares with absolute confidence that no matter how much stronger Sajin has gotten, neither she nor anyone else on the planet has what it takes to even challenge her. Later, Kong hands Sajin 3 gnarled ginseng roots, telling her to start chewing. Sajin looks at them with total disgust. She clearly has no idea what they are, so Kong tells her that stuff is insanely expensive. He explains that she needs to at least reach half of Bianca's mana capacity. If you even want a shot at this, he says, we're taking shortcuts. We're basically doping. Left with no other option, Sajin reluctantly shoves the bitter ginseng root into her mouth. There's zero time to celebrate her win. They've already teleported to Mount Sirac to begin a hardcore, private training arc. It was crystal clear that time was running out, and Sajin was aiming for nothing less than the championship trophy. After she chokes down all the roots, Kong gives her props for her toughness, but warns her that the real nightmare is just getting started. He looks her dead in the eye and asks, "Do you trust me?" Sajin's response is firm. "I wouldn't have even come here if I didn't." She assures Kong she's ready for anything he can throw at her, telling him not to hold back. With that, Kong moves to the next phase of his insane training plan, forcibly opening her energy vessels. The moment he begins, a horrifying scream rips from Sajin's throat as she yells that she takes back everything she just said. When Kong finally lets go, Seijin is completely drenched in sweat, panting like she just escaped an inferno. She gasps that she genuinely thought she was about to die, and asks if it's over. But Kong decides to be a total troll, and pulls the same move Cho used on him. He puts on a serious face and tells Sajin he missed the right spot. "We have to do it all over again," he says. Sajin looks like she's about to pass out from sheer terror, but after Kong finishes for real this time, Sajin can feel an unbelievable surge of power. Using the exact method he learned from Cho, Kong has successfully unlocked all of her vessels. Thanks to Cho's brutal but effective teachings, all the dormant internal energy that was trapped inside Sajin is now flowing freely. Sajin is left completely awestruck, staring at her hands as she witnesses her own raw, untamed power for the very first time. A strange new energy starts swirling around Seijin, and it finally clicks. This isn't just mana, this is something else entirely, something way more pure. Kong clocks that she's already tapping into this internal energy and warns her not to slack on her mental training until her body fully adapts to it. He lays it out plain and simple. There's no going back. Her old life as a regular, mana-slinging hunter is officially over. Seijin's mind is absolutely blown. The sheer effort Kong is putting in, the crazy lengths he's going to for her sake, it's just staggering. It leaves her completely stumped, wondering why he's pushing himself to the absolute limit for her. Finally, Seijin just has to ask him straight up, "Why? Why are you going through all this insane trouble just to help me?" And Kong drops the bombshell. He made a pact with her father. Seijin is totally lost, but Kong explains that her dad already saw this coming. The deal was simple. If Seijin loses, Kong is forced to join her father's guild. Because of that, Kong had to lay down a condition of his own. He had to completely sideline Daichan from the training program, clearing the board so he could pour every ounce of his effort into making sure Seijin wins. Kong has to admit, when you look at it, he basically walked into a deal that was a massive win for Daichan, no matter what. Just as Seijin is trying to process the sheer scale of Kong's sacrifice, he reveals he literally bet every single penny he has on her victory. Seijin is floored. She can't believe it, asking if he's seriously gambling on her like she's some kind of racehorse. But Kong quickly clarifies that it's not some back-alley wager. It's a completely legit bet, made through a platform sanctioned by the International Hunter Association. Then Kong hits her with another shocker. One of those ginseng roots she scarfed down? It's worth a cool 500 million won. He explains that this stuff is so ridiculously rare it only ever shows up at exclusive auctions, adding with a smirk that he has absolutely no intention of losing this deal. Because if she tanks this, she's going to have to face the music with her old man. Then, as if that wasn't enough pressure, Kong tells Seijin he'll quit the academy if she wins. And in that moment, Seijin is just thankful that he's a materialistic guy. With the first phase officially in the bag, Kong announces it's time to kick the real training into high gear. Seijin is totally hyped, immediately asking if they're going to start by figuring out how to shut down Bianca's moves. Kong agrees that a counter strategy is solid, but their main goal is to figure out how to abuse the insane advantages of internal energy. He reminds her that Bianca's signature move is Dispel, a busted ability that lets her instantly nullify an opponent's skills. But here's the kicker. Kong tells her she won't ever need to rely on mana again. He explains that moves like Sword Chi and Sword Gang are forged from internal energy, making them completely immune to being dispelled. Kong tells Seijin they're going to drill one ultimate finishing move, designed to be unleashed. The one instant, Bianca inevitably lets her guard down. Kong gives her a demonstration, and her jaw hits the floor. It's the exact same technique he used to demolish Mundong in their duel. Seijin is completely awestruck by the skill's devastating power, and Kong promises he's going to teach her every last bit of it. The technique's name? The Meteor Exploding Demonic Skill. Life's too short, Kong figures, so they might as well start with the biggest gun they've got. In what feels like the blink of an eye, 3 weeks vanish, and in Kong's mind, the training montage is officially over. It feels like just yesterday he was getting permission to train her, and even with the super tight deadline, Kong knows he absolutely crushed his mission. Over their time training, Kong confirmed what he suspected. Seijin is a once-in-a-generation talent. Kong is fully aware that if it weren't for her insane main character level potential, she never would have been able to master the skill. After obliterating a solid wall with the technique, Seijin spins around to face Kong, asking, "So, how'd I do?" Even though she's still not on his god-tier level, Kong gives her a nod of approval. "Not bad, you did good." With that, he decides it's time to prep for the big show, telling her to pack her stuff so they can head out. So, about the World Hunter competition for university students. It's a massive event co-hosted by 4 major powers: the USA, the UK, France, and Russia. This year's tournament, however, is going down in London. At the airport, Seonhwa and Izil are there to see Seijin off. They hype her up, wishing her luck and telling her to forget the nerves and just do what she's been training for. Kong thanks the pair for coming all this way and tells them to have a safe trip back home. It turns out Kong isn't the only one escorting Seijin to London. Mundong has tagged along for the ride. When Mundong had asked to join, Kong immediately figured the guy was just dying of boredom being cooped up at the academy. Mundong sealed the deal by promising to upgrade their seats to business class and personally wait on Kong hand and foot. Before long, their flight to London is in the air. Despite heading to a world-class competition, everything feels surprisingly chill. They touch down in London shortly after, ready to dive into the round of 64. Mundong immediately starts whining about the jet lag, but Kong just roasts him, pointing out that he's built way tougher than Seijin, and she isn't saying a word. Mundong can't even argue, basically using Kong's diss as a way to praise how tough Seijin is, calling her strength absolutely incredible. But as they stride through the lobby, Kang feels every single pair of eyes lock onto them, and he's completely baffled as to why. He wonders if they're staring at his face, or maybe it's Mundong's hulking frame that's drawing all the attention. Just then, Mundong leans in, mentioning he caught some gossip from one of his sources back in London, and apparently, Seijin is the name on everyone's lips. The news about the record she absolutely shattered in the local tournament has spread like wildfire. The story goes that she demolished every opponent she faced within minutes. Some articles were even warning the reigning champ, Bianca, to watch her throne, because Korea's rising star, Seijin, was coming for the crown. Kang is completely blindsided by this revelation. It dawns on him that they had no idea because they'd been totally off the grid, training deep in the mountains. And that's when it all clicks for Kang, the reason for all the stares. In fact, the hype is so intense that analysts are saying if Seijin and Bianca end up in the same bracket, it might as well be the grand finale. Kang breathes a sigh of relief, realizing the stares aren't born from hatred, but from a desperate hope. These people believe Seijin is the only one who can free them from Bianca's reign of terror. Mundong then asks Kang if it's true he actually bet on Seijin, and Kang confirms it with a grin, explaining that he sold off all his stocks and took out every loan he could just to go all in on her. So, Kang asks if Mundong put his money on a different student, but the old man sheepishly admits he bet on Seijin too. Kang can't believe it, but Mundong quickly tries to spin it, claiming it was just to show his support. It's a weak excuse, and they both know it. Mundong then gets close and whispers to Kang that almost all the smart money is being placed on Bianca to win, and he adds that, considering her past performances in other tournaments, Seijin is facing a massive uphill battle, but Kang just shrugs it off, telling the old man he couldn't care less what the odds makers are saying, and urges him to throw even more cash on Seijin before it's too late. Mondong is stunned by this unshakable confidence, asking Kang just how powerful he thinks Seijin has actually become. With a smirk, Kang asks Mandong if he remembers their last duel. Mandong nods, his expression confident. That's when Kang lets him know that the Seijin of today is practically on the same level as the version of him he fought back then. The revelation leaves Mondong absolutely speechless. Shortly after, the official tournament bracket is posted. When Kang sees it, he thinks it's a bit of a shame that Seijin landed on the complete opposite side of the bracket from Bianca. In this tournament, the number 1 seed faces number 2, and the winner moves on to fight the winner of seeds 3 and 4. The way it's all laid out, Seijin realizes they're on a direct collision course to meet Bianca in the finals. Kang calls Seijin over to brief her. Her first opponent is a spearman from Ukraine. Apparently, this guy is a major prospect in the tournament, and since it's the very first match, Kang tells her they need to make a massive impact. Kang orders Seijin not to hold back for even a second, and to finish the match as fast as humanly possible. Seijin simply nods, accepting her master's command, and carries that fierce energy into the arena. Once both fighters are in position, the referee's whistle shrieks, and barely 10 seconds later, the fight is over in a blinding flash. Everyone watching is left completely shell-shocked. For the round of 32, Seijin faces a mage from Italy. It seems she tried to copy Bianca's signature strategy from last year's tournament, opening with a binding spell, but Seijin shatters the magic with ease and lunges at her opponent with her sword, forcing the mage to instantly surrender. Even though Seijin crushed her, Kang knows that same brute force approach won't work on Bianca. Still, he can't deny that it would feel incredible to topple a titan like Bianca, though he's certain that the champion doesn't feel the slightest bit threatened by Seijin just yet. The tournament continues, with Seijin dispatching her opponents with terrifying speed, but Bianca still sees her as nothing to be concerned about. This is precisely what Kang was hoping for. He wants Bianca to let her guard down all the way to the finals, where she's going to get slammed by something she could never anticipate, the meteor shower. The next day, Seijin wins her match effortlessly again, and even though her opponents in the semi-finals had no intention of taking it easy on her, Seijin still mowed them down without breaking a sweat. In fact, Seijin knocked her opponent out so brutally that he was only saved by the referee's whistle. Still, Kang is impressed that the guy managed to last a whole minute against her. The crowd is going absolutely wild, chanting Seijin's name, buzzing about the phenomenal new prospect who has just burst onto the scene from Korea. They're convinced that she's destined to become a symbol of national pride after the tournament concludes. But even as everyone sings her praises, the final betting odds tell a different story. Bianca is favored with an incredibly low 1.04 odds, while Seijin is slapped with the massive underdog odds of 20.4. It's not a shock. Everyone subconsciously knows that Seijin is expected to lose to Bianca. They're all convinced that no matter who stands against her, Bianca will inevitably emerge victorious. After her own semifinals match, a reporter asks Bianca why she hasn't bothered to use magic a single time since the tournament began, but she's been absolutely steamrolling her competition. Bianca declares to the press that she's already won twice using magic, so for this round, she's planning to win with nothing but her blade. The interviewer, stunned, asks if she's serious about not using magic for the whole tournament. She reminds them she's repping the UK, and if some crazy emergency pops off, she might have to bust it out. But honestly, she's so confident she probably won't even need magic to smoke her opponent in the finals. The crowd is completely shook by this level of unfiltered confidence. This girl is on another level of cocky. Apparently, in her first match, she let her opponent take the first shot before one-tapping them, but on day 2, she showed zero mercy and just ended the match instantly. From the sidelines, Kong sees right through Bianca's act. He knows she's getting seriously wary of Seijin, a pure sword wielder. It's an open secret that Bianca is the heir to a legendary family of swordmasters, yet she's always relied on magic. Kong's gaze then shifts over to Seijin. He praises her for her killer performance so far, reminding her that she still has to do the finals interview. Kong tells her that Mondong promised to buy her something super expensive when she returns home, but Seijin just shakes her head, saying she has zero appetite for any of it. Kong insists she has to eat something, and she reluctantly agrees, but she says she'll probably just get indigestion and would rather not. In a flash, Kong pieces it together. Seijin is terrified. That's why she can't even think about food. So, Kong switches tactics to fire her up, telling her he believes in her, and that she better not make him go broke. He drops the bomb that he bet his entire freaking fortune on her to win. Seijin absolutely panics at this, terrified she's going to lose it all for him, but Kong just smacks her on the head. He tells her the whole point of that crazy story was to show her how much faith he has in her. Kong assures Seijin that he'll be totally fine, even if she loses, because he can just hustle and earn all that money back. With a massive grin plastered on his face, Kong tells Seijin that the outcome doesn't matter, so she should just go out there and give it her all. But deep down, my guy is practically begging her to win, because if she loses, he's getting dragged straight into her dad's guild. Right then, Seijin's eyes light up with determination, telling Kong she's going full throttle from the first, second to the last. He grins, telling her to leave it all on the field, so there are absolutely no regrets. As Seijin heads to the broadcasting room for her interview, she brushes past Bianca. In that instant, Bianca whips around, a jolt of energy coursing through her. It's in this exact moment that Bianca realizes Seijin is a monster, cut from the same cloth as her. Bianca thought she was the only anomaly, the only irregular of her generation, but she couldn't have been more wrong. She recognizes the aura radiating from Seijin is something she has never encountered before, not in all the countless mana textbooks she's studied. Bianca can literally see a second power source, something other than mana, flowing through Seijin's entire body. Bianca's assistant sees the color drain from her face and asks what's wrong. Bianca's voice is grim. I think I gave the wrong answer in my interview. The assistant is totally lost and asks her to explain. Bianca replies that her big declaration about not using magic in the finals? Yeah, that was a massive mistake. The next day, the stadium is packed, buzzing with energy for the epic showdown between Bianca and Seijin. This isn't just any match. It's for the next S-rank hunter, and all eyes are locked on the underdog, Seijin, who washed out early last tournament but is now returned as a completely different beast. Up in the stands, Mondong is laying into Kong for not giving Seijin one last pep talk before she stepped into the finals arena. Kong just shrugs, saying he already laid out everything she needed to hear back in the waiting room. This makes Mondong even more curious, firing off questions about what Kong said. He's clearly worried, especially since her opponent is Bianca, the two-time reigning champion. Kong just tells Mondong to take a chill pill, because he's about to see exactly what he told her. A few moments later, the match kicks off. Back home, Daichan is glued to his monitor, on the edge of his seat, wondering how this is all going to play out. The second the bell rings, Seijin explodes backward, instantly creating a huge gap between herself and Bianca. Bianca is completely floored by this. Why would a swordsman, a close-quarters fighter, intentionally create distance? This move throws everyone for a loop, because in every previous match, Seijin has always been a hyper-aggressive charger. When Mondong sees it, he screams at Kong, instantly realizing what Seijin is planning. Kong just smirks, reminding him of what he said earlier about Seijin reaching a level that could rival his own. As they stare, transfixed, Seijin is already gathering an insane amount of energy, and Kong knows for a fact that no one in Seijin's age group can possibly stop what's coming. Down on the field, the crowd is losing its mind. At the spectacle Seijin is creating, it looks just like an aura sword, but they can't wrap their heads around it. No way a student can pull off a technique like that. Even Bianca is stunned silent, because this isn't just any aura sword, it's a masterfully refined version, which is a level of mastery that is not expected from a student. Bianca figured out that there was something off about Seijin, and she had finally seen that she was hiding a trump card. Bianca admits that it is impressive that Seijin held back until the finals. However, Bianca doesn't think she has anything to worry about, because she has faced aura-based swordsmanship plenty of times while sparring with active hunters. Bianca believes that she is going to neutralize Seijin's attack easily. Bianca activates her Dispel spell, but to her shock, the spell isn't working. This was one of her signature spells, but it is failing. At the biggest stage of the tournament, it is a skill that is capable of canceling magic spells, and also mana-based mental buffs, which include physical enhancements. 2 years ago, there was another student who challenged Bianca with an aura sword, but she easily dispelled it. However, what is brewing in front of her right now isn't mana, but internal energy. At this point, Bianca is already panicking because she has never heard of a mana that cannot be neutralized. Bianca quickly raises her shield, and when the attack lands, it creates a massive explosion and a blinding light. This forces everyone out of their seats as they try to understand what is happening in their presence. Even Jinsu is worried that Bianca is already dead with the type of attack that Seijin just used against her. However, Unsu berates him, telling him to stop jinxing it, because she is just going to turn out fine. When the dust finally clears off, Bianca is perfectly okay behind her damaged shield, but she looks really worried. It is pretty obvious that the match would have been over if Bianca had not put up her shield in the last minute. Even Mondong is blown away because he can't believe that what he is watching is an exchange between two students. He finally understands why Kong was confident that Seijin has what it takes. However, Mondong is worried about Seijin collapsing from exhaustion, just like Kong did during their duel, after using a major technique. Mondong mentions that Bianca is not injured, but it appears that she is startled, and if she has the mana to launch a counterattack, he believes that Sajin would be in danger. Kong then tells Mandong that what Sajin used is not actually an aura sword but a technique below that. It is basically a mass-produced killer move, which is modified for repeated use. Bianca almost passes out in fear when she realizes that another strike is coming at her. Kong reminds Mandong that he placed all of his fortune on Sajin, and there is no way he is going to be relaxed, doing that with a move that works only once. It turns out that Kong actually got a hint from his duel against Daichan. He noticed that an aura blade can be swung around recklessly until every surrounding barrier is shattered. In addition, the mages were drained of every last drop of mana. This was when Kong realized that he could downgrade the meteor shower skill and use it just the same way Daichan did. Basically, their objective is not to take Bianca's life, but to make sure that she is defeated, and the championship is claimed. They just want to keep attacking her relentlessly until she exhausts her mana on barriers and loses consciousness. It turns out that this is the strategy that Seijin and Kong devised to use against Bianca. Before Bianca knows it, she is already putting up 8 layers of barrier just to keep Seijin's attack out. For the next 10 minutes, Bianca continued enduring this meteor shower, even though it was pretty hard. In the end, Bianca is knocked to the ground after grueling attacks, and she is saved, thanks to A-rank safety officers who are on standby. With this, the referee declares the match over, and Sajin is ultimately declared the winner of the tournament. Celebration ensues the moment Sajin is declared the winner of the tournament, and with tears rolling down her face, Sajin takes her trophy. 1 month after this, Kong and Sajin each buy a building, just in case they want to start a guild later in the future. During her interview at the airport upon her return, Sajin reveals that she won't be joining Daichan's guild. Instead, she declared that she would operate independently and establish her own guild when she reached A rank. Even though hunters make good money, they are already asking the two how they make their money. Kong then gives Sajin a wild ginseng valued at 1.5 billion won, which was an advance payment that he bet in her name. Sajin almost suffers from a brain freeze when Kong finally tells her just how much the bet payout was. Sajin was able to secure an overwhelming fortune since everyone else was betting on Bianca. However, there was one other person who profited more than Sajin, and this is none other than Kong himself. Because of how rich he is, he started buying up buildings. He intentionally buys a building close to Huasan Electronics, which is the corporation run by Lee Ji-sung's family, since he is neighbors with the main character. Kang is convinced he's living in the most secure fortress on the planet. He's sitting on a mountain of cash that could last a lifetime, and to top it all off, he's blessed with killer looks. Seeing him practically radiating self-satisfaction, Sajin has to ask if he's planning on just ditching school, but Kang confesses the thought hadn't even crossed his mind. Then, the realization hits him like a ton of bricks he doesn't need a paycheck, ever again. Seizing the opening, Sajin decides to pitch him an idea. She lays out her vision. After they graduate, they should launch a business together, but Kang immediately shuts her down. He tells her there are 2 sacred rules best friends must never break. First, you don't join the military together, and you absolutely never, ever start a company together. Kang makes it crystal clear that he has zero interest in what she's selling. His new life goal is to be a fabulously wealthy slacker. Despite that, he feels a weird obligation to stick around until the swordsmanship class finally graduates. At that exact moment, a new side story unlocks, and a system notification announces that, from this point forward, his narrative as an extra will be officially recorded. Kang just shrugs it off. He gets to do what he wants, so who cares? He even gets to choose the title for his own story, as he and Sajin just chill and enjoy the moment together, bringing the chapter to a close. Model.